Welcome back, COD fam. It's your girl Beef Mommy here with Cali Gaming. We are going to be your casters for today's matchup. You are here at the Call of Duty Mobile Garena Masters Season 2, day number 3 of the group stages. Alam nyo, di pa tapos ang laban dito. Laban-laban lang. But anyway, Cali, it's been a great day number 3 so far because of the energy that we've had in the past few days.
Yeah, right now I really can't wait to see the series all in action here, especially here at day 3. We got 16 of the best teams to come here to this event and to go all out. So you're going to be in for a show. And you're watching the hottest thing right now in Garena MSP. But Beef Mami, for the last 2 days, it has been so phenomenal so far. The wins, the hype, this is everything we could have asked for. But one thing that really caught my eye the most is how Smart Omega is really looking like their former selves, Beef Mami.
Most definitely. I know a lot of people have high expectations for this team, not only for this season, but also in season 1 as well. But obviously, they really get to perform as well as we thought they would. But looking from the past 2 days that we've had, they've had an amazing run here so far. Obviously, with the guidance of their coaches, they are looking like their old self. But how well they can perform in the playoffs if they do eventually get there is definitely going to be a different story. But for me, what's more impressive are the teams that didn't really have a name here so far, but still garnered a lot of points.
Yeah, honestly, just pointing it out, it's going to be Tyrant Esports is making sure that they're going to be standing at the top. And not only that, we really got a lot of teams that are in here for a ringer. And a couple of organization that's really notable right now, Beef Mami, for this past 3 days is how well C8 Esports, the organization itself, has been able to raise up the competition. I mean, when you got 4 out of the 16 teams right now in the competition and you're slaying, it's just really going uphill for them at this point.
No, yeah, most definitely. I think one of the teams that I really got my eyes on is Warlord Esports Destra. They just came out of nowhere. Give a 2-1. I feel like that was probably one of the most essential things that they could pull off in day number 2, especially since pot number 4, that's going to be a really hard group to really, have a lot of points in just because of how well the groups have met each other into day number 1. So now we have 256 teams boiling down into the group stages where you do have our 16 teams that you can see over there. Group A, B, C, and D, really just trying to make it into the playoffs where 8 teams will try to go in for the championship.
Yeah, and honestly, this group stages is going to be the proving grounds for these teams to be able to qualify for the next stage of competition. Now, all you have to do to qualify for the top 8 is basically reach that top 2 spot in your respective group, but it's not going to be very, very easy, especially when you got, again, the 16 best team right now in the competition battling it out here for pride, and not only for that pride, but of course, the money that will be in line for this very event that we're hosting, Garena Call of Duty Mobile Masters Season 2. Again, we are now at the Season 2, and that Season 1 was really a ringer, and it was a banger, but here again is the prize pool for this very event. The first place gets you 10,000, the lion's share at this event. Second place gets you 4,500. Third place gets 3,000. Fourth place gets 1,500. Fifth and eighth place gets 750. 9th to 12th place gets 500. 13th to 16th place 250, combining for 25,000 US dollars in the total prize pool, Beef Mammy.
That's not a joke of an amount to really just go in there. Just to put into perspective how much money that's in, it's going to bring a lot of people, the players most especially, into a different state of life and a different state of mind. So all these players, not only are they playing for the money, but the title to be the champions here for Season 2 and eventually try to be that one team that your country, may it be Singapore, Malaysia, or the Philippines, to bring their team all the way into the World Championship. So this is like the breeding ground for all those pro players that really want to take their game to the next level.
Yeah, and I agree. This is the competition that will help you redeem yourselves to be the best out of the best. But for now, the team that has always been standing strong so far for 2022 has been Blacklist International Ultimate. They continue to put up that competitive energy at the events that they play. But here you go, the qualified teams for Group A for Garena COD Masters Season 2, Smart Omega, C8 Legacy, C8 Stealth, and Tyrant Esports. And again, one of the eye-catching story here so far, Beep Mammy, is how well Smart Omega plays when they have Rage in their lineup.
Oh yeah, most definitely. They really have a way to adjust when it comes to putting him. So I feel like that guy, Rage, has definitely been raging on, and really Smart Omega has been one of the biggest names that we keep saying here so far. But apart from that, we do have C8 Legacy. The C8 clan has 4 of their teams represented here in the Garena Call of Duty Mobile Masters, where you see C8 Stealth and C8 Legacy really just pushing it through, trying to be number 1 in their bracket. But here we go, the qualified teams for Group B. We have the Mamba Lowkings, Mamba Corinthians, C8 Jeux, Gaijin Rogue. I feel like this team has been really surprising for me. We've had the most exciting matchup, giving Mamba Lowkings plus like -1 more point. So that's so hard to do because Mamba Lowkings up against C8 Jeux. C8 Jeux didn't really have an easy time here, but for Gaijin Rogue, they have a bright spot. Even if it was like a search and destroy way, they could have won it, but I feel like that Ego Chow, you know what? That's still fire for them to go and win, knowing very well that they can beat one of the best teams here in Garena.
And in Gaijin Rogue, they made sure that the mental capabilities able to get best out of Mamba Lowkings at day number 2. And honestly, it's time for them to win some games. Yes, they took 1 against Mamba Corinthians. They took 1 from Mamba Lowkings. But today, they need to make a stand and finally get a series win, because at the end of the day, points will matter a lot here at this group stage. But talk about C8 Chooks at day number 2. They were able to get the best out of Mamba Corinthians. After suffering defeat from the big bros from Mamba Lowkings at day 1, they were able to turn it around, get that 3-0 against Mamba Corinthians. This just really shows how resilient this C8 Jukes organization is overall as a team. And honestly, this is going to be a really great match. But again, we're moving into another separate group. This time it's gonna be Group C, ALMGHTY, Envy Doctors, VI T2P, and C8 United. They played at day number 1, and ALMGHTY continues to prove that they're really top tier as a team in this respective group that they had, but they had it close against VI T2P at that search and destroy, where it was almost a victory for VI T2P, but it was the experience that actually get the best out of poor ALMGHTY. But then again, Beef Mammy, C8 United could be one of the top tier teams here to advance to the top 2. But then again, we'll never know.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's gonna be really surprising because C8 United, obviously we know C8's a good clan, but at first maybe people thought it was going to be a quantity over quality. But you know, it just seems like it's all quality all the way. Now C8 United really proves that they can go win this thing. But the same thing as VI T2P almost getting a map off of ALMGHTY and not giving them a very easy time. But then speaking of another group, it's gonna be the final group. Group D is one more that we still need to go and give a little bit of attention to. And now taking a look at that, Blacklist International, Warlord, Esports, Destra, Huntsmen, and LF Organization. Now, everyone kept on talking about this particular bracket because obviously, number 1, Blacklist International, the kings of Garena, the kings of the East, and maybe even the world, going up against LF Organization, where you saw one person really just spearhead his way from Smart Omega, trying to find his own organization, trying to form his own team, and maybe they're having a little bit of a hard time now, yes, but you just know that they were only formed like 3 weeks ago, where they can still form their chemistry in the days to come. And now Warlord, Esports, Destra, they gave one really big fight going up against LF Organization, where it's a 2-1. Huntsmen, on the other hand, they still need to pick up the pieces and really learn from Warlord, I feel like, to just know how to rotate, because from what I've seen right now, Warlord has one of the best improvements here.
Yeah, Warlord Esports, Destra, after them dropping the first hardpoint map against LF Organization, they came out totally different at search and destroy. And one thing that really surprised me the most is when they played at Domination, where eventually that first map that they played, they were outgunned by LF Organization. But then they played Summit at Domination. That's where things took a turn, and that's where they're able to strike while the iron is hot, because they were able to get the best out of LF Organization, with them controlling the map right from the start and winning those really huge gunfights. But then again, day 2 standings, you are going to see it right in front. Smart Omega, C8 Legacy, Mamba Lowkings, C8 Jukes, C8 United, ALMGHTY, Blacklist Ultimate, WE Destra. They will be standing at the top of their respective group, Beef Mammy.
And yes, you can see over here, B, C, and D are going to be playing for day number 3. Group A will just take a little bit of a step back. So that means you won't see Smart Omega, C8 Legacy, Tyrant Esports, and C8 Stealth. But still, you need to watch all these other groups, because eventually they're going to meet each other into the playoffs maybe. So, I mean, at least you get to have a little bit of a break. But if you're going to get a little bit of cold hands, you know that the rest of these teams are going to be hot on your tail, especially gathering up all of these points. So that's why you see 5 wins, wins and 3 wins for CHOOKS and 3 losses. Because for Group D, the first time they played was the other day, was day number 2. So if that makes a little bit more sense, and that is the reason why. So now we're heading on to the rest of what's going to happen here, because day number 3 has just started. There's still a lot of other things for you to bet, and this is the schedule for today. We have Warlord Esports Destra versus the Huntsmen, Group D. These are the 2 teams that people kind of missed out on, but I feel like this is going to be a banger of an opener, because Huntsmen will definitely want to hunt and not be the hunted, and especially here going up to Group D. Now, this is, I think, the matchup that people really wanted to see. Blacklist International Ultimate versus LF Organization, where we thought it was a little bit of a closer matchup, but it looks like LF Organization still trying to find their rhythm. But let's see if they found it here in day 3.
Yeah, I mean, day 3, everything should be corded right now for LF Organization. They are now at the very bottom of their respective group, and now they're going to have to face the reigning kings of Garena in Blacklist Ultimate, and this is going to be a really fierce competition at match number 2. But I got my eyes on match number 3 and match number 4. CHOOKS and Gaijin, they both are here to fight for that win. And honestly speaking, we are now moving into the first match though, because right now it's going to be Warlord Esports Destra. You got Basic, Eldos, and Lois, Neo, and Prize. And what I love from this team is that constant team play that they do when they play Search and Destroy, and of course that Domination gameplay. This team is backed by the most outstanding Neo and Prize. They're going to be that main slayers for this team.
They're so good. When I saw that they played one of the cleanest dominations that I've seen here so far. So that's no joke, especially going up against LF Organization, where several teams, at least like individually, they're pretty good. But obviously they've probably had a solid chemistry makeup here so far, and now you can see they're together. Now that's a really big deal, because if you're together, the comms are going to be more solid, the calls are going to be really good, especially for the IGL. And so now you have that momentum coming in from day number 2, and now you have to bring it over here into day number 3. So Warlord Esports Destra, a really good first day for them in day number 2, gathering up 2 points against LF, but they are going up against a different kind of beast right now. They're going up against the Huntsmen. Taking a look at that, Alfari, Arasafai, Asmal, Derp, Raven, and Speed. So these guys have been in the scene for quite a while, especially Derp, Raven, and Alfari. I've casted them for so long, a year ago, and their journey has been really good, but they really want it to be great. So the Huntsmen, they really want to go out there for blood.
Yeah, Huntsmen, after taking the former players of yours truly, Udo RSG, and of course taking Asmal and Speed from Geek Fam, they are able to come here to try and redeem themselves. Though they lost against Blacklist International Ultimate at the day number 2, they showed that they can fight and they know what to do. It's just a matter of execution and gluing as a team. The team chemistry at the end really lacked for them, but they know what to do when they play Respawns in Blacklist International Ultimate. They almost, but they won it. But then again, it's going to be different day here today. Here is your head-to-head matchup. Warlord Esports Destra. You got Neo, Huntsmen, Aris, Afi. Average kills for both ends is going to be quite similar. It's just that KDA that's going to be separating these two, as Neo is going to have a far better advantage with the stats. A 1.82 compared to a 1.24. And again, these two players, these two individuals is going to be the must-watch, because they were the ones making the most out of it for the team and making sure they benefit and make that chance to get those wins, Beef Mammy.
This is a good sign for Huntsmen, because they struggled with Blacklist International, but obviously they're a different beast on a different level. And now Warlord, they definitely showed up against LF Organization, but who knows, maybe Huntsmen can actually be their kryptonite, and especially with the stats that we're seeing, they're the best players, and the fact that everything's a little bit more equal, and yes, the KDA for Neo is a little bit higher because he dies less, it just means that maybe Ares just gives himself a little bit of a slayer role. So again, that's a really good point to have. But then moving on into probably one of the most exciting matches for me, one of the most exciting modes, because we got map and modes where they get to pick and ban the maps that they get to choose. And obviously right now, Huntsman wins the coin toss, which is going to be even more of an advantage for them. Now they get to pick Hardpoint. Hardpoint Summit, that is going to be interesting, because Huntsmen, they can really perform under close quarters. So the fact that they have that, but the problem is we do have Warlord Esports going in for Special Forces base, where we already know is the stronger side. So let's see how Huntsmen can go in there, especially for the controlling P1 and P2.
It's just going to be a matter of execution here at this Summit map. And honestly, for Warlord Esports Destra, yes, they're going to have that advantage. But Huntsmen, for sure, they would like to go for that flip and make sure that they get that top floor control. But looking at it this way, right after that Summit Hardpoint, we are going to see a search and destroy raid. And this is going to be a map pick by Warlord Esports Destra. At day number 2, they're really able to put in a show and, of course, get that victory against LF Organization. But the map right up next is actually one of the interesting takes here. With Huntsmen picking Slum's Domination, that's going to be a very, very interesting take because for the past 2 days, what we know so far for Slum's Domination is you better get that Charlie flag in your hands. But let's set that thing out aside because we are about to move into the first game of the day. It's going to be Huntsmen versus Warlord Esports Destra. This game about to go down. Hardpoint Summit about to get played here, ladies and gentlemen. And now, here we go. Summit is really, really cold here, Beef Mammy.
Oh yeah, it may be cold, but obviously the action is going to be really heated up. As you can see here, we're finally starting things off. Day number 3, baby, let's go! And now the fight for P1. Now that's going to be very interesting because you know that it's going to be an open space. As you can see over here, the beautiful graphics just showing you guys the very big size of Summit. By big, I mean it's intensely small just because of how close it is. Every corner is going to matter. You have to check your corners because you're going to be greeted by a shotty on the face, and not just that, maybe even a Mac 10. So that's something that you need to look out for, especially in a map like this. And now you can see how beautiful this is. Yeah, we're having a little bit of a calmer time here, but obviously the battlefield will be a little bit more heated up. So again, Callie, P1 control, you need to have 2F in control room.
Yeah, you need to get that 2F control room, and not only that, that second floor is going to give you point of access to a better height advantage to that green spawns. And of course, you're going to be able to anticipate the spawn on the left side of the minimap, which is going to be at that at that attacker spawn base. And obviously, P1, P2, it's going to be more in that gunfight department, Vietnamese. But then we move into P3 and P4. That's where things turn for the better. That's where the anchor is going to play a lot better. And of course, spawn this team right beside. And it's going to give them a chance to score a lot of points inside this hardpoint rotations. And obviously, for Huntsmen and WE Destra, they got to set things straight because we are about to start in this game. Here we go. Huntsmen, Warlord Esports Destra about to go down here at Hardpoint Summit. It was calm earlier, but it's about to get gone to blaze because we are about to move in towards P1. And you're going to see Warlord Esports Destra hopping inside. They got the early control as we open up this hill.
Oh yeah, Warlord Esports obviously with their spawn getting a lot of the advantage over here, and now we get to see how well Huntsmen trying to go in for the response, and now Warlords, they're getting a lot of the kills, and that's going to be a good sign for them.
Yeah, it's going to be a pretty back and forth here, but Raven already getting involved in that gunfight department. Neo's going to go down here at all, and it's going to be a great start for Warlord Esports Destra, but now Huntsman is going to be inside his hardpoint. Do know we've got some technical difficulties that's going to be turned aside by our production, but then again, Warlord Esports Destra, they're going to be on the blue side, and it's going to be Huntsman having this lead so far, 8-17 in the score of the game, and now you're starting to see it here. Warlord Esports about to contest, and for now, Huntsman is doing a great job at controlling the second floor.
And now second floor control, really good start here so far for the Huntsmen. And now you can see the points are going to be trickling down slowly. But then the rotation going into Catwalk is going to be very important as we see Huntsmen already down over there. We get to see a lot of gunfights ensuing there because you already know that the next hardpoint is going to be very hard as well. Basic already poised their position, but then unfortunately loses the gunfight. And now we see Warlord finally going in there. And so far, only one player from Warlord Esports goes in there for the control into the second floor. But so far, no one has a really solid hold on it just yet.
And no really solid moves. It's going to be a 50-50 battle at this point. Huntsmen still trying to find a way for them to get a solid foothold inside. Derpid 3-piece, but Basic from the top. As he makes it drop, is going to get one. Looking for more, lining up the shot, but is going to get eradicated by Asbo with that Mac 10. And now for Warlord Esports, they're about to go for the contest, but this solid numbers inside of this hill for Huntsmen is going to be pretty impeccable. Now, 27 seconds left. Number 5 in Raven, just really making sure that Huntsman is going to have that next hardpoint rotation. And for the meantime, the game is to be very, very close. 37-39 on the current tally. Scores growing ever higher for the red team. But now, here comes the 50-50 battle for this next rotation.
Yes, Huntsmen having good points here, having good kills, a solid hold, and this is where the experience really comes in. And now it's a good thing that they chose this map because it looks like they know it at the back of their hand. But then the rotation going into P3 is definitely going to be an essential one, but unfortunately Dirk is going to be taken down and Basic takes out himself. That is very unfortunate, but then it's a good thing that Neo finally gets to have that backup, but again, traded by Alfari. So far it's all red here all across the board. We get really big kills. Speed gets a lot of these kills as well. Really quick on his feet, and now they get to see finally a lot of the people here. We get to see it. We see that Derp is probably going to be a really solid anchor here. Warlords having a little bit of a tough time going in there, but it's a good thing it's always being contested.
And you know, what you want here at this hard point, since everything is just fast-paced, you gotta contest every sort of way for you to get a better edge out of the enemy. And for now, Warlord Esports Destra, though they struggled getting that hard point early, now they've managed to get this anchor, and now they're winning the majority of the time inside this hard point. It is still going to be pretty close. 70-62 here for this first 3 hard points is going to be very contested. Now we move into this P4 rotation. We got a very solid defense here for Huntsmen, as they're going to be having 4 players stacked at the right side of the minimap. And for Warlord Esports Destra, it's a matter of how they penetrate inside this hard point. As the hard point opens up, here comes Asmo with that Purifier. This is going to be serious damage. It's about to be drawn to the hands of Warlord Esports Destra. This is completely flooded away. 2 players he spots, and for Huntsmen, this is just perfect Purifier investment, Beef Mammy.
Oh, most definitely. If you guys are kind of confused with what you're seeing on the screen, it's actually Huntsmen on the right side and Warlords Esports on the left. So Warlords are the blue peoples and Huntsmen are the red. So right now they're still pretty equal on the points, but obviously you got Huntsmen still a little bit on the lead. And now you get to see a lot of these kills so far. Asmal and Speed obviously getting multi-kills after multi-kills. Alfrey as well going in there for the OBJ. So that's going to be good points for them. Locking in a lot of the points here. As you know, this is going to be probably one of the hardest points to go and defend, just because of the spawns can be a little bit tricky going into the back end. But obviously Warlord Esports trying to go in there for the contest finally wins that. But it's a good thing they get a little bit of points. But the rotation coming in, it's gonna be Huntsmen right there in P1.
Yeah, right there, right now, Huntsmen, they've been going for these early rotations for this past 3 hard point, and it's doing them successfully here at this game. And if they do continue that rally, this is going to be a pretty intense match. But for Warlord Esports Destra, I love what I'm seeing right now. They're making sure that they get constant pressure inside this hard point. They make sure that Huntsmen will not be able to pull away that easily. And now, there you go. The graphics are already stored in motion. WE Destra on the left side, and now P1 is going to be controlled here by both ends. They just really have it back and forth. But it's going to matter whoever really scores majority of the time here in the map control is going to be the name of the game for now, as this P2 or this second floor control is going to get handled by Price, dropping those 2 players. And right now, here at this hard point, final 20 seconds left, and Warlord Esports Destra is slowly picking up the pace, Beef Mammy.
It's a really good way to shut down every single one of the players from Huntsmen to go into P1, and they have a really solid hold here, especially from the side of Captain Price and also Basic. I don't want to call him Captain Fries because of how well he's been holding it, and they don't want to have a single fry in this particular matchup. They don't want 1 point. They want all 3, but Huntsmen obviously giving them a very hard time in doing so, and now the rotation coming into Catwalk is going to be essential, and so far it's all Huntsmen across the board. As you can see here, we are going to be spawning off into the right side of the map, the side of Warlords, where they can go and try to go in for the defense, but it's a bad thing that they keep losing the gunfights. But just as I said, that Asmal goes down.
Yeah, Asmal goes down, but still again, it's going to be Huntsmen inside this hard point. And now for Warlord Esports Destra, this is going to be desperation. Control Derp with that Purifier, stopping all the bodies he sees, and that's going to be really huge for Huntsmen. That kills right there bought them some time. This one Warlord Esports all the way to the very back. That's going to give them more time inside the hill. Final bit of contest now getting shouldered by Warlord, and they're showing some fight in them left. Neo will be investing this Purifier. Beautiful execution, and Destra is still able to manage to be very much alive inside this hard point. But they need to continue and make sure that the rally will be there for their side. It's going to be the final end bits of this game. We are now on the late stage, Beef Mammy. 126 to 142. Neo fighting waiting for this anchor. He's going to be very, very successful. A pretty huge play for Destra, and Huntsmen will find themselves on rotation, but then again, able to get this hard point. And this is going to be huge, but then again, as soon as I said that, Destra will be rallying for the kills, and they will be swarming this hard point, and they will be successful standing their ground as they're looking to come back and win in this game. Huntsmen looking down the barrels of the defeat. Their lead is getting cut down. Desperation attempt, and Eldos is just finding all these kills. 4 in a row, total team effort, and this is what Destra can really offer in the table. Constant pressure, team play till the end. They win it coming back.
Destra, my goodness, this man. Did you see Eldos getting multi-kills there? Got the double, keep going with the combos, and that is probably one of the most impressive games that we've seen here so far in Hardpoint, where you thought that Warlord Esports Destra was struggling in the points, especially going in for that P4. No, siree, that doesn't really matter. You only needed 7 points left here, Huntsmen, but apparently they just couldn't go in there for that rotation. But obviously, Alfari was over there. I just want to talk about it because I feel like people didn't really get to see the engagement that happened with the rotation going in from P2 to P3, where Alfari was in there for the rotation, took down 2 members of Warlord Esports, but you get to see the brilliance that is Eldos going in there for the kill. And now, this man has been leading his team to victory, and I feel like Hardpoint is probably one of their weakest map modes because they did lose that yesterday. But now it seems like they know how to perform under pressure, like what you said, Callie.
Yeah, and they really know now. They find a way to get that resolve at the end of the game, which is going to be a really, really ballsy move from them. But then again, this is what Destra can really offer at the table. But then again, you take a look at you do RSG plus the combination of Asmal and Speed at Kick Fam combining for Huntsmen, and really I saved that. But then again, you look at them. The last time they played against Blacklist International Ultimate, they've been going for those early rotations at that Hardpoint slums, and they were really successful. Here again today, they were able to do that, but at the end, that's where they shambled, and that's where things suddenly fell apart, and they repeated the same mistake that they had at that day number 2 and Warlord Esports. Destra, they fiend on those errors, they fiend on those mistakes, and when the opportunity arrived, they did not let it go, and they were able to snag the victory out of the hands of Huntsmen. And this is going to be a pretty solid outcase here, Beef Mammy. Again, we really have to talk about Eldos. 1 minute and 36 seconds in that hard point. And not only that, he was the one scoring all those kills at the end of the game. Talk about a power move, a power play. Eldos is going to be that player, but never ever count out Neo, that MVP with 28 kills and 21 deaths. He was the first guy to actually get the break at the anchor spot for that P3 rotation. But now that map is already said and done, 150 to 143.
Oh, the power play was just so amazing. What a dominating matchup that we got to see here today. And we're only at game number 1 here in day 3. My goodness. 150 and 143, where you thought Huntsmen could make a comeback where they needed it the most. It's just too hard. Like what we said, Warlord is really proving to be one of the shining gems here in the competition, where they came in the competition a little bit unknown, but now they've definitely made themselves known to the whole of the Garena region. And now we're moving into Raid S&D. Now this is where the Huntsmen could possibly go and have a comeback, but it's going to be hard because Warlord Esports Destra, this is their pick, and not only that, they're a really good search and destroy team where they gave LF Organization a little bit of a hard time here.
Yeah, and Destra, what they can offer at the table at the Search and Destroy game is their constant pressure when they play as that defender. And obviously at range, you're going to have 2 bomb sites, obviously the A and the B bomb site, which has totally 2 different personalities. That A bomb site is going to be centered around holding long range. And of course, the Holgers, that sniper is going to be pretty useful at this A bomb site towards the swimming pool. But then, you take a look at this B bomb site, that's where things get a little bit more snaggy with this close range engagements. And that's where Huntsmen will try to take the hit here. First and foremost, Raven are already getting the best out of Neo. We are going to see them actually get these kills, and Asmal able to get that follow-up. And this is going to be a really tough exchange. Warlord Esports Destra suddenly fell down this instant.
Oh, that was such a quick run. But taking a look at that, yes, it was a little bit of a switcheroo over here. Obviously, Warlord Esports Destra did not win that. It's the Huntsmen that won that round.
Oh, wow. Oh
Apologies
my
for the
God.
graphic. Yes, but you know what? We're not going to be confused here. As you can see, Huntsmen really want to have a big opener. They really prove that the aggression can be charged. And now you can see here a little bit of a slower approach. And it's a good thing that Warlords, they're being slow. But Alfari, there you go. One more. Derp gets... No, doesn't quite get one, but then it's a good thing that Alfari's right there for the trade. And now again, Huntsmen looking like they're on top, but for Warlord Esports, it's still very doable for them to go in there for the contest.
Yeah, and then this play right here for Neo, but Derp tags him in what angle? Beautiful cheeky play there for Derp. That could be a lucky shot, but Ben will never know as he tries to get another player all the way to that mid stairs, but he's not going to get any so far here. 4v2 situation, bomb drop, and not exactly in a very good place located at that kitchen right now for Eldos. Getting tagged there by Derp, and talk about how Derp continues to put the pressure with this scope, dropping 4 kills. No, 3 kills here at this round number 2.
There is just no breaks here, and it looks like for Warlord, they're having a little bit of a difficult time really just responding to the aggression that Huntsmen can give. And now, going in there, the split coming in from Warlord. Definitely, Eldos spots one, but then he does get spotted as well. The grenades are going to be raining over here into the pool side. 1:45 left on the clock, and Neo gets one big kill, and they're gonna have a hard time here. Huntsmen with one person down, but they need to go reposition. They're finally going into the site. Let's see what happens here, especially with one more person down. A 3v4 situation still in the favor of Warlord.
Yeah, favor now for the hands of the red team as they can go for that plant, but Asmo continues to just make sure that the lane is going to get held pretty well as he's going to put those 2 players back away first. But then again, the bomb plant now already initiated. Now we got to play for those retakes. Asmo takes that trophy system down. Thought it was a human being, but here we go. He's going to push at the staircase, but then again, it's going to go down. Aris with that trade. Beautiful 1v2 situation there held by Huntsmen as they are really looking to put in that break. Now we got a 2v2 situation with Eldos getting one at the swimming pool as he takes a swim. He drops Aris AFI and it's all down to Raven. Not really in a really good spot, and Eldos with the punish. And talk about how the scope continues to be the major factor for both this team.
Beautiful snipe by Eldos, and now Warlord finally gets to have another shot at getting one more round. That is definitely going to be a confidence boost that they needed, especially from those 2 losses from a while ago. And now, again, it looks like A is going to be fully stacked yet again by Warlord. They're trying to get that information on, but you do know that one person here has been stopping them so far here. So Eldos needs to go in there for the picks, not really looking at the right direction, where you can see that Derp has a really nice view, but Basic goes in there very aggressively. Now, we need to see that reposition coming in from Huntsmen.
Yeah, reposition now is going to be needed, especially number 5 in Raven is going to be late on that rotation. Needs to find a way for him to get back, and now there he goes, slowly getting there. 4v3 situation. Asmo getting those 2 pieces of the kill feed, going to be very huge. And number 2 in blue, Aris, wrapping around the back, is going to give Destra a little bit more pressure at the back, and this is going to be a headache. And now, here we go. The bomb yet to be planted, in Aris already spotting one at the boxes, takes Price down, and now they have been stuck on this middle. This is not going to be very friendly, but Basic trying to get this kill lined up is going to be very successful. 3v2 situation, and now Opar with the shot down Raven. 1v1 as he turns to the right side, removes hand, and there we go. Huntsman going to be getting that round number 4.
Dang. Aris FE into the back end push, going in for the backstab. That was the turning point of that particular round. And now we're going into round number 5. Round number 4. It was anyone's game there, but with the backstab of Ares, obviously. But then Eldos getting that very big opener. The first blood here, Raven gets shut down, but Derp with the response gets rid of Basic. Basic has been going at it here into the A bomb side, and it's a good thing that we finally get to see one. Asma with one more, Alfari as well. So now we do have a 4v2 situation.
And honestly, this is just a nightmare for Destra. They tried to take another hit at this A-bomb site where they're not really successful for the past 2 rounds. And now for Price and Aris, the wall is only separating them. And now they're about to encounter each other, and Aris still wins it. Oh, goodness gracious, Alfari, he spots the player on the swimming pool. And Eldos will go down as he will drown. Round number 5, still in favor for Huntsmen. And they're just really getting involved, Beef Mammy.
The involvement of this group and how different they looked into the search and destroy, that was a really good change around, especially if you're gonna compare to day number 2. So now again, a very aggressive push going in here, but then Eltos punishes them with a double kill. But then Raven responds as well, but Neo gets the trade off of Ares, and now a 2v4 situation, kind of like what happened a while ago. But Asmal is in a really cheeky spot where he can go and defend, but it's not going to be easy because one player, Dirk, is a little bit too far away from him, and then he does get tagged. Might actually win this. Han needs to go in there and wait for his teammates to go into the backup.
And there you go, Price. As soon as Han dies, Price able to get that backup, and there you go, Beef Mammy. The question has been answered. Now we got this 1v3. Oh, how the things have turned here for Huntsmen. They were playing aggressive at that driveway, and they were able to get down real quick without much thought on the process. And now we got 1 minute left. That bomb is dropped at that driveway as well. And Warlord Esports Destra doing a great job. Is making sure that they get to gatekeep the bomb. And there we go for Basic going for the push. This is going to be him getting that final kill. And Warlord Esports Destra, now they will be taking another round ever since round number 2, I guess. And let's see if this round win is going to give them the opportunity to turn the tides and make sure that they will be able to pull up front against Huntsmen. Now, here we go, round number 7.
Asmal, bomb in hand, goes into gallery. Goes in there very quietly, and good thing for them, it's not going to be heavily stacked. As you can see here, number 4, Neo is going to be very aggressive and deep. And hey, Raven, guess what? I'm right here. Neo goes in for the shot, so that's a good opening. And now gets another one. Now that's a 2 for Neo. Let's see, there's one more person trying to go and greet him. Doesn't really quite look at the left, but then finally gets 1 more. 3 for Neo. Let's see if he can actually go and make a number 4. As you can see, one more player here going into the side of the garage. RSFE in a little bit of a pickle here. Spots 1. Han gets finally 1. Neo almost gets that 4, but he does open it up with the 3-piece, and Eldos finishing it up. What a strong round from Warlord. And Huntsman didn't expect how deep Neo is into mid.
And that high risk, high reward play from Neo, getting those early picks and just making sure that right from the start they get the opportunity to have the man advantage, gave them the chance to win that last round. And not only that, they are 1 round away from making sure that the numbers are going to be tied up and equal. Now, look at this play for Warlord Esports Destra. Double down defense at these A-bombs with 2 players surrounding the back, and now for Price is holding down his ground, but can he kill 1? There we go, Han able to get the 1 follow-up, and now for Alfari needs to get this kill in the head glitch, but is going to get turned down. And Warlord Esports, what a Saturday turn-off event. From 4-2, we got this game now tied up, Beef Mammy.
Where are the utilities coming in from Huntsman? If you are going into the side, make sure to throw a flashbang or 3 or 4. Make it rain if you're planning on the blitz play. But a really easy round for Warlord. And now they need to have a shot here just to have a little bit of an advantage, because whoever wins this will have the advantage of winning the game. Match point coming through. Alfari gets 1. It's a good thing Raven as well tries to go in there for the kill. And now Warlord Esports, they're trying to go in there for the kill. Basic gets 1. Tags 1, but then doesn't really quite get it as RSFE finishes it. And Raven, it looks like Huntsmen are doing a really good job at the end.
And yes, this is what you want for Huntsmen. This initiation that they're able to put off, but the game is still not over, and they need to make sure that they will be the ones remaining alive at this round. Final 35 seconds, the bomb has been planted, and Neo attacking from the back needs to stay alive as much as possible to give his team an even more odds of winning this game, but it's easier said than done with Asmal now taking down Han. Neo, with 20 seconds left, has to be very efficient. He takes down 1, dropping Aris FP, but he needs to worry about those 3 players left, and there you go, they're able to grit him to surprise. And Huntsman now with that match point. Can we see them end it here at this round number 10?
It is the hardest to close out a search and destroy map, especially with a close matchup like this. And now Warlord needs to slow it down just a little bit. They are on the defensive side. It's going to be very hard if they're a little bit aggressive. And now stacking in 3 and 2 split here, 3 and B. But then obviously the rotation coming in from Han really notes that there might be a push going in for A, but both of these teams very passive. But taking a look at number 4 yet again, Neo very deep into gallery, trying to give that surprise. But look at Derb having such a really cheeky spot. Throws in the flash, tries to get that information on. Flash check, yes, gets that. Knows very well there's 1 player there. If Price shows his head, that's going to be a little bit of tricky. There you go. Derp finally gets one. A really good spot here. And that is professionalism here at its finest. Tunts check, but then Neo gets the trade. A 4v4 situation.
Those little attention to details from Derp is going to win them these games, but the first blood has been exchanged in Basic, trying to hold it down. There's going to be no players defending at that windows for Warlord Esports Destra for the moment. But then again, a lot of stakes here this round, and Derp going to try and get one more, but he's going to get shot down. Basic gets one before he gets dropped, and this is it. The bomb has been opened up for Huntsmen. All they just have to do is plant it, but they're going to not have this one that easy. As we see, Han takes down Asmol. ALMGHTY now swing to the left corner, and he will lose that gunfight, and Destra still able to keep this game alive. Raven, can he spot one? No, he turns at the wrong angle, and he gets eliminated. ALMGHTY, only player alive for Huntsmen. 28 seconds left, needs to get that bomb, or takes these two players alive. Here comes the play. Eldos holding his ground, had this advantage, but still Eldos still not able to get this kill just yet, and 18 seconds left for ALMGHTY. Doing whatever it takes for him now to move, and now he's going to challenge one player. Spray transfer! Oh no, the bullet ran out, but still, the game is alive. Neo, 1v1. What's gonna win it? ALMGHTY with the 1v2!
Play for time! You already know the man's up in stairs. You already know bomb is down. Play for time, and Warlord Esports Destra with just 7 seconds left in their pocket could have won that, could have brought it to around number 11. Forgot to look at the clock, or maybe they did and just wanted to go and challenge. Yes, they had the numbers, but that is the price that you pay for trying to go in there for the challenge. Now Huntsmen with a very well-deserved treat. That win in Search and Destroy can definitely be a boost of confidence, and obviously that 1 point will be really essential for them. And now Huntsmen going in there for a really solid Search and Destroy as ALMGHTY, play after play. He's been so good here so far. Obviously clutching up that 1v2 to win the round. Not only that, there were so many moments, like I don't really remember when that round was, but he went in there for the backstab. When it was supposed to be a Warlord's win, he went in there for the backstab and got 2 players, and that was essentially it. But really good show for both of these teams.
A really good showing, but then again, I really have to question Warlord Esports Destra. They were close to proximity, where in return they could have spread out and tried to play hide and seek with only 20 seconds for ALMGHTY to move. But bang, ALMGHTY with that efficiency gets the best out of this final 2 players from Destra. And I feel like that final round right there for Warlord Esports Destra is going to hunt them at this next match at that Domination. But then again, looking at this game first, ALMGHTY really did a great job just making sure his team will be pulling up front at every round they take. But this one is a close one. It could have been both ways at that last round if only Warlord Esports Destra could have played that one a little bit more smarter. But then again, a win is a win. I really have to commend the way Huntsmen just really put in the work at this Search and Destroy raid. I mean, if not for ALMGHTY with the close range engagements, people, I mean, it was Derp or Asmo with that SVD or with that sniper from Derp.
Sniper in the hands of Derp is gonna be very hard and very difficult for you to stop. And so far, for Warlords, they kind of have they had a little bit of a difficult time, especially the angles that he covered. We saw it a while ago. The stun check into the information, giving the relay to him, going into Alpha, eventually knowing someone is there, and then peeking from up top that balcony will definitely be one of the highlights of this matchup. And now Huntsmen going up 6-4, 1 apiece here for Warlord and Huntsmen. You obviously see it over here in our graphics. Summit Hardpoint 150 and 143, and 6-4 for Raid Search and Destroy. Close games we've seen here so far. Huntsmen could have won Summit Hardpoint easy. But obviously, Warlords, they're not going to back down from a fight. And now we take the fight into Slums Domination, where both these teams, they want blood. And now for Slums, it's a really difficult game mode here, especially Domination. I feel like out of all, Domination here in Slums is probably the messiest because of how close you can spawn into your enemy team.
And not only that, to add in more points onto that topic, I mean, for this Slums map, it's going to be a really huge map, and there are multiple entries that an enemy could get you. But one thing that's going to be major factor here if you want to get this victory is that map control, and of course having that favored spawn to favor you. And I'm talking about that Charlie. What we learned so far for this first 2 days of this competition, that Charlie's flag is going to give you an even more advantage to win you these games. But let's come and find out, because Huntsmen, Destra already in the game, and ALMGHTY is going to kickstart this B flag control in the hands of Huntsmen, and this is going to be a pretty great start for them. Midpoint control all the way through.
Midpoint control is definitely going to be a very important part for them, especially for bricks. So now that you have a hold of bricks, you have a really good sight line going into garage and also into arches as well. So if you have a lockdown, that's going to be important. But blue is definitely also a power point that you can get. But you can see here, Neo going in there for brick control. That's one good thing. But Afari goes in there for the kill. So trade after trade, we can see a very early cap going in from the Huntsmen, A and B, up to their name.
Yeah, A and B up to their name, and they're continuing up this continuous defense. And for now, I love the effort play that Destra is putting in the game here. Right now, they're using this A flag capture to distract their enemy. And for number one, able to get past these two defenders for Huntsmen, this is going to be a great distraction. And now you can see here, ALMGHTY just making sure that he's going to get his ground control, as Aris is going to be sticking to the corner, but Neo drops him down, and Eldos trying to stay alive is going to get eliminated. But I think that play right there is more than enough for Destra to create an ingress here at this midpoint. But looking at it this way, it looks like Huntsmen will continue to put in the defense.
Defense very solid from the side of Huntsmen, and now they need to find a way. Warlord needs to find a way to go in there for the contest. Eldos obviously gets one, but then again ALMGHTY takes him out. They're not getting any position. There is no map control here for Warlord Esports, always losing their gunfights, and Huntsmen look like a very different team today, which is going to be a good thing. But then they are stacking arches out, so I'm not quite sure if that's going to be a big deal for them, but you can see they're finally winning the gunfights. They need to take one more, but then they need brick control time and time again. And obviously for Warlord Esports, they had a little bit of a difficult time because they did spawn into the weaker side of the map.
And yeah, that I can agree on too, as Huntsmen just continues to maintain this midpoint control right from the start here until the late stage of this first half. And Basic needs to get involved more in this gunfight. It's only got 4, and with him dropped to Aris, that makes sure that Huntsmen is going to get reinforcements all the way to the Brokens. And this is just really nice effort plays for Huntsmen, as ALMGHTY just making himself involved in that gunfight. 3 in a row already. He's got 13 kills in the game. Only 3 more points for the win here this first half. And this is the start that Huntsmen really, really needs, as they will be ending this first half with a really huge lead.
That is a huge lead, and now we're going to have a little bit of a switcheroo where Warlords finally gets to have the stronger side. And now for Huntsmen, they've been doing really well so far, so I'm not really concerned that they won't be able to get Bravo with the amount of gunfights they won into that first half. And now obviously there's going to be 3 players from Huntsmen trying to go in for bricks and then going up against Warlord Esports, but they all lose that gunfight. And see, it doesn't really matter if they did spawn off the weaker side, they still win all of those gunfights. And now for Warlord, trying to find a difficult time here, and now you can see that the Huntsmen really proving that they can do and win this. Oh, but then here we go. It's going to be Warlord trying to stop in the push, but then they don't have any kind of control whatsoever.
Yeah, you can see it here. There's no reinforcements because number 5 in Raven is doing a great job at just making sure he intercepts all the players that will be spawning at the right side of the minimap. And this has been the story so far. Huntsmen controlling the maps, winning the gunfights, and is making sure that they are way step ahead against Warlord Esports Destra. As you can see here, Destra, they are attacking individually, but now we're starting to see live though. 2 players, number 1 and number 3, will be making sure that they will be putting themselves at this B flag, but the Fred from Aris prevents the player overextending, and that Purifier, no value off of it as he gets taken down really, really fast. And there you go. The defense just continues to be a lot more fortified with that sentry turret pointed at this mid-map.
Sentry gun proving to be a really good defensive strategy right now for the Huntsmen. And now, especially from the Predator missile, that is going to be really big points. And now 106 and 58. The Warlords really need to go and catch up, as 100 points, 50 points rather, are going to be right in between them. And now they need to go in there for the triple cap if they really want to go in there for all of the points, if they want one more win. Because obviously from LF Organization, they won that domination round, and now it looks like they're struggling here in slumps. But obviously it's going to be Huntsmen having this map picked. still winning all the gunfights, and now number 5 and number 4 going in there very, very aggressively. Lois and Neo tries to go in there for the triple cap, finally gets one, so that's a really good sign, but for Arasafi, he will be stopped.
Yeah, Arasafi is going to be stopped here as well. And honestly, for Warlord Esports Destra, they're trying to pull off the impossible. Let's see if they would be successful. Remember, they were the ones trailing earlier, and now they're starting to see line. They got this Charlotte Alpha control number 1. Eldos needs to win this gunfight really well. But then again, Alphari able to get the flag captured, and they will be able to stop that Alpha flag, and they will be now holding that on their own. And here comes a knob, their spawn trap enabled here by Huntsmen. Right now at this point, they are just farming the skills. And Destra, the moment that they started this first half, the moment they play the second half, there's one thing that's in line, and that they really connects. The gunfights is not really on point. The map control is not there as well. There is no solid plays that we can see here for Warlord Esports Destra. Everything is just Huntsmen here at this slums map. And yes, this is their map pick, and this is where they're really comfortable at, as they will be finally taking their first serious victory at the Group Masters, at the Garena Masters Season 2 group stage. Huntsmen will be winning the final 2 maps to make it 2-1.
And what a great end. And now Alphari wasn't even there the whole time. He wasn't playing the whole time. Dude, it's just like his phone was just on and his dog was probably playing it for him. But a really great end in this first series. And I feel like for Asmo, it was Raven's spread miss how that stopped the push going into Bravo. And unfortunately for Warlord, they went in and tried to go in for the C cap, but then unfortunately for them, left A little bit too open and eventually flipped the spawn and not even trying to capture B as well. So I feel like the whole time they just couldn't touch B because the solid defense, especially coming in from Bricks and Blue, was just a little bit too much for them. Huntsmen, they won that every single time. Every time there was a push coming in from Warlord Esports, Huntsmen shut them down every single time. They know to stack a They know how to stack it very heavily here in Bricks. Into the first half of the game, they were able to get a lot of the kills, yes, but then we really saw it shine, especially with the timing of the score streaks. They sent in 3 people going into Bricks, up against 2 members of the Warlord Esports, rather. They did so well at the timing of each Predator missile. That is how you use your score streaks.
Yeah, and honestly, that play from Raven, that Predator missile extended to Neo at the mid connectors, dropping that guy, made sure that they will not get intercepted at their spawn as they try to reinforce at that mid map. And obviously, for Warlord Esports Destra, they played great at that map number 1. They played subpar this map number 2, and then at map number 3, it was just Huntsmen controlling the flow of the game, and they really set their priorities straight. Touching up on what you said earlier, starting the second half of that domination in slum, 3 players stacking at that Bricks just made sure, and it really emphasizes that Huntsmen, they really know what to prioritize here at this domination slums, and they just had a really nice effort overall. Right from the start till the end, they made sure everything is consistent.
Oh, definitely. And I feel like it could have been an easy 3-0 for the Huntsmen, but obviously that Summit Hardpoint, they kind of faltered at the very end. As you can see here, speaking of Hardpoint Summit, 150 and 143, where we saw that Warlords can go clutch up a match and really win a lot of the gunfights into the next half of the P3. And then you can see here, Huntsmen wins it 6-4 pretty convincingly, where it could have been around number 11 if not for Alphari and that really big 2-piece. So really good stuff here for Huntsmen. But speaking of 2-piece, they have 2 points right now. Huntsmen wins that slums domination 115-86 in a very, very convincing fashion, where we saw a difficult time coming in from Warlord Esports Destra. They couldn't get a hold of Bravo at all, couldn't even get a lot of the power positions. And that is the reason why Huntsmen chose this map. And the reason why is Huntsmen won the coin toss. And this is the most important part here. The maps and the modes, and whoever wins, who has luck on their side. And it looks like today, not only is luck on Huntsmen's side, but also you can see the skills really push through for them.
Yeah, and honestly, the skills just really was the major factor here for Huntsmen. Of course, the luck as well. And for Huntsmen overall, they wake up at the right side of the bed, and they're just able to put in the tear not only at this slums domination, but as well as at raid S&D. And again, they were able to clutch it off every time in that raid S&D, where Alphari at the end was able to clutch a 1v2 to win that game. And it turns out that loss at the round number 10 for Warlord Esports, Destra hunted them here at Islam's Domination because they're not really able to bounce back whatsoever. Yes, they did so get those 2 flags at the end of the game, but it was too late. Huntsman was just swinging back and forth, multiple home runs, multiple bases that they hit, and they're really able to get the best out of their competition. And for Huntsman, this is just the start. I feel like they're going to get a little bit more better as the days progress.
Oh yeah, definitely. Day after day, you get to see a lot of these teams really shine and hopefully get their rhythm. And it looks like the Huntsmen finally got what they wanted. They are the hunters in this map and modes. And obviously the luck will be on their side, but I feel like in the next few days, even if they don't win the coin toss, they can still definitely deliver. And now we're finally done with our first matchup. And Warlord, they still have that 1 point, so that's still going to be good. They got 2 points in day number 2, one today, and a very close game. 7 points here, Summit Hardpoint. That is going to be very important points for them, nevertheless. And now it's going to be a different game, though, if they go up against other teams as well. So, now that we're talking about a lot of the things that happened here so far, why don't we show you what happened in the past 3 games, especially how close everything was. But then it really just faltered for Warlords till the very end. And now a very strong start from both of these teams going into Summit. It's been a back and forth that we really like to see here in Call of Duty Mobile. It just seems like these teams really have been performing so well.
Yeah, everything was just performed pretty explicitly for Huntsmen and Warlord Esports at the first set of hard points, and of course towards the reset at P1 and P2. Every investment was just perfect. But at the end of the game, at the end of a match, there can only be one winner, and this was it. This is where we thought that Huntsman was really able to get the victory, but then with Han actually securing the spawn for the team at this P3 rotation, they get the most out of this hard point. And then when they attacked this P3 hard point, they were the ones raining down upon Huntsman. And it was your boy Eldos who was just making sure that they get to trap the players on the entrance and they will stop as they standed their ground. And everybody expected Huntsmen to win this game, but at the end, they were the ones chasing, and Destra was just really able to get the best out of this hill, and they set their priorities straight here, Beef Mami, because they were the ones securing that anchor at the end.
And now, but speaking of another game that we get to see Warlord kind of perform, but then kind of lacked in some areas. Huntsman here definitely delivered so well, but obviously there's still a lot of bright points. And now this is the stun check that Derp really had. Knows very well that's one person there. Tries to go in there for the look, and just by the nick of time, Price shows his head a little bit too late for him. And now Derp finally gets to see him at the very end of the scope and finishes it. And now Alfari getting that big double. And this is probably one of the biggest falters for Warlord. They had time on their sides. Take a look at that. 6 seconds. If we saw the player from Warlord Esports rotate deep into A, then maybe it would be a different situation here. But obviously, going into Domination, that is definitely a different case where we saw absolute domination here from Huntsmen.
Yeah, Huntsman was just a different beast when they played at their element. And one thing that they really did great was making sure they intercept the players at this spawns. And now your soldier off the game, Raven averaging 16.33 kills, 11.67 dead, and a 7.0 assist, and 2,081.67 average score, and a KD of 1.40. That would be more than enough for him to be the MVP. And of course, to help Huntsmen get their first win here at Garena Master Season 2 group stage, day number 3.
And now day number 3 shows that Raven can definitely go and perform, especially in that Slums Domination where he got a beautiful 3-piece from that Predator missile. Really stops the push. That could have been a really big comeback coming in from Warlord Esports Destra, but this man is just so good. He has the experience to show for it. And now he's a team player, and that's what I like about him. He is definitely patient and waiting for his teammates. He knows how to really just perform very well under pressure. And now coming in from the soldier of the game, I feel like a lot of them could have been this, but obviously the points coming through, it's not just about the points. I feel like for this particular matchup, it's a lot of them. It's Derp, it's Alfari, it's Arisafi. It's just every single one of them did their job. So I feel like for this one, soldiers of the game, Huntsmen definitely are the hunters of this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, we should put the team of the game. I mean, Huntsmen were just really able to make sure everybody gets involved, and that's what I really love from them, especially on that search and destroy. They heavily relied on, of course, in Asmal and, of course, Derp to get those sniper kills. But then again, Huntsmen just made sure that the players in that close range engagements is going to have even more chance of getting these skills as well. And now the first series officially said and done. And wow, Mami, it was really, really close.
It could have been a 3-0. I mean, the Huntsmen definitely could have brought it into a way bigger gap than what they had in the last few days, but it doesn't really matter. Warlord Esports really looks like they can handle pressure, but it really seems like with Search and Destroy, especially, I feel like they could have won that as well. It was a really solid back and forth that we deserve here back at home, watching every single play unfold. But a really solid push coming in from Huntsmen, obviously, because they did have a hard time going up against the Blacklist International, which is obviously a very hard team to beat, but this is definitely a really good start for them. But then, speaking of, we have more action coming in for you. Obviously, the Mustachio AJ is going to be replacing me. It's going to be Callie and AJ in the next games. We'll see you in a bit.
Welcome back to the Call of Duty Mobile Garena Masters Season 2, day number 3 of the group stages. The competition has gotten hotter, and along with it, teams like the Huntsmen are boiling over with energy. We just saw their inspiring victory over Warlord's Destra, and this was the same exact Destra, Callie, that shut down LF Organization. The team that has thousands of supporters, even though they are a team that was just set up just 1 week ago. We told all of you that this was going to be the best Call of Duty Mobile esports show out there, and we were not kidding. My name's AJ. I'm the Mustachio, down here with the one and only Cali Gaming to bring you guys series number 2 of the day.
Yeah, so you know, we got 16 of the best teams at this competition. So you already know that the game is hot, as this is going to be the hottest competition right now with the Garena MSP. In that earlier game, AJ, Huntsmen showed what they could do, and now that they have been able to win that, it's just a matter of converting that into the following days that they're going to be able to play. But coming right up next, it's going to be a very interesting one because this is going to be Blacklist International Ultimate, the reigning kings of the event, and they're going up against LF Organization, a team that lost at that day number 2, and they're going up here back for blood, but it's going to be tough. Crush, Hot Dog, the brothers in arms, they really need to find the way for them to counter Blacklist at this match number 2 that we are going to see here to schedule.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. Of course, once again, a highlight of the day still has to be the Huntsmen shutting down Warlords Esports Destra 2-1. And we have to highlight this because Warlords, they shocked everyone by taking down LF Org on the first time where they did meet earlier on, right? And the only match that they did drop against Warlords, against LF Org was that standoff matchup. But apart from that, it was just all-out domination from them. And against the Huntsmen, they couldn't hang. And that really puts the question on whether or not Looking for Organization will be able to make it through to the playoffs, because we have to look at the numbers. We have to match up these teams against each other. And looking at this particular grouping right now, LFG seems to be the weakest out of the 4. But of course, only 1 series have passed. LFG still has the capability of showing up and showing up strong. But the problem here is, Callie, they are now thrown into a matchup with the Season 1 champions, and they are absolutely ready to see exactly who's ready for the next level, right? And I don't know if or not Looking for Organization will be able to pass through the test, because, you know, they're not just going up against the champions of Garena, they're going up against the champions of potentially the whole world here in Blacklist Ultimate. But this is the lineup, like you said, man. Batman, Bench, Crush, Epos, Hot Dog, as well as Risky. They step up once again. The team that was set up a week ago, but thousands strong in terms of a fan base right now, Callie.
Yeah, right now, the fan base is really making sure that this team needed support very badly here as they try to face the might of the Kings. Possibly not just by Garena, but of course, the whole world right now in Blacklist International Ultimate. And I feel like they will have the chance as long as they get to pick maps that they want to play into. And again, having the opportunity for them to pick 2 maps out of compared to 1 is going to be a really serious advantage. And honestly, for LF Organization, at day number 2, one thing where they really struggle the most is that search and destroy. Yes, they win that hard point, but then we play LF Organization where Bench and Crush only combined for 3 kills in 8 or 9 rounds of play. It really struck out the most out of LF Organization, and now here this time needs to find a way to bounce back on those search and destroys and those domination. But again, the Kings of Kings, Blacklist Ultimate, AG, Jaben, Skirb, Teen, Yato, and Yobabs. AJ, I know you have a lot to say about this Kings.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, they are perfection in terms of Call of Duty Mobile played at the highest level at the moment. They can absolutely cap anyone that you put in front of them, which is why the players of LF Org are going to be put in a predicament here. Not only do they have to prove themselves within this grouping that they've been thrown into, they have to now prove themselves against the very, very best. And it's just not going to be an easy walk in the park for them in a little bit, right? We all have already seen them struggle, like you mentioned, in Search and Destroy, in Domination. I mean, you drop into Search and Destroy, Blacklist International Ultimate will literally destroy you. So I don't know, man. A lot still in the balance here in terms of questions. And LF Org, we cannot be too, I guess, hard on them because they've only been through 1 single series in here. And albeit we expected them to win it and they didn't, and you know, a little bit of the confidence that some people had in the organization might have been shaken, but this is where you make a strong comeback. This is where you make a huge statement, because if you can even pull 1 map away from the ultimate Call of Duty Mobile team right now, then you're good to go.
Yeah, you're really good to go, because taking 1 against Blacklist is like taking a stone from a giant. And honestly, here you do see it right in front of your screen, the graphics. the key players head-to-head here for Blacklist Ultimate and LF Organization. Looking at the stats, Blacklist Ultimate Yano is going to have a little bit more of an edge on the stats, having a 9.33 average kills, an average of 14 deaths, an assist of 10, and of course 2,480 average score with a 1.35 KDA is going to be that playmaker for Blacklist Ultimate overall. Then you take a look at LF Organization Crash, where his averages are not really huge compared to Blacklist Ultimate Yano, but still he is that main player for LF Organization, and he needs to step up even more here today. Try to double down onto that, because it's going to be the main player, the highly experienced individual at his team.
I don't know if I 100% resonate with that, right? Because yes, Crush may be the most popular player on LF Organization, but I really don't feel like we need to have this expectation where he needs to be the best player out of LF Organization. This is a team game at the end of the day out there on the battlefield, and Crush plays a certain role within the squad in itself. I really need to see the rest of the players in LF Organization step it up. I'm talking about Hot Dog. This guy is hot. This guy has got the skills. This guy has got the flow when he steps onto that battlefield. But the problem is we don't have the proper synergy out of LF Org just yet. I'm telling you, man, you just leave this team to simmer. You leave them in there to marinate just nice, and then they are going to be absolute fire when you throw them into the stove. I'm looking out for Batman as well. I'm pretty sure he's waiting to strike really hard. It's not just about Crush. This is about LF Organization in here today as they take on Blacklist International Ultimate. It's not, once again, gonna be easy at all, especially with them winning the coin toss here, Kali.
Yeah, and honestly, for Blacklist Ultimate, they get to pick two maps here compared to LF Organization only picking one map overall in this best of 3 series. Though the map plan is going to be Ashenda and Takeoff, we are not going to see slums in the map pool itself. But again, for that operator skill ban, we got that Annihilator and that Purifier ban. So we will be seeing this Sparrow open for use here at this best of 3 series, and talk about how operator skills are going to be very useful in trying to break the spawn, trying to get an even advantage against their opponent here at this respawn is going to be pretty huge. And honestly, we go to a map that Blacklist pick, Firing Range Hardpoint, arguably one of their best Hardpoint picks, and this is going to be an uphill battle right from the start for LF Organization.
Quite honestly, any map you throw Blacklist International Ultimate on, it's going to be a tough match for anybody that takes them on, right? These guys are not only a well-oiled machine, but they are monsters out there on the battlefield. You talk about mechanical capabilities, you talk about the strategy that they execute out there on the battlefield, they are just so good. And it's not just good because they are a team that prepares well, but they're also a team that adapts really well out there on the battlefield. I don't know what sort of investment that the organization has thrown into these players, but it's truly paying off in the best way possible. Blacklist International Ultimate, basically the echelons of Call of Duty Mobile esports players right now. If anybody wants to have a team to look up to, they are the ones, man. But of course, LF Organization, the question still is whether or not they can take down the Giants in here. You did mention, Callie, this match, it's about, it's just like stealing away those little pebbles away from a Giant. Here's the thing, sometimes there are huge blind spots that Giants do not keep their eyes on, and I think LF Organization is sneaky enough to sneak away those pebbles, man. 15-0, they're off to a great start.
You're making me tingle, you're making me tingle, AJ, and this is going to be a really interesting narrative.
Don't talk dirty
now
to me,
to the
Callie.
point that you're going to see LF Organization step up early as they get this enormous lead, and I love this position that they've been able to use. They got the trailer control, which will not be now in their favor as they go drop down, but then again, they're able to quickly recover and take that away from Blacklist Ultimate, and now they're on their way to get this flag captured or this hardpoint captured, but no, they will not settle for less. They're going in to invest here in this P2 rotation, and this is going to be a really great first time as Blacklist is about to be on their way.
Excellent decision making, and that decision mainly came through because they did not have enough numbers on their side to go in and challenge for that hard point. And now we've seen the mistake made by many organizations so far where they don't have the numbers, they just go in there because thinking that they're running out of time. But if you go in and rush for those hard points, you're going to lose out overall. And with LF Organization dropping in for that early control of hard point number 2, 2 players spawning out of backyard, could turn around just in time to pick off those initial points. But now Blacklist International Ultimate, with the break on this hill already, are going to be able to secure this P2 well. The question is, will LF Organization once again double back? This time, they have the numbers, Cali.
Yeah, they have the numbers, and not only that, they got this core trick used that Dragonfire is going to be very, very handy to open up and reveal the general location of Blacklist Ultimate inside his hardpoint. Final 16 seconds, what's going to be the main priority? Looks like they're going to clean up this P2, try to get a little bit more points onto that, but it looks like they will be double backing once again, AJ. They're looking to get this trailer control, and now 2 seconds, make that 8. Is this hardpoint about to open up? And again, LF Organization, this is going to be the third time that they're going to be here first at the hardpoints. Let's see how well they stand up. P3 opening up.
I don't really like the decisions being made so far, and this is once again a very early rotation in towards the next hill, and LF Organization opens up. But the question is, once Blacklist International comes knocking on the door, will they once again back away and not step back in here? Good break by Yobabs. Blacklist International Ultimate now, they have the hill once again, and the question is, LF Organization, will they go in for the challenge, or will they run away scared for the third time in a row? Blacklist International Ultimate now reaching the 75-point mark. Doesn't matter in hardpoint, but you need to see exactly who dominates. And this time round, LF Organization does not back away. Great break by Bench. The Sparrow on for the pop and immediately drops by the shooting range to make sure they shut down all of the approaches by Blacklist International Ultimate, which only means they'll close off this hardpoint and they force Blacklist for an early rotation instead. This is LF Organization fighting back, Ali.
Yeah, and they're not backing down at all, and that P3 rotation is going to be a huge statement for them. Now's the chance for them to get this one through and stun Blacklist International Ultimate once again. And now this time, I really love what they're trying to do. Though they are going down in the spawns and of course going down in the gunfights, they're trying to make sure that they attack pretty slow, gather up the players and go for the flood. And now the hardpoint is going to be contested. The only player alive here for Blacklist is going to get taken down by Risky, who's going to have that cluster strike really available later on to get activated. It's going to be a pretty close game on this one, 83-77, but Blacklist Ultimate making their reinforcements well known. They're going to stack 2 players on that window, but then again, LF Organization with their defense is doing great so far.
They are holding the kings of Call of Duty Mobile back right now, 85-89. LF Organization still stuck behind, trying to catch up at Blacklist International Ultimate, but the gap has just shortened. The gap now has come a little bit close, but Blacklist International Ultimate wanting to put the distance between the two teams once again, running away with the points now and making sure they win all of those gunfights outside to make sure nobody steps on for those final scrap points. And now for the reset, Risky bringing out those risky plays, but it turns out to be absolutely perfect as the Sparrow hits all of its mark. Risky now, cluster in hand, he gets taken down, but the defense can still be brought on right now.
And right now for LF Organization, all they just have to do is get the intercepting plays. There's only one player inside, and Yobabs is gonna go down, but Tin is holding his ground, and that smoke is gonna cover up this mid-map. And honestly, for Blacklist, they're doing a great job soaking all this time and making sure that they always pull up front against LF Organization. But as soon as that cluster strike will be invested properly by LF Organization, that's going to be a really vital piece. But for now, LF Organization, they need to step inside this hard point. Blacklist Ultimate slowly and surely pulling away, and the distance is so far away for LF Organization, and that's going to give Blacklist Ultimate a little bit more time in their hands, AJ.
I love it when people are very patient with all of these score streaks, but sometimes there is a case where you're a little too patient with the score streak, man. That cluster strike should have been played at the reset of the hard point. And now in towards P2, the players of LF Organization, they do not have any space in front of it, and they bring out the cluster strike right above the hard point, but they haven't won their gunfights just yet. And now one more point to finish things off. Blacklist International Ultimate, all they need to do is just slide in for a single second and close things off. It all is in the hands of Crush, and it is dropped 150-92. Blacklist International Ultimate very easily, I have to say, shuts down LF Organization.
And honestly, for Blacklist International Ultimate, when they had the chance to pull away that reset at P1, they were able to not let the opportunity slide. They're able to grab it, and as soon as they get it, they were the ones pulling off. But talk about how Risky had that cluster strike available for his team, but they were not really able to use it efficiently, AJ.
And that has to be the biggest disappointment of this matchup, because you see, the disappointment is not with LFOG losing this game. The disappointment is the fact that they had the opportunity to extend their life out there on the battlefield. I don't know if that cluster used at that P1 on reset would have brought them the victory or not, but I know for sure in that one particular moment, they could have shut down multiple players on the side of Blacklist International Ultimate instantaneously, and they also had the numbers to back themselves up because they had a lot of players already spawned in that area. And although Risky is your MVP technically on this side of LF organization, I kind of feel like that one decision to not use that cluster strike was ultimately what ended this pretty much quickly. Blacklist International Ultimate, on the other hand, they were so confident all throughout the matchup. You saw the way they broke that P1, you saw the way they broke that P2, and once they broke those two hills, there was no way LFOG was taking them back. And, in the initial stages of this match itself, you saw that LFOG was a little scared to go back in there for those engagements. If all of these things are fixed, I have no doubt at all that Blacklist International Ultimate is going to be a piece of cake to take down. But, I think it's going to be a while before they get to that point here, Callie.
Yeah, it's going to be a while, especially when LF organization is just a team that is recently formed compared to Blacklist International Ultimate, who has been a team who's been formed for like, what, a year now? And honestly, the chemistry greatly outperforms and outpower LF organization at the end of the game. And now, honestly, I really have to really point it out again. That cluster strike really get me. If Risky could have used that cluster strike right at the mid-map wherein it was pretty open, they could have stopped the bleeding because they were spawning all across the map, all spread out. And if they could have used that there, they could have had the chance to reset back their momentum and keep that game close. But the game is officially said and done. It's already written down the history books. 150-96, Blacklist International Ultimate will crush the competition as they take down LF organization at map number 1. And now we move into map number 2. This is going to be a map pick by LF organization. And I love the map pick here, honestly. This will be highlighting the players of LF organization even more because, Crush, Risky, Bench, they're more of a close range combat players. And with them putting that here at standoff, it's going to give them the opportunity to win the game. But this is the question, AJ. When Blacklist International Ultimate, when they play for defense, they always play for retake. And that's one of their signature moves when they try to play search and destroy. And I can't wait for that to see it happen here. But here we go. LF organization, Blacklist Ultimate, starting their first match in the game here at this search and destroy. And it looks like Apox will get the first blood, and LF organization striking really, really aggressive.
Yep, Crush now opportunity, but Yobabs hits a double. Yato gets a grenade out of nowhere, shutting down Hot Dog, and just like that, they have got the numbers advantage. 2 players left on the side of LF Org, Risky as well as Epox. Epox now tries for Jabin, but the CBR4 will overpower that sniper. Final player on this side, Risky, 1v3. This is a risky play, but the CBR will deliver, but backstab. Risky gets that flick as well. 180, no choice, but Jabin shuts him down with that information play, and Blacklist International Ultimate take away round number 1. Now, Hot Dog, man, he's really not having a good day, is he? In the earlier game, triple negative, and in this game, one of the first ones to get taken down, and in always with a grenade. Hot Dog, you need to step it up, my boy.
Yeah, he needs to step it up and give his team the chance to outperform Blacklist Ultimate here, especially the search and destroy where things get slowed down even more. And honestly speaking, that first round, it was so aggressive for LF organization. Now this time, they will kind of cut it back. This time, only putting one player way behind the enemy lines. But then again, Yobabs takes Apox down and scared already through the enemy base. And this is going to be a really huge one, AJ. As he spots the first, is still going to remain alive. But then again, the 3v5 situation, Blacklist Ultimate, they're making sure the assault is going to be very, very aggressive. And now, Risky takes one player down, a 2v3 situation with 30 seconds. The bomb has been planted at the A-bomb site.
Once again, they are on the back foot, down in numbers, but Bench will be able to equalize things for the side of LF Organization. Risky once again shutting things down, but Yobabs make this into a 1v1. Quad DLU in the hand, quick scope's not gonna hit. The backstab might be possible for Risky here. CBR4 on the play, immediately doubles back to the bomb, but Yobabs will be able to catch him out, sprays him down. Risky, smart plays, and with 4 seconds to go, he can't find the bomb, and that's a GGWP. Blacklist International Ultimate takes round 2.
You saw Crush there leaning at the chair because he knows there was not enough time when Risky was not able to tap the bomb. But then again, 2 rounds, that was really close. And LF Organization, though they lost the first 2 rounds, they really gave Blacklist Ultimate a really good run for their money. And now we move into round number 3. This time it's going to be a very aggressive defense here for the defensive side, as you're going to see Risky now position himself with the tanks. And LF Organization, they got this control at the back of this gas station, and not only that, they got players at the Grandest Welcome already, and it is going to be Blacklist Ultimate now needing to win their gunfights. But Yobabs with the quick flick of that wrist dropping crush. Now we get a 4v5.
Yobabs now very patient on the scope, just waiting for Bench to step on up so that he can eat him up alive as well. Risky with the blind shots will get shut down by AG with the CBR4 response. And now looking for Hot Dog as well. Tanks his head up, but a support from Bench on the other side will be able to bring him down. Yato and Javen shut down Bench and Hot Dog, leaving one final player left in the mix. And of course, they will shut that down as well. Blacklist International Ultimate on a tear as usual. 3-0. Looks like they are unstoppable at this SND as well, Cali.
Yeah, this is just expected for the Kings of Kings. Blacklist Ultimate just really making sure that they get to initiate every time. And the scopes from Yobabs, the scope from Yato is giving them this chance to get their attacks lined up. As you see the usual nade lineups, the Tomper lineups get thrown here. Well, first 20 seconds already passing by, and Blacklist Ultimate, they're planning to strike another A-bomb site here, and this time for LF Organization, the defense is going to get doubled down. AJ, here we go.
Crush now, opportunity, manages to take the first one down with a little bit of support from Hot Dog. Javen shut down immediately. Crush now, Hoga 26, wow, sprays! And he gets taken out by Skirn with the CBR4, who's just so patient with those engagements. Hot Dog with a recovery, 2 back-to-back, leaving 2 players on the side of Blacklist International Ultimate. Yato and Yobabs, the best combo out of the Blacklist International Ultimate team. Let's see exactly what they can pull off here now. 1 player in and out of trouble. Yato immediately is, as he catches right back up with Yobabs. But here's the problem, Cali. Bomb all the way across that private backyard.
And they have to do whatever it takes for them to find an ingress to pick that bomb up. They got 50 seconds to play around and make sure that every attack they hit is going to be very efficient and will be huge. And honestly, this man advantage greatly favors LF Organization. But as you said, Yato and Yobabs is not going to be that easy to take down, as Yato takes 1. Yobabs follows up with a kill with his scope. And we got this 1v1. Hot Dog able to stand 1, but he will be able to stand more.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed. We asked for him stepping up, and there we go. LF Organization, they take their first round.
If Hot Dog can continuously step it up, if Hot Dog can hit all of those shots, you can know for sure that LF Organization will set themselves up to pull away a map from Blacklist International Ultimate. The guy was struggling earlier on, but is finally risen, finally woken up. But Yato shuts down Crush instantaneously to equalize the numbers between the 2 teams. 4v4 now. Yato, aggressive approach at statue, finds absolutely no one, but 3 players now stacking up that private backyard, doubling back in towards that Special Forces Avenue. Not really a Granny's welcome, but very aggressive on the defense and instantaneously punished by Blacklist as Kurt finds Epochs. Ben shut down by Yobabs. This one, I'm not a huge fan of, man. If you want to play retake, you gotta move on in to a defensive position. You gotta sit down inside of Granny's and not outside. Very easy picks on the side of Blacklist International Ultimate.
And you can see it here. The stats and of course the numbers now really greatly favors Blacklist as they feed on the mistakes that LF Organization swung. And now AG wrapping around the back spots. Hot Dog takes him out, and this is just going to be more bleeding right now for LF Organization as AG now swings to the corner and gets Risky down as well. Beautiful 2Ps, and not only that, Blacklist Ultimate now able to stretch that lead to 3 rounds, and this is where things gets more interesting. LF Organization we're gonna do a switcheroo, as what Beep Mammy said earlier. This time, LF Organization, they will be attacking him. They will face the mind in the defense of Blacklist Ultimate, AJ.
Let's see exactly how well they fare on the attacking side. Just a little too scared to step on up, but Bench will be able to shut down Skirt. Good Kilo 141 control. And now Crush with the Holger 26 goes in for the wild spams, but will not find anybody there. But this time around, it is the players of Blacklist International Ultimate playing the game of risk. Now, you look at how they give away that A bomb side, right? When they hold the defense, they've got themselves covered, man. They've got the door of that granny's house. They've got all of that vehicle, giving them an ample bit of defense to not get caught out by LF Org. LF Org, on the other hand, made that unfortunate mistake earlier on. But this time, they've got the numbers advantage along with the plan as well. 30 seconds pressure on the players of Blacklist International Ultimate, but they lose numbers one after the other. Yato, can he get this done? 20 plus more seconds and he loses his life as well. And this is probably a no-go now for AG with so little time left on the clock.
Oh, AG gets one though. Intercepts another player in the boxes, but Hot Dog now will try to get it. No, that would be Bench getting that kill, and a 1v5 is not really a doable situation. It takes a miracle for that to happen, and there for AG, able to pick one, but not really able to get the follow-up for him to win that game. And LF Organization, nice effort play for them getting that round. It's really, really huge to prevent Blacklist Ultimate to getting that match point advantage. Now they need to continue to do more. This time tries to deliver it, then attack all the way to the A bombs, but scared with the God name, dropping Risky. So now number 2 in red going to be very aggressive. Already the tanks at Crush is gonna go down, and this is just messed up right now. Blacklist Ultimate in scrambles, but they're winning the gunfights, AJ.
I'm just confused as to what has happened to Crush, man. The guy used to be an absolute annihilator out there on the battlefield, but now just hitting really soft. One last player left on the side of LF Organization, but he is a player that can clutch things up. Hot Dog, the younger brother of the one and only Crush. He has got all of the magic in his hands. Just not enough of experience just yet. 7 kills in this round so far. He plays this with patience because he knows 1 minute on the clock is a lot to play around with.
It is going to be smart for him, though. Having this Mac 10 for that close range, that sniper on the long range, going to make him versatile. But now Yato is waiting for the opportunity. Misses the first shot, so that's going to be information now in the hands of Hot Dog. He's got the bomb in hand, so he could get to that B or that A bomb site. But then again, has to worry about these 3 players first. Needs to find a way to isolate one at the moment. 1v3, 40 seconds left. 2 players at this B bomb site in Hot Dog. Here we go. About to take the assault.
And Dog now in from convenience store, spots ahead, gives away his position, but thankfully he has got the suppressor on that gun. So not a lot of information given away. A quick slide, but the slide is a little wrong. Hot Dog gets tagged up and finished off by Yato. What a quick play, and Blacklist International Ultimate picks up match point.
Oh, this is just perfect for Blacklist Ultimate. They've been playing the numbers game since the start of the game, and that first blood that they continue to reap just gives LF Organization a really tough time at start of the games and the rounds here at the Search and Destroy standoff. So now we go through this match point. Can Blacklist end it here at round number 8? Now this time Apox gets the first kill, dropping Yobabs. Crush this time. After 7 rounds, still no kills whatsoever. He needs to step up if he wants to see his team come up with a victory here. 30 seconds already passing by, and AG rotating to this mid-map. Already in the tanks. This is going to be perfect, AJ.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. AG now. Quick wraparound, still alive. Finally punished by Bench, but it took way too long to shut down one crazy player. Risky now. CBR4 in hand. Hot Dog just runs on in there. Doesn't pop anyone. Instead gets popped himself. It's Japan's KRM. And a 2v2 now. Left with LF Organization's Crush. Can Crush find one for himself? The answer is no, as Yato slays him with the DLQ. Leaving one final player on the side of LF Org. It is Bench. Now Bench sits down on the floor because he's the bench. Get it?
AJ, another win for Blacklist International Ultimate. And again, it's the chemistry that's really plaguing LF Organization at this point. We can clearly see it at the situationals that they're put in.
I am speechless because I just called out Hot Dog when he was, hitting those triple negatives in game number 1. And the guy just came out of nowhere and performed really well. But now his big brother is causing issues in this match, man. Crush hit 0, bro. Crush hit 0. And that was 8 rounds run in there. And he, I believe, died on every single round. So that is, that's an octagonal negative. I don't know, man, but he died way too many times. He wasn't really slaying out there on the battlefield, and you cannot have Crush getting things like that done. Now, I did mention that we cannot just expect Crush to carry the team, and I will still stick to that. But at the same time, you cannot be performing in this way, my friend.
Honestly, for Crush, this is going to be very devastating. The team counts on him the most to make the most of the kills and, of course, the major plays for this team itself. But Crush, you know, for him, I could say there's going to be those good days. And right now, I feel like he's having the bad days at the bad days. And for Crush, he really needs to turn it around now as we play this Domination, because this game is officially set and done. He doesn't need to worry about this game anymore. What matters is LF Organization taking a map win against Blacklist Ultimate, as we see it here clearly and dearly. 2-6 victory for Blacklist International Ultimate at the stand-up search and destroy.
Said it once, I'll say it again. Blacklist International Ultimate is not here to win Season 2 of the Call of Duty Mobile Garena Masters. They are just here as the gatekeepers to see exactly who's ready to take it up to the next level. And if nobody's ready, then they'll take Season 2 as well. That's all there is to it, man. Blacklist International Ultimate, they don't want to continue winning. They are being allowed to win by all of the other teams. No one has managed to step up and ask that big question just yet. I thought that LF Org was ready to do that, but unfortunately, and you know, in the most disappointing manner, we find out that they're not ready to just make that cut just yet. But maybe not to win, maybe to pull one map away still might be possible. Earlier on, we needed Hot Dog to rise up, and now we need Crush to wake up. But apart from them, I mean, if you look at Bench and the way he's performing out there on the battlefield, the guy is absolutely solid. And he in situations where you really expect him to deliver, he most definitely does.
Yeah, the timing, the positioning, he clearly knows what's going to be his advantage when it comes to facing enemies, especially when it comes to rotations. And Bench, obviously, is one of the key players for LF Organization, and why they are able to get at least a sustainable defense and, of course, the hold in a certain situation in a certain map. And now, as we go to this map number 3, it's going to be Blacklist Ultimate spawning at this Alpha flag, so they get immediate control at this Laundries. And right now, Scared will take down Batman, but Sten is going to get one more all the way across, dropping another player. This is going to be Yobab, just making sure that they will be involved and they will be having control at this circle. But then again, Blacklist now striking hard, striking hard.
Now Bench now just wrapping around, trying to make sure that B flag does not get taken away, but nobody stops Blacklist International Ultimate as they snatch that B flag either way, whether or not LF Org likes it or not. It is going to be Javen CBR for a quick slide, will get outplayed by LF Org's the one and only Bench, and he does have the Kilo 141 in hand. Batman, together with that combo, they are going to be quite untouchable at this B flag. Now, the players on the side of Blacklist Ultimate just a little slow. They are late to the party, but it doesn't matter. What a play! They prevent the cap of the B flag.
And honestly, for Blacklist Ultimate, that control at the Laundries gave them the opportunity to get those kills. And not only that, players reinforcing towards the mid stairs, able to get the most out of it, and they are able to spoil the party that LF Organization put into play. But now Risky making sure that his team is gonna get some time and delay those push that Blacklist Ultimate will put. And now LF Organization, after suffering that unsuccessful play earlier, they managed to get this recovery. Now they get these 2 flags in play. 24-33 going to be the score of the game. And not only that,
nice.
AJ, we're going to see that flags flip.
But the players are not pulling away that A flag quick enough. Tin gets shut down halfway through. Are we going to see the finish off at that A flag? The answer is no. LF Organization manages to recover their home flag, but at the same time, almost losing what they were committing in here for so long. But Hot Dog, the one and only, manages to go in for the prevention. And now 2 flags in the hands of LF Org. 37-42, still playing the catch-up game with Blacklist International Ultimate as usual. But as long as they can continue to hang on in here with the 2 flags, or at least until we reach the halfway point, they perhaps can keep this fire continuously burning, Callie.
Yeah, the circle control is going to be very useful right now for LF Organization, and Bench able to step up and delay one. And again, there's going to be number 2 Risky now putting himself in this B flag, but Jay been able to get the kill. And now he's going to have one more player reinforcing, and he's going to play and delay here this time with this Sparrow infested. He's going to get taken down, and for this time, LF Organization is making the most out of it by just killing the players attempting this B flag capture from Blacklist Ultimate, and this is one of the keys for them. But as soon as I say it, Blacklist Ultimate able to create the opening at this B flag. In what way? Making sure they pressure the Charlie flag. But then again, LF Organization, they spawn at the lower right end of the map. They get this off of flag, so they still got these 2 flags in play. All they just have to do is sustain.
Oh, that's the gods of RNG helping out LF Org, man, giving them the spawn at basketball court out of nowhere, and that enabled them to pick up that A flag instantaneously, continue to hold on to that C flag as well, all thanks to the one and only Hot Dog. Hot Dog getting it done at that central garden access from Garage, and they hold on to those 2 flags. But of course, as usual, Blacklist International Ultimate, they're not going to stay behind for too long. They will pull one away, but still with LF Org in front at that halfway point. 75 to 68 now. They've gotten one half down. Crush still not waking up fully just yet. Hot Dog going back to sleep. And they're depending on the other players, man. They all need to work up and work together here, Cali, because this one's been good enough, but they need to do another half of the same.
Yeah, they need to do the same consistency over again, but this time we need to see more performance from Crush and Hot Dog, but Bench able to get 2 Ps. Nice. As they spawn at the alpha flag, they get this early control that they need, but then now holding his ground at the Vans. Only player now advancing to the driveways, but he's gonna get taken care of. And Hot Dog this time trying to wake up from a deep slumber, but still is gonna go out. And Blacklist Ultimate, they clean the moment, they clean the area, and this is now the chance for them to get this B flag. But take a look at what LF Organization is doing. They're trying to flip the flags, and they're trying to force Blacklist Ultimate to create a situation for themselves, a trade-up that they would face, and this is going to be a great diversion for LF Organization to try and get this B flag. And AJ, 86 to 79, Blacklist Ultimate lost in the middle.
Excellent play, man. LF Org divide and conquer, pulling Blacklist International Ultimate 2 different ways as they win a majority of their gunfights. But finally, as they fall, what needs to happen here is the takeover of the B flag. Too many of the players from the side of Blacklist Ultimate have already gone in there to commit for that C flag takeover. But LF Org just a little bit too late to the party. And now they will go ahead to lose Garden as well if Batman does not win his next engagement. Being teased up by the one and only Yato. Master in terms of mind games, manages to catch Batman with the backstab as well, and that A flag tease will continue from Blacklist International Ultimate. Look at them now play the game of catch up, and LF Org start to shape.
Yes, LF Organization, this is going to be a very, very important play from here on out, but with Risky going down to remove the chance of them getting this trolley flag, and now a triple capture in the hands of Blacklist. Friends coming through, and Yato will take Hot Dog down. He's going to get fried. That's going to be a fried Hot Dog. 105 to 108. Cluster already in at the alpha flag. Total control for Blacklist Ultimate. The best of the best, showing who's the boss.
This has just been an absolute wonderful match to witness, but LF Organization, they're just not ready to topple the kings of Call of Duty Mobile just yet. Blacklist International Ultimate now with 2 flags in hand, just teasing up that C flag. Jabin taken down by Bench. He had to use the Sparrow for that play, but instantaneously traded out by Yobabs, who gets a double for himself. And this just seems to be a situation where it might be too late for LF Org to now start making a comeback if they go ahead to lose another flag one more time. If they do not, it might still be possible here, Cali.
There's still a chance as long as they get to hold here. Novak gets one, but he's going to get eradicated. And this Dragonfire right here is going to reveal the general location of Blacklist Ultimate as they play here this late game. But scared, just putting on a tear, dropping 3 players. And now that's the opportunity for Blacklist to feed on the error and get this B flag in play. Now they're starting starting to turn it up. Here comes the farm. Jabin gets one, spots another, Crush takes him down, and I feel like this is the end. This is too late now for LF Organization. The only way for them to win is create the 3 flag capture AJ, but it looks like Blacklist will take that one away from them as they will be ending this game in a dominant manner. Triple capture until the end. Blacklist Ultimate winning it clean 3-0.
And LF Organization, they struggled, man. At one point there, the same exact moment that I realized this game was a no-go, nomination match, no play anymore, they dropped the ball. They allow themselves to get triple capped all over again. And it was GGWP. Blacklist Ultimate, as usual, they deliver out there on the battlefield. So far, I believe they are the only ones with a 100% win rate after playing 2 series in the competition.
Yeah, I have to agree. They are 6-0 on the map count, and not only that, 2-0 in Series 1. So everything is going uphill right now for Blacklist International Ultimate. Meanwhile, you look at LF Organization, haven't yet to find any sort of series win, but they do take in one against Destra at day number 2, winning standoff. But for now, they have lost 5 maps in a row, and that's not really looking good for them. And they need to find a way to bounce back. No, not today, but the following day that they will be able to get to play. So honestly, nice violent effort here for LF Organization, but all the credit is due for Blacklist International Ultimate. They've been winning all these gunfights. And for Yato, Scared, and Yobabs, combining for what? 53 or 73 kills overall, just really enough for them to overpower LF Organization in that gunfight department, AJ.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, you look at Yato. The guy has got a 2.82 KD in this matchup. That says everything, right? He was doing so well out there. Phenomenal in terms of performance. Was slaying all around the place. Barely dropped his life. Managing to streak himself up quite a bit as well. The score streaks played to perfection. Not using it too early. Not wasting it out. Not using it too late as well. This has just been, as usual, a game of Call of Duty Mobile competitive perfection out of Blacklist International Ultimate. Once again, I have no idea what these players are being fed. I have no idea what sort of incentives are being put on the table for these esports players, but they most definitely are delivering for their brand every single time they step out there and represent them. Blacklist International Ultimate, they have been the best for a while now, and by the running of things, I think they're going to be the best for quite a while more, Callie.
Yeah, quite a while more. And to really put it this way, Blacklist International Ultimate, every time they play in every major tournament, the power, the hunger is there. And if you're hungry to get the best, to be the best, you're arguably going to be the best. And for Blacklist International Ultimate, they have kept it that way. They're always hungry to win. And that's been the formula for them to get these victories in every major competition they compete. And honestly, everything is going well for them so far, and I expect them to actually continue even more, AJ. But then again, for LF Organization, they need to find the resolve to the coming days that we are going to see.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. LF Org, they desperately need to make a comeback. And, you know, we're not just talking about a match. We're not just talking about a series. We're talking about a comeback in terms of performance within the competition. They haven't really been showing up all that too brightly, except for that one game against the players of Warlord's Esports, Destra, where they managed to take a victory. But even that victory was a little tainted because it got a little too close, almost close enough for them to lose that as well. Overall, we talked about their chemistry, Callie, and, you know, I feel like, you know, some of the decision-making by the squad as well needs to be tweaked just a little bit. But if LF Organization, I mean, I have to say this, right? Because being a person who has stepped out there and achieved something for himself, and I'm talking about crush here, it will be crushing your confidence if you can't really step on out there to the battlefield and perform. But that's the kind of, you know, investment we put in ourselves when we choose to move on to a brand new organization. We got to build it from scratch, and that's exactly what I think LF Organization is doing right now. They've made it all the way to this point, but they struggle. But it's not going to be the end of the road. They're going to continue climbing up this hill, which takes a while to conquer, just like what Blacklist International Ultimate has shown us, Callie.
Yeah, and honestly, for LF organization, they just need to put in hours and hours, days and days of a little bit more of practice to kind of outdo their opponents and get that chemistry ongoing and for them to play cohesive as a team. And for LF organization, it's understandable that they're having it really, really rough because this is one of the teams in the competition right now that's been recently formed. But still, they are able to make it this way so far. They've been able to play the group stage, and everything and everyone here at this match or at this event, they know what to do. And for LF organization, they really know what to do. It's just that the teams that they've faced so far has just had a far better edge when it comes to team play, AJ.
And that's what I am most nervous about because going back to the point that I opened up series number 2 with, they have lost against the one and only Warlords Esports Destra, and they are in the same group with the Huntsmen, and the Huntsmen just took an amazing victory over Warlords Esports Destra. So technically, if you go by logic, Huntsmen should be able to take a win against LF Org as well, which really, puts them in a really, really unfortunate situation at the bottom of the leaderboards if they don't start doing something about it. But speaking of someone doing things about whatever they see in front of them, is your man Yato, continuously building up his KDA 2.19 now with the average kills of 19.67 and average deaths of 9.0. He just does not go down easy out there on the battlefield, Cali.
And obviously, before he goes down, it's possible for him to take 2, take 3, or take even more, 4 for him to go down. This guy is really tough to beat. He just really knows how to cut down the rotation and how to intercept it to get that bit of advantage in these games. And obviously for Yato, he's been one of the players to really look out for Blacklist Ultimate. This guy's compared to DG Clove from Indonesia. And just when you get compared to Clove, it just really shows that you are one hell of a player, AJ.
I do not compare him to Clove. And I know my Indonesian brothers and sisters are tuning in as well. I kind of think that he, performs slightly better than Clove out there on the battlefield as well. So, but individually, all of these players, they've got their moments. They also have their downtime as well. We have gone through seasons where we've seen Crush at the top of his game. In fact, he was untouchable, one of the craziest eliminator out there on the battlefield with the KRM. But people go off season as well. Now's the time for Blacklist Ultimate to continue pushing since they're at the very top. But I kind of feel like they're going to reign up there for a long more time because they're, like you said, always ever hungry. And they never, ever stop or pause. They're not slowing down, man. But of course, we are not slowing down in the competition as well. A quick short break. We'll be back with series number 3. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to the Call of Duty Mobile Garena Masters Season 2, day number 3 of the group stages. This is, I think you guys cannot hear me, so I'm going to turn.
That was a wonderful, wonderful start there. But anyway, welcome back to the Call of Duty Mobile Masters. The Garena Masters, day number 3. It's Season 2, AJ, and so far, we've been surprised by a lot of the underdog teams that happened here. But obviously, the last matchup, the Kings definitely dominated.
Aye, Captain. Aye. That's all I can say, right? I was looking forward to LF being able to, at the very least, take away one map, right? I wasn't expecting a win out of them. I don't put on too much of expectations on team because, at the end of the day, it's Blacklist International Ultimate, right? But, they really didn't step it up. They really didn't perform. I also brought up a point. I brought up a point that, Crush may be the most popular player on the team, but we cannot hope and pray that he has to be the guy clutching out each and every single moment out there. I didn't say the other part where, at the same time, you can't really be the burden of the team, right? You cannot really allow the rest of your teammates to carry you. You have the most experience out there. So to a certain degree, there is a bit of expectation for a performance out of Crush as well. But unfortunately, today was the day where we didn't really see that. But all that being said, it has just been a team that was formed a week ago. So, in terms of chemistry, they haven't really built up a great teamwork amongst each other the way Blacklist International Ultimate has. I'll tell you who has, though. Gaijin Rogue. Remember how they've been impressing us so far in the competition. I mean, albeit they haven't really been winning all that too much, but impressive indeed, Beef.
Oh, yeah. Honestly, Gaijin Rogue has surprised me so much. They were supposed to win that Search and Destroy in game day 2. And that was really impressive for me, especially the fact that they kind of had a hard time in day number 1 and definitely got a lot of points there. But then obviously we are moving forward here. Scheduling right here. Number 1, obviously we got to see Warlord go up against the Huntsmen. And then you thought that Warlord, especially from their run in day number 2, they'd get it in the bag. But then Huntsmen showed a different team. They showed so much improvement compared to day number 2. But obviously here, Blacklist International going up against LF you get to see that 3-0. And so far, Blacklist International going in here with a perfect record so far here. But day number 3, obviously there's a lot more days where hopefully they get to have a little bit more of an even matchup. But then we are going to have a little bit of a switcheroo here. We have the Lowkings up against the brothers, the Corinthians, up in our game number 3. And the C8 United versus Gaijin Rogue, they are going into our game number 4. And now for our game number 5 and 6, you have the Doctors versus VI T2P. And to close out the day, we have Almighty versus C8 United.
Absolutely. But we have just received an update, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. The switcheroo has been unswitcherooed. So it looks like C8 will be playing against Gaijin right up next. We just got the information, Beef, so it's all good. But here's the thing, right? Regardless of who we check out there on the battlefield, what we do expect is Call of Duty Mobile perfection. Will it be C8 that serves that up through Ace, Baki, Cash, Create, Noya, as well as Virus? If there's one thing for sure, they proved themselves against Mamba Corinthians, beating them, slaying them 3-0 the last time they met.
And now taking a look at this lineup, and obviously Jukes, they're having a hard time with the competition here so far, but it's a good thing that they're up against a team that kind of struggled in the beginning, but has been looking like very good, especially in day number 2. And now for day 3, let's see if it's going to be the same case. But for Ju, I know for C8, they have 4 organizations here, and obviously for them, they're the ones that have been struggling in the competition, but it doesn't really matter because what we've seen here so far, especially comparing it into day number 1, in our game number 1, Huntsmen were the last in their team and the last in their bracket, but then they performed today. So I'm very positive that C8 Juk can actually go and perform.
Against the players of Gaijin Rogue, who have managed to take away a single map away from Mamba 420 Lowkings, which I believe is one of the biggest achievements that we've seen out here in the group stages so far for Garena Masters Season 2. I feel like they might be able to take the game to CHU as well. Kasom, Flash, Glowy, Mickey, Mithril, as well as Venom. On the day that we saw Gaijin Rogue rise up to the top, we did see each and every single player on the side of Gaijin step it up. Mithril hitting that 1.28 KD when they got that victory over Mamba 420 Lowkings. That was the tip of the iceberg, right? Like you mentioned, they almost took the victory at that firing range SND as well, but unfortunately they were going up against one of the best SND teams out there within the competition, and all they could get was 4 out of all of those 10 rounds that they were playing. But Mickey, he stood out. He truly stood out with the 13 kills that he managed to pick off of them.
Oh, definitely. And not just that, I think also with the guidance of Venom, he has been a really good hardpoint player, getting a lot of the kills from his team. And now for Gaijin Rogue, all they have to do is just step it up. And speaking of stepping it up, we do have our head-to-head. Taking a look at CHJ, we do have Crate, we have Flash for Gaijin Rogue. And now for CH Jukes, they have the monumental ability to try and take down the team that has been on fire the past few days. And now for Crate, he has 15.50 average kills and average death of 14. And obviously the KDA will make it a 1.8. But on the other side, Flash also has a similar KDA for him, 1.11 with average kills of 16 and also an average death of 15. So where the difference kind of comes along here is just scoring. You already know that Flash may be a little bit more on the objective side, but I feel like this is a pretty good head-to-head.
And a little bit more of data just to chuck at you guys as well. So far, out of all of the matches that the players of CHU have been able to play, they've been winning, they won 3 out of 6 games. But Gaijin Rogue, on the other hand, they only have a record of 2 out of 6. Don't know if or not that kind of, pushes the balance of winning in towards the side of CHU, because it's quite confusing based on the data that we have. Why? Let me explain. Mamba Corinthians, when they took on CHU trashed them 3-0. But when Gaijin Rogue went up against Mamba Corinthians, Gaijin went down to Mamba Corinthians 2-1. And Mamba 420 Lowkings, CHU had nothing on them. They could not pull a single round at SND. They couldn't do much at that Hardpoint at Summit. And Domination, they were dominated. But you saw Gaijin Rogue, a different side of them, a totally new side where they almost took that SND and they did beat Mamba 420 Lowkings at that Domination match finally, right? So it's just really confusing because you expect them to win certain matches that they don't. You expect them to lose certain matches that they don't. And these two teams now going up against each other. But the one thing's for sure, Beef, at the end of this particular battle, we should be able to get a rough idea as to how this particular group stacks up against each other.
And now, speaking of stacking things up, it's going to be important who wins the coin toss, and it's going to be CHU. So that's going to be very important for them because we already know that Gaijin Rogue has a little bit more of ammo for them. They've been winning a lot of the gunfights, but yes, Mamba 420 Lowkings, that's going to be very hard competition, but you are going up against CHU where they need to catch a break, and now this is the break that they needed. They did choose firing range for their Hardpoint and for Summit Domination, so that's going to be a really big deal for them, but obviously Summit Domination, Gaijin Rogue really just showed it up here in the last match.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. And in terms of the operator skills that have been removed from the Equation, Purifier, and Sparrow out, we have the Annihilator. Not a huge fan of the Annihilator ever since the range on it got a little nerfed. We don't really see a lot of these long-range engagements coming through with an operator skill, but close-range combat, which is exactly what firing range as well as Summit will be able to give you, close to mid-range. I expect to see it perform out there on the battlefield just a little bit as well. But overall, I believe it is going to be quite the equal game played between the two. I'm just glad that we don't see Slums in for the mix this time around.
Well, it's a good thing because we don't like to see Slums or Hacienda right here because of how hard and how opposite they are. Hacienda so big, Slums a little bit too small, and the spawns are kind of crazy.
Yeah.
And now we're finally going into our first game. Firing range, Hardpoint, it's anyone's ball game. I mean, yes, you get to see the spawns here. It's not going to be that big of a deal. And now the P1 will definitely be a point of contention. All you need to do is get those power positions, that being Trailer and also 2F and Steel House. And taking a look at Gaijin Rogue, they're ready to play this because of the confidence boost that they have in beating Mamba. That is a really big deal here, especially going into the day number 3.
Yeah, that being said, though, they have only managed to pull one map away. They technically, lost to Mamba 420 Lowkings. But, it's just an unexpected moment, right? The hype is because they did the unexpected. Nobody expected them to touch Mamba 420 Lowkings, let alone take them down, to rip away a map away from them. But Gaijin Rogue did manage to do that. But, of course, things will go back into balance here. CHU tries to maintain their dominance over Gaijin Rogue from the get-go. They're 16-0. Gaijin hasn't been able to step up to the Hardpoint just yet until this very moment. But now let's see if Create can break that, manages to get the kill, immediately removing the control of that Hardpoint. And CHU, they take over once again.
And now we see a really good hold here from CHU, having a good solid defense, especially the one person going into Steel House. That's going to be number 3, so that's a really good point to have. And even though both these teams don't have a hold of Trailer, it doesn't really matter for them. 13 seconds left, and a lot of points aren't being... There's no points whatsoever going in. They really want to go in for the rotation.
Yeah, because it looks like, a couple of players on the side of Gaijin Rogue are really playing at the top of their level. Flash especially winning bunch of fights out there on the battlefield, but none of the other players were close enough or could survive long enough to get to that hard point. And if Gaijin Rogue cannot win a majority of their gunfights through the other players, then they are going to continue struggling. CHU, on the other hand, just winning gunfight after gunfight. All they have to do is just sit comfortably at P2 and pick up those free points. Now, one player in terms of challenge is going to be stepping up towards that shooting range, but they finally do have the numbers now. This is the moment Gaijin Rogue can break this hill and take over for the time being, but no way, Jose says Baki.
Oh, Baki with a really big two-piece there. That was a really great push coming in from Gaijin Rogue, but unfortunately stopped by one man. And now the rotation isn't even going to come in from Gaijin Rogue. You can see here, you can see one person coming from JCH, but it doesn't really matter for them. And they get the scrap points, but to what contention? There's no points coming in here. 67 and 13 is going to be the score. And still being contested, still being taken by Baki. His kills are so important for this team, and even though, yes, he has 12 right now, he's getting essential kills, and now the rotation coming through, we get to see Gaijin really going in there early, but they're just losing all the gunfights.
78 to 13 now. Gaijin Rogue really struggling against CHU, but they do go ahead to open up this hard point. Question is how long? Not long at all, says CHU, as they shut them down, taking back that white warehouse like they own it. Now Hunter Killer Drone out of the Gaijin Rogue side. Is it gonna find anyone or hit that trailer? It will manage to find absolutely nothing. Baki, on the other hand, on the side of CHU, will continuously annihilate the rest of the players. Cash just a little too far away from that hard point, and he tries to keep a good hold on it by playing the Slayer out on the battlefield towards the mid-segment of the map, but that is quickly unfoiled by the side of Gaijin Rogue. 27 to 97, a 70-point distance between the two teams does not look good for the Singaporeans here, B.
Yeah, and for CA Jokes, they're also doing contestation here into the hard point, so that's a good deal. Gaijin Rogue can't get a lot of points, so the pressure being added on by CA Jokes is going to be a really big deal for them, especially since the rotation coming into Woodhouse will definitely be important for Gaijin Rogue if they get going for the rotation, but they're just losing all of their gunfights. Number 5 tries to go and wait for his teammates to come, but then unfortunately for him, they're all far away. But here you go, one big push coming in here, but unfortunately also the sentry gun is really there for the defense.
110 to 30 now. CHU once again with the control of the hard point. This time around at the barracks hut. Flash just all smoked out, and the Annihilator just not functioning in a situation like that. Virus, on the other hand, turns around at the wrong moment, but turns back at the perfect one to shut down two players back to back. And now Virus running away with this matchup. Can he get 2 more kills to bring on the sentry gun? He didn't need to. Just 1 in there for the play. Sentry on the setup at the next point will more than guarantee CHU a majority of those points. 129 to 30 now. Gaijin Rogue has nothing on CHU.
Yeah, that's so difficult, especially when you hit your shots. And for CHUs, they're just getting every single one of it. Not only that, their rhythm is just on point today. And yes, even if Gaijin Rogue gets a lot of these points, they need to go in for the rotation in P1. The reset finally happens. But then they're going to be meeting a very stacked CHUs, especially with the really stacked Hunter Killer Drone. You even have a cluster, and you also have a Predator. So that is going to be very hard. And now you're going in for the repeat of 46 and 132. And with a lot of score streaks left here, and now the sentry gun goes down. Virus, he really is getting on with the score streaks here, and not just that, he may not have a lot of the kills, but he's getting really essential ones.
Yeah, and this looks like it's an absolute no-go for the rest of the players of Gaijin Rogue. 2 more seconds in here, and CHU finishes up this match without even allowing Gaijin Rogue to enter the 50-point club. Unfortunate.
Well, CHOs really wants to get a lot of the points, and they finally rack them up slowly but surely. And we already know, though, going in here, like Gaijin Rogue, Hardpoint is their weakest map mode. They can win in Search and Destroy, and they can also win in Domination. So what we saw from day number 2, that's where they kind of shine. Search and Destroy and Domination. And yes, they lost that Search and Destroy, but it was a really close matchup where if they just chosen like a little bit of a different play and maybe just had a little bit of patience, and maybe that's going to be it for them. So 46 and 150, a scoreline that we did not expect coming in from C8. That is going to be very difficult for Gaijin Rogue to really just go and accept. But obviously, Search and Destroy for them, that is where they're going to turn things around.
2.09 KD out of Baki. This guy was just absolutely on a roll out there on the battlefield, slaying back to back. And we did see a couple of highlight moments on the side of Gaijin Rogue as well, but nowhere close in terms of dominance when it came to playing those objectives. And as you can see, the seconds that were spent on the objectives here, the most that a certain player has is 19 seconds out of Mickey as well as Venom, and that just really is unacceptable. But you know, if you look on the other side and you compare Baki as well as Virus, the amount of time that they had there on the objectives, you know, it really shows the players of CHU, you know, they play their positions interchangeably. One goes down, another one steps up onto the hard point. They are running it around. But I really see that Gaijin Rogue focuses on each and every single individual player playing the role out there in the battlefield. If I'm not the objective player, I'm going to continue running around and slaying, even though the objective is right in front of me. Even though I can pick up a few points, no, that's not my role. I need to play my own objective, which is to slay out there. And we kind of saw an example like that out of the battlefield. It's not the best way to go if you want to win a couple of these matches, Beef.
Oh, exactly. I wanted to point out too, you were pretty right, especially going into the first hard point where we saw there was no one stepping on it. They stepped on it after 5 seconds left, and now the rotation is just a little bit too late where C8 boys were already positioned into P2. So yes, they're sticking to their roles, but I think in this meta, you just have to be a little bit more flexible with the things that you have to go and assume. So taking a look at firing range hardpoint, 150 and 46, a very dominating start coming in from C8 where Gaijin Rogue kind of stumbled a little bit, like what we said. Hardpoint, it's not their game. They're having a hard time here, but we are going into standoff, search and destroy, where we've seen them absolutely bring the fire here. And now for standoff, that is gonna be very interesting because it's their map pick. So hopefully C8 Jokes can also bring in the fire, because from what we've seen so far, they may have a hard time here, especially with the amount of gunfire that we can see Gaijin bring.
I really like the mind games being played here by CHU as well, pulling away that firing range, you know, away from the players of Gaijin Rogue, because they know that Gaijin Rogue love to play SND at firing range, and they know that Gaijin Rogue stands a huge chance of being able to pull away a map if at all it landed on there with this SND mode. But of course, pulling that away from that hard point forces Gaijin Rogue to their second best map, which is standoff. And I don't really know, right? Because if you look at CHU, this is exactly where they won over Mamba Corinthians 6-4, and Create was a monster on that SND match.
And now, backside push going in here. Back alley is going to be absolutely red. And now Flash gets one more, but then gets traded out. You can see here, Crate takes down Glowy. So it's going to be a 4v2 situation, a very difficult situation, especially since everyone of the C8 boys are far away. Now, finally, Virus goes down. Bomb is going to be planted, but Crate, it's all up to you to try to go and stop the push. Gets the hit mark, tries to go in for one, but no. Gets taken down by Mickey in a really good start for Gaijin. That back alley push was really good for them.
And Gaijin Rogue with one round in their hands already. Can they continue to deliver in the exact same fashion? Earlier on, it was a matter of slay and then play the bomb, play the pressure onto your opponents. And towards the very end, that solo play just could not wrap things up. Round number 2, on the other hand, Venom super aggressive, but will get double challenge, and Cash takes that easy kill. Flash trades out Noya with a headshot. Good play to keep the numbers even, and they double back into a defensive position. The bomb, on the other hand, just a little too aggressive. Convenience store, he's gonna catch a backstab if at all. Baki does not step on out, and Baki gets caught with his pants down. Mickey with a slay, traded out by Flash. So Virus as well as Flash loses his life. The numbers still equal between the two teams, Beef.
And now, 3v2 situation. It's uneven at the points now, but then Cash does get big kills. 1v3 situation. It's all up to Glowy to go and get it, but no, Crate finishes the job. It really just started out with that double peek going into back alley, which you thought that C8 would actually, you know, lose that gunfight, but no, they got a lot of those points. So it's really those split moment decisions where that was beautiful. That double peek, that was essential for them to go and win the round.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. And with Cash hitting that triple kill on the round, will more than surely pump himself up with great adrenaline as he uses that to shut down Mickey as well. Gaijin Rogue now, they will not struggle as Flash manages to find Cash, one of the best players on the side of CHU, taken down with the Mac-10, and Noya out on the hunt. Is he gonna find one? Venom does, and an easy slay onto Virus, but behind, Mythil gets taken down. Baki eliminated by Venom as well as he goes on the tear of his own. Back-to-back kills. Final player on the side of CHU could not get it done as he gets stumped out. Noya, unfortunate. 2-1 now. Gaijin Rogue brings us.
That was a beautiful thumper shot, and now it's just a back and forth that we really like to see. Gaijin Rogue, they can definitely tend to the aggression that CA Jokes definitely wanted to bring to the table but couldn't handle it. And now same kind of rotation coming in from C8, going in and stacking in back alley, tries to go in for the thumper shot. So you get to see and find a way to get a lot of the information being put down here. You don't have any sort of information but that one thumper hit marker that you have. So already know, there you go! 1, 2, Venom gets 2 kills, then that opens things up for Gaijin Rogue.
Keep fire, bro. And now Cash, Mac 10, amazing plays. Is he going to be able to catch another one? Cash is just really on a roll out here on the battlefield on the side of CHU. Now, all he needs to do is catch 2 more players. We'll be able to find one, but the timing just behind the blue. When we'll be able to save Flash. A little bit of trouble out there. Virus gets tagged up. Flash out in the open. Thumper in the wrong place, and Flash grabs Virus, managing to shut down Cash as well. Flash is on a tear. Traded out by Baki, but the round is all over as Gaijin Rogue continues to push through and pressure CHO.
Oh, Flash and Cash, the timing was just way off. They could have had a crossfire, a beautiful crossfire to take down Flash, but no, the guy is a little bit too quick in that thumper shot, a little bit too unfortunate. And now Glowy needs to get that information on. Now they finally have the bomb yet again, and he will definitely go in for the reposition right behind Tack. But then they have one more. There you go, really big opening kill, but then 3 people go down from the side of C8.
3-1, Venom now managing to put his team in front once again, and the backup by Mickey was just way too quick as Gaijin Rogue now shove the players of CHU right back after eating a crazy defeat at Hardpoint. SND is all Gaijin Rogue, but how far can they push this? We now switch sides. Bomb in the hands of CHU.
Now have a very easy push inside of Gaijin Rogue, very deep into grannies, but then Nova tries to go in there, but no, Noya doesn't really quite get the shots. Unfortunately for them, they are 1 person, no, 2 people down as Flash are still on a rampage. You don't go 1v1 with this guy as Venom gets 1 as well, 2v5 situation. I'll make that a 2v4, where this is such a messy situation. You have the bomb person trying to go in there for the aggression, but it's a good thing that Virus gets 1.
Gaijin Rogue still in front with the numbers now, and now we do have Flash teasing up 2 players, has got the information on them. Here's those footsteps, but not really pushing on in just yet. Baki now, as he travels right round, makes sure that he's walking through these streets because he's got the dead silence on him. Doesn't really want to sound off the player inside of Hatel, but that's not too big of an issue as you do see the one and only Baki finishes him off. And now, sorry, Virus finishes him off. And now a 2v2. Bomb side all clear except for the one and only Mythil who lies in wait. Let's see if he can get it done. KRM, 1 shot, 1 kill. But if you miss that shot, you open yourself up to a couple of Mag 10 bullets.
That was a really good readjustment by CHU where they wanted to go for the back alley knowing there's 1 person there. But then here we go. It's going to be very difficult as a sniper versus shotgun. And that's how you go in there. But then Glowy with the kill. That was a really wild round, and Gaijin Rogue brings it to game point 5-1. CH Jokes, they're in shambles.
Glowy's like, here's my warm water, you hold it, I'll take the sniper shot. KRM, calm down. The guy just took the kill out of nowhere. 5-1 now. Gaijin Rogue really putting the pressure on CHU. 1 round can settle this, and Mythil going in for that backstab. And through that back access, should be able to find a couple of players. And a super aggressive Flash is, but Virus and his Kilo 141 will be able to catch him out. Mythil now with that overextension finds Create. Baki tagged up, finished off by Venom, but Cash finds Mythil, and Mickey gets a triple for himself as Gaijin Rogue takes the speed train all the way to victory.
Easy. GG's la. Gaijin Rogue definitely brought it to the table. They showed it in day number 2, and they didn't like the fact that they lost. There was so much ego child there. They definitely could have won it, but here they won it here. Glowy, he's been a happy boy. We've seen his cam, and obviously he really deserves it. And now we're going into Search and Destroy, where we already knew they had a little bit of an advantage, and good for them because that was no questions asked. A very dominating search.
Yeah, very pleasant players out of the Gaijin Rogue side. And, you know, they always have a vibe of, you know, positivity, encompassing them all the time, right? Win or lose, they are always out here for a good time to put on a good show. row. And this time around, Flash got those flashy kills back to back. We did see Mythil kind of get over aggressive with those pushes as well, but they did pay off at the end of the day. Got a little lucky because he needed to be saved more than 1 or 2 times out there on the battlefield, but things played out really well overall for the side of Gaijin Rogue. CHU, on the other hand, after taking a dominant victory over them at that hard point, seems to have just crashed out, and it all now lies in the balance of this next domination game.
And this is where things get a little bit tricky for CHU, was the fact that Gaijin Rogue is really good at domination, especially since they had such a fire start in Search and Destroy. And you already know, this team really bases things on the rhythm of their matchup, and all they needed was the reset coming into Search and Destroy. Yes, they don't have the best of hardpoint matches, we've seen that, but they just gave metal to CHU right now, and it's going to be very hard for them to go and recover. But hopefully they get to have a really brilliant start coming in from Search and Destroy and really just transfer it over to Summit Domination. But for C8, you already know they're good in firing range hardpoint. Their rhythm is on point there, but both of these teams really want to get that win in Summit Domination.
Oh yes, absolutely, ma'am. Summit is most definitely a place where Gaijin Rogue loves to play. They almost pulled the match away from Mamba Corinthians, but they lost that 126 to 150. But against Mamba 420 Lowkings at Summit, Mythil hit his amazing, kills back to back, and they pulled that game away 150 to 143. Too close, but it doesn't really matter. What matters is they ended that match with a W on that domination. And in this game, if they can provide the exact same performance, if they can dominate out there on Summit Domination, then they will finish things overall with a W. 2-1 after getting thrashed at hardpoint firing range.
And now taking a look at our scores, we have 1 apiece. So it's really exciting to see that it's not quite a domination here. So we finally get to see another Summit map, and Gaijin Rogue really loves to play here. And yes, even though they didn't get to choose this map, I feel like for C8 to choose Summit, that's a little bit of a hard time, because you're asking for it. You're basically asking for it, especially seeing their run up against the Mamba.
Yeah.
The Mamba squared, where they absolutely brought it to the table. And now Gaijin Rogue finally starting things off, and yes, the battle for P2, and I mean for the battle for 2F, that is going to be really big.
Oh, Venom! The poor guy was rushing in there for the prevention of the C flag takeover, but got shut down halfway through because of an amazing positioning by Cash, who sees that approach coming through. Because the first thing that you expect Gaijin Rogue to do is to flip out the spawns, and Cash is just not having any of it. He's going to hold on to his spawns, he's going to hold on to his flag, but now just to assist on the B flag as well, Beef.
And now the assist did really come through. Mythil still has a chance, but no! Venom gets the kill! He doesn't have to worry about one more. He tries to clear the site, but then he's the only person left in his team to try and go and get B all to himself. Tries to go in there for the defense. Repositions, gets the kill, doesn't really quite get the one more.
I don't know if you guys just saw that, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, but the gods of RNG just gave Gaijin Rogue the better spawn, and solo play by Virus. He got 3 or 4 kills in a row to defend that, but at the very end, he had to go down as well. But that was his mistake, as he hopped off the defense and went in to back up his own team members at that B flag. And overall, it doesn't really matter, because even though they go ahead to lose that C flag to the side of Gaijin Rogue, they've managed to commandeer A and B, and now with a triple cap as well. Yes, they lose that B flag, but as long as they can hold on to 2, CHU will be smiling all the way to the bank. Almost losing that A flag as well now, but the defense just a little bit too slow on the side of C8.
And now we get to see double cap coming in from Gaijin. That's a really good start. And again, even with the points that they have now, it's still not safe to assure that they will still get that, lock it down. As you can see, the spawns will be flipped. You can see that CHU's already going in there for the positioning, and they still need to go for that Charlie flag. So they're all going for Charlie, leaving Bravo open. What are they doing? That's going to give a lot of leeway for C8 to go in there for the domination that they can have. There's no defense whatsoever, and finally, it's a good thing that they slowed down just a little bit, and now Gaijin Rogue can definitely have a little bit more time here in Bravo.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. I love what Gaijin Rogue did there. They stacked their players onto the C flag, and then they immediately backed each other up at the B flag. And the reason why they're doing that is because, when you hold on to the powerful side of this map, when you hold on to the Gorilla Base, it gives you free access to that B and C flag instantaneously. And sticking together just increases your chances in all of these engagements. And they're continuously just trading out home flags, and they don't really care. Why? Because they're constantly one step ahead of CHU. But CHU, they are making sure it's just one step that Gaijin Rogue has ahead of them, because every time they take that step ahead, CHU catches right back up. Amazing plays by both of these teams as they switch back and forth in terms of the lead.
Mythil just had a Predator missile that just a little bit too late. Tried to get that Charlie flag, but then doesn't really quite get it. And now Venom gets up really big kills. Yes, we finally get to stop it in Flash. Doesn't really quite make it in time, but it's a good thing that the B flag isn't going to be capped. But then here you go, another Predator missile that I'm not quite sure is the best thing to use here.
Virus now, is he going to be able to get the cap? Yes, he does. Annihilator backup by Baki, and he does not overextend. He knows exactly where his operator is most skilled at and most effective in terms of range, and he just absolutely slays his opposition. Baki now, back to back, he gets all of his kills. He gives that backup to the rest of his team members, and that B flag is just not going anywhere. Gaijin Rogue trying to get the job done all on his own, but realizes that he needs a little bit of extra backup, and now Gaijin Rogue, they pile their players in. They win gunfight after gunfight, spawning out of the preferred area once again, going for the C flag at the very same time. Amazing plays. Gods of RNG have picked a side today, Beef.
And now we get to see Gaijin Rogue really just pull through with a lot of the points here. The rotations are so key. And yes, what you said, it's going to be RNG gods into the favor of Gaijin Rogue. Pretty close on the points though, as CHU has 75 and 70. So it's just 5-point differential here, and it's still anyone's game. But for Gaijin Rogue, they're now spawning on the favorable side. So if they get to keep that, if they get to have that solid defense off here into second floor, they can definitely have a better hold into Bravo and Charlie. But then you can see you have CHU trying to go in there, flooding second floor.
Oh, they are straight away going in here for the flip. They want that C flag first. CHU, but they get slayed halfway through their progress towards that C flag. And now, final player on the defense. Now it's going to be Flash. If Flash loses his life, it's all over. They lose that C flag. And yes, he finally goes down. But look at this. The momentum that Gaijin Rogue has pushed all the way through will allow them to pick up the cable car platform and almost sealing the deal at the B flag as well. Gaijin Rogue are not dropping back too far.
And now we can see Gaijin Rogue kind of be in shambles because they're having a very difficult time going into that alpha flag. And now the switcheroo still happens and the AC push going in from CHU. Now they need to pick a flag. They're trying to go in for that alpha defense, but that's not really going to work out, as you can see here. CHU still going in there with a very big stuff. Very big kills coming in from Gaijin.
Oh, amazing stuff, man. Gaijin Rogue, it is just balls on the table. Gameplay today. They are not stopping. They are not slowing down. They want to take the matchup to CHU, and they are on the way to doing that. Catch-up gameplay out of Gaijin Rogue seems to be absolutely stellar, but they do not have the preferred side. And now they're about to lose their A flag as well. The attack onto the C flag is not successful. Play by the one and only Glowy. Can he stay alive now? Glowy, it's all in his hands. If he can make this play, goes away, tries to trick out the players of CHU, and that just proves to be enough in terms of a distraction. And now CHU, a little bit too late for that B flag takeover, but they finally get there.
But then it's going to be very difficult, as you can see here, 2 players coming in, having that 2 cap. And now we get to see a really big C push and a big B push as well. And even though like Gaijin Rogue struggled in getting that B flag, we get to have a switch where CHU try to go in for A, but then couldn't really go in contest for B. They create really big kills, but really couldn't quite get the second. That will be very difficult spots here. And now 110 and 101 still very doable for both of these teams, so going there for the win.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Now C flag on the loss. Venom will be able to get that glowy assistance as they shut down Noya, but traded out either way. Gaijin Rogue, they don't care. They've got the A flag. You can take out C for all we can. We've gotten enough done already, but they cannot slack off now, because if CHU just manage to pull away a flag before they hit that 135 mark, it's still gonna be possible in terms of a comeback. CHU now in here to do exactly that, but Gaijin Glowy for the prevention. Mythil brings in the Dragonfire as well as Glowy continues to slay the opposition. 128 to 109. CHU, they start to struggle, and I believe Gaijin Rogue might have done it already.
And here we go, X1 Goliath in our presence, and Mickey is going to be very formidable with this absolute giant of a machinery, trying to go in there for the solid defense here in Alpha. But then, taking a look at the Predator.
Hunter Killer Drone. Hunter Killer Drone. They are doing the tango. The tango. The Mamba. They are just dancing out there on the battlefield, chasing each other, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is the meta. We have finally found a solution to Hunter Killer Drones. Respond with your own Hunter Killer Drone. They'll chase each other's tails until the match is over. B-Flag is lost, but Gaijin Rogue is continuing to slay out there on the battlefield. Mickey drops by 148 to 121. A triple cap is what CHU will need, but they cannot get there. And Gaijin Rogue win the series.
It's basically Philippine Airlines versus Malaysia Airlines. Mabuhay! And welcome to Philippine Airlines. But no, it's Malaysia Airlines that gets this. Gaijin Rogue finally gets to have that win. I can't get over those Hunter Killer Drones.
See, the problem is, on the airstrip, you need to ask for approval to land, right? But, there was already a plane on the airstrip, so they couldn't land. They had to just go circles and circles. Have you ever been stuck on a flight where your flight just had to go circles and circles because it could not land because the airway was being used? Yeah, it has happened to me, ladies, German boys, girls. Not a great experience, and clearly not a great experience for the players of CHU as well, because they expected that Hunter Killer Drone to do something and not chase the tail of the other Hunter Killer Drone.
I know, right? That was just a really big show. And now with that in mind, 150 and 125, such a close game that we've had here so far. And now Gaijin brought absolute fire there. And it was really a good back and forth. Like we said, it's a conversation that we really like to go and see.
Yeah.
And now we get to have a really good time here for C8. Now, they definitely brought in the fire, but to choose Summit Domination, that is a big deal because you're basically going in for an ego challenge, knowing very well how Gaijin performs here.
Yeah, absolutely. You are point blank correct with that. The players of CHU, they went in here for an ego challenge thinking that they could outdo Gaijin Rogue. And the moment you underestimate this team that has been stellar throughout all of their performances over the past couple of years in the, esports segment of Call of Duty Mobile, well, this is exactly what you get. You get defeat served up on a hot plate. 1-6 you lose, 125 to 150 you lose. The only ones where they did manage to perform was when they thrashed Gaijin Rogue at that firing range hardpoint. A great start, but a miserable defeat at the very end as Gaijin Rogue manages to prove to CHU you should not be bringing your ego into the play when you pick maps out.
And yeah, especially that's the importance of the map and modes where you pick the maps, where you ban things. That's the most important. That's a deal breaker. And choosing Summit and Domination, you know that C8 can definitely bring it to the table in terms of the respawn, how good they are. But to choose Summit out of all the maps is just crazy to me. But you know what? This is a lesson learned, served on the plate. Gaijin Rogue, do not see them here in Summit because they can take down every single team that they matched up here. They did it with the Lowkings, and they will do it again.
I have to say, though, 2 or 3 times, no, not 3 times, 2 times, the players of Gaijin Rogue were given the God spawns. 2 times they were given the game-making spawns out of, by the gods of RNG. And it just so happened to be that they started spawning out of the guerrilla base when the CHU just did not expect that. But of course, all of those spawns to a certain degree will depend on the positioning of the players out there on the battlefield. And I have to say, yes, the gods of RNG did look at them, did help them out a little bit, but they made that happen, right? They made sure they were in the best of positions. They made sure they were going in to focus on that spawn flip from the get-go to force a situation out of that. And every single time they lost the favorable side, you saw their objective. Their objective was purely to get back the favorable side and not really the flags. And in terms of trading out the flags, it was very much a free flow of information sent back and forth between the team members. When they lose their home flag, they're trading out on the other side. There was never a moment where Gaijin Rogue skipped a beat. They were on point all the way through, in the flow state, as you'd say it, Beef.
Yeah, the flow state is definitely present for Gaijin Rogue, and they tried to go in there for a really perfect play. Although I feel like there were moments where they could have used their utils a little bit better, but it doesn't matter because they don't even need to get the Predator missiles down to the T because the gunfights were just so good on their end. And now we get to see that first game, Hardpoint and firing range, it was a completely different story as CHU's absolutely dominated here.
And CHU, there's just nothing that the players of Gaijin Rogue could do in this first matchup. They tried, they pushed, they But unfortunately, no matter what they tried to do, it was just a little all over the place. And as a matter of fact, I kind of feel like they weren't playing their objectives all that too well. Like I said, the biggest mistake that Gaijin Rogue made out there on the battlefield was sticking too close to the objectives that they initially decided to play with. We did see some Slayers, stumbling upon the hardpoint, but not even thinking twice to walk away from an open hardpoint to continuously slay out there on the battlefield. And, overall, when you play a game like that, where you look for kills on a hardpoint matchup, you're not going to get the win.
And that's why I think they do so well in Search and Destroy, because that is where you get to see the roles really pick up and they strictly stay with their roles. That's how obedient they are as base. That's how well maintained they are. But when it comes to trying to be flex players, trying to go in for the adjustments, that's where you kind of see them falter just a little bit. But here is a different story. Search and Destroy, Jeux cannot even pull just 2 flags from them. And now for Gaijin Rogue, they did so well, especially with Flash. He should not have won that 2v1.
Oh, yeah, absolutely right. I mean, just amazing plays back and forth by both teams out here, but obviously just one that really outshined the other. Gaijin Rogue putting the hurt on CHU. But, in this domination matchup, it was so different from that hard point, right? Because I mentioned where those players were not, they were too rigid. They were not flexible enough to drop in and help out each other in their roles as well as what they needed to do out there on the battlefield. But they were seamless in terms of filling each other's roles in this domination matchup. And you need to be seamless when you're playing domination, because you don't know where you're going to spawn. You don't know what sort of battle you have to take. You need to make those decisions on the fly and win all of your gunfights. And that's exactly what Gaijin Rogue did on the domination. Amazing play, amazing performance, just outstanding overall. 15.67 average kills for Flash. He drops 15.0 times average, and he does manage to finish off on a KD of 1.04. But I'm really not too concerned about the KD. It is exactly what they managed to do out there on the battlefield against CHU, which was so impressive today, Beef.
Absolutely. And for Flash, his performance in Search and Destroy was absolutely amazing, getting kill after kill. Not only that, multi-kills in his belt. And now for a guy like him being backed up with such a solid team and a very well-maintained, and I think under his guidance, knowing very well that he will be the Slayer that can definitely get a lot of kills, he knows how to do the objective. So I feel like everyone in his team needs to be like him, where yes, you get to have a kills, but then you need to go in there for the readjustment. That's the only thing, especially going into Hardpoint, where you need to be a little bit more flex in terms of your gameplay. But obviously, Gaijin Rogue, an amazing day number 3 for them, and I'm really excited to see how they'll grow into the next few days.
Yeah, absolutely right. I mean, in terms of Gaijin Rogue, they don't have the easiest group out there. They have to go up against CHU who have proven themselves against Mamba Corinthians. And, the 2 other teams that are within the Gaijin Rogue group is Mamba Corinthians as well as Mamba 420 Lowkings. It basically means they have to win each and every single match that they hop on into to stand a good chance to make it through the playoffs. And, here's a good place to start, right? By shutting down the players of CHU. They still show us that they are a viable team within this group. But let's take a quick short break, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. When we come back, more action from the Garena Masters Season 2 for all of you.
Hello and welcome to Garena Master Season 2, coming at you live at Garena Call of Duty Mobile. The past matches that we've seen today in today's series have been full of action. We've seen Gaijin fight it out against CHUs earlier as they finally have a series win on their own. I'm sure this coming game will just be as exciting. I'm Cali Gaming down here with the best of the best, the Mustachio AJ of Call of Duty Mobile Garena to open up the second half of today's schedule. AJ, I'd like to know your thoughts so far in the first 3 games that we've seen in today's schedule.
Oh, dude, I've just got my mind blown, man. I mean, earlier on, yes, we will take a look at that recap, but maybe production we can push into recap immediately, right? Warlord, Esports, Destra, they opened the matchup against the Huntsmen, and we expected the Huntsmen to step up. I expected the Huntsmen to step up. I expected the whole Malaysian side to step up. What I did not expect is such an impressive display of victory by the Huntsmen over Warlords Destra, Esports Destra, right? Because this was the exact same team that beat LF Organization. And then we head into game number 2, where we expected LF Organization to at the very least pull one map away from the Kings of Kings Blacklist International Ultimate. But we saw exactly how that went, man. It was pretty much one-sided. And CHU taken on Gaijin Rogue. Did you expect CHU to go down though, Cali?
Well, this is the funny thing that's been ringing on my mind. That first game was heavily dominated by CHUs. Then the following map, it was Gaijin Rogue that was their time to shine in that map number 2. And then we move into that match number 3 at Summit Domination, where I expected that it's going to be another one-sided game. That's where things turn out for the worse because of how the game was just really, really close. And I expected CHUs to win, but then again, Gaijin Rogue with their hunter-killer drones, which is far better.
But, you know, I do agree with you, right? Because in the first respawn, they just got dominated through and through. And CHU just looked so solid, and they looked very promising heading into that domination matchup. But Gaijin Rogue, they woke up, man. They did every single thing right on that domination game on Summit. We know how one-sided it can be when you're on the wrong side of the map, and they never allowed themselves to sit down in the wrong side of the map way too long, right? Continuously focusing on those power plays, continuously focusing on flipping out those spawns, and all of those investment in terms of prioritization seems to have paid off overall. Gaijin Rogue, they did manage to pick up that 2-1 victory over CHU, which keeps their hopes very much still alive in the competition for the group stage, because do not forget, we have got 4 groups. Each group has got 4 teams, but only 2 teams out of each group can move on to the playoffs, Cali.
And honestly, what you want here for this remaining days of these group stages is at least get 1 point if you lost against your opponent, or then again, try to get the series win for you to have the chance to climb the ladder on a leaderboard for each of their respective groups. But you take a look at this schedule for today, as we've said, Huntsmen able to beat WE Destra 2-1. Blacklist Ultimate able to remove Blacklist or LF Organization at match number 2. And of course, Gaijin Rogue with a surprising win at that Summit Domination will be able to outdo and outperform CHUs on that best of 3 series. And now we're moving into this match number 4. It's a battle between the big bro and the little bro. Emperor 20 Lowkings, the current top 2 in PH, going up against their brothers Mamba Corinthians, AJ.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. And, you know, so far, the performance in the competition by Mamba Corinthians has been quite impressive, especially against Gaijin Rogue. But when they took the fight up against CHU, you know, things just turned for the worse, man. They ate a 3-0 defeat at that particular battle, and they're not too proud of that. And to make a comeback in here means they need to overcome their big brothers, Mamba 420 Lowkings. It's not going to be easy, but they'll try anyway. Sila, Josh, K-Long, Lexi, QT, as well as the rest of the players on the side of Mamba Corinthians. I'm pretty sure they're excited, but they are coming off of a loss in here, Cali. So not a lot of, you know, hype and motivation to carry through from the previous matchup into this particular game. And to top things off, to go up against your seniors must be quite nerve-wracking, don't you think?
Yeah, I feel like going up against your brothers in Mamba Lowkings, who's been achieving quite a lot at the start of 2022 at that Q1, where eventually they win Garena Masters. They were able to place third at Garena Masters Season 1 and able to place top 3rd at that TGI 2022. Now, they're out here to come back for even more blood, as they will have Kalo, Luffy, Olea, PJ, Wrath, and Yopi, the six-man wrecking crew of Mamba Lowkings, who continues to surprise us here at this very event. Now's the time for them to redeem themselves and have the opportunity to advance to the playoffs and be the champions. But then again, they just have to play these group stages first. And the last time they played AJ, they're able to win the Hardpoint. They were able to win a Search and Destroy, but then they lost to Gaijin Rogue at Domination.
Yeah, and you know, we all remember that game, right? But we just saw Gaijin Rogue and their performance against CHU. We see the fire in Gaijin Rogue. We saw that exact same fire when they did take on Mamba 420 Lowkings, and Mamba 420 just could not keep up with the fire, right? As you know, snakes and fire, they don't really go well with each other. But on the other hand, when they go up against Mamba Corinthians here, I don't think they're going to be focusing on that loss all that too much, because as a matter of fact, that loss could have been a win. They were 143 to 150, 7 points between them, and quite honestly, they were playing the game of their lives. It's just, it was an unexpected performance out of Gaijin Rogue. They might have gotten caught off guard, but I don't think they want to be caught off guard anymore. They are on alert this time round, and you cannot touch that Mamba when it is on alert.
And now we are going to see the maps and modes, or no, the head-to-head first at this coming game. And we got QWERTY and Kalo having a little bit of the same pose, just minus that finger that QWERTY has. But looking at the game, looking at the players statistically, QWERTY is going to have a little bit more advantage when it comes to those average kills in that assist, and of course in that average core. But Mamba Lowkings Kalo is going to have a far better KD and of course a far better average stat, because this guy has been continuously being able to support the team by playing the anchor role overall for this team. And talk about this one, AJ. I want to have to emphasize this. For Mamba Lowkings, we expected Luffy, we expected Yopi and PJ to be the best player overall for Mamba Lowkings, but it turns out for these past 2 days that Mamba Lowkings has been playing, it's been Kalo who continues to step up and of course help this team propel to victory.
Okay, here's the part where I'll tell you I don't know 100% as to how this head-to-head players are picked, because if you're talking purely about performance out there on the battlefield, I will agree with you, man. I mean, Kalo, he has shined, you know, once or twice, but you have seen PJ, you've seen Yopi, Luffy shine so many times more, and they've got consistency behind them. But the problem here is with Mamba 420 Lowkings in terms of picking up an MVP for us to shine the spotlight on, they've got too many. All of their players are just that damn good, and that's exactly why we have situations like this, right? But I do agree with you, man. It's not just Kalo, right? The other players, they step up and they really take the fight up to their opponents. Mamba Corinthians may be able to win the coin toss and pick 2 out of 3 maps, but the question here is, can they take the fight up to their big brothers and grab that win as well? The good thing here is Slums and Hacienda have been removed from the equation, so we play on the OG maps that are available in the rotation. Annihilator as well as Sparrow taken out of the mix leaves us with the Purifier, which is not really the best of operators to leave out there on the battlefield when you're going up against the Lowkings.
Yeah, honestly, Purifier, especially when Mamba Lowkings will wield it, is going to give you a nightmare. Not just a hard time, a nightmare, because of how well they've been able to control and zone out their defense. And once they get to set that up, and that's where they initiate the spawn trap, and that's where they intercept the rotations and get you. And honestly, for Mamba Corinthians, this is going to be a tall order for them right from the start. They're rated Hardpoint, but I expect them to put up a pretty great fight, because this is Lowkings itself. This is a team that for sure they've been playing quite a lot since they are in the same organization. And not only that, I feel like this is going to be a close one at that Hardpoint raid, but then we'll never know. Again, at raid Hardpoint, that Purifier is not going to be that useful, especially on that long-range engagement. So we could see the Death Machine actually be in play here for both this team. But let's come and find out, because Mamba Corinthians and Mamba Lowkings, match number 4 in the group stage, day number 3, P1 already opening up, and it's going to be tightly contested.
Yeah, both of these teams do love playing Hardpoint on raid. We have seen them in performance on this map already so far in the group stage of this competition. But I have to say, Mamba 420 Lowkings most definitely hold the better statistics when it comes to dominating on this map. And as you can see, it's an all-out lockdown of Hardpoint number 1 by Yopi, Raf, as well as Kalo, as they each assume their positions, locking down each and every single angle of entrance on the side of Mamba Corinthians. They are not able to step up anywhere near to this Hardpoint. Now, all of them, they stack up laundry. Question is, can they get to that Hardpoint? One more player alive, on for the challenge. Kaylong wins that and continues to contest and finally break the hill for the side of Mamba Corinthians. And now, Hunter Killer Drone in here for action. PJ manages to find Joshi with it, but the players of Mamba Corinthians, they have got P1 on lockdown for those scrap points. Early rotation in by Mamba Lowkings towards P2, but they will find a few Corinthian players there as well.
Oh, PJ with the 3 pieces, making sure he gets to secure the back end of the map. And honestly, for Lowkings, they got a pretty solid 30 seconds on that hard point, and now they're going to continue and put that in play here at this next hard point rotation. And it took a solid while for Mamba Corinthians to get some points, and now this time they're going to be late on rotation, and they're going to try and initiate a pinch maneuver to get this hard point done through. Now Yopi's going to get eliminated. Number 3 around the back, and Quirk is going to find one more, gets that elimination, and now they're going to spawn right beside. So this is the opportunity for them to get this hard point now in their hands. The question is, will they be able to execute? Because right now, final 25 seconds in Lowkings will be able to get some reinforcements around the back, and it's going to be Corinthians making their early rotation at this P3 rotation, AJ.
Oh, and you know exactly what P3 is, man. P3 is a fortress. P3 is one of your money hills that you want to really go in here with a full-on investment in terms of a defense. Really hard to break, but Mamba Lowkings are one of the best teams out here in the competition. Will they be able to get this? Toshi as well as Quirty says, hell no, as they shut down player after player. And this is that formidable defense that we are looking out for on the side of Mamba Corinthians at this P3. That fortress really living up to its name. Now Joshi has to get this final kill as well. PJ with the backstab manages to catch Joshi as he turns his back to the competition. PJ handle. Corinthians still have got this hard point, but they have to be careful now. Here comes the full-on onslaught by Lowkings as they access this hard point through the observation deck.
Yeah, there you go. Now two players inside this hard point, and PJ now hiding around the smoke, trying to get this close down, but Toji able to stay alive. Hard point is still contested. Sealar gets 1 kill. Now able to turn to the left side. This is going to be a huge gunfight here, and there you go. Only one more player to worry about inside his hard point, and now this is where the Purifier from Mamba Lowkings is going to get you. Final 15 seconds, Scalo getting that final kill in that P3 rotation. Now they're going to soak these scrap points, and now we're moving into the basketball court, AJ. 29-90. Quite a huge lead that Lowkings had there, but this fortified defense from Mamba Corinthians could actually give them the time to get this locked through. Let's come and find out. 5 seconds now before this hard point opens up a sentry turret in the boxes. How will Corinthians be able to stand?
Dude, they held on to a great defense in the fortress, but they managed to allow Mamba Lowkings to step into their fortress. So I believe a similar situation might break down at this basketball court. But look at that sentry gun on placement as well. That might just be the difference maker between the two Mamba squads. And Corinthians, they are on a run now. They bring out the Purifier on their side as well. Sila running around, K-Long with the exact same. And they dose down the Mamba Lowkings players as they step on forth through the hard point. They're not going to be able to get 45. In fact, I think they're going to be wrapping up a full 60 here. If Joshi can continue to win his gunfight, yes, he does, but a backstab by Raph quickly sends the hard point into the Lowkings' hands for just a fraction of a second. Luffy doesn't win his gunfight, and Mamba Corinthians, they stake their comeback at this hard point.
Yeah, pretty solid hard point hold here by Corinthians as they take the majority of the time here compared to Lowkings, who only took about 5 to 8 seconds at this point, and now you've been able to reduce that lead, and they're looking to continue to add more into that as we move into this next hardpoint rotation. The P5 is where we go, right exactly to the mid-map, exposing 4 entryway, and of course open map. So this is going to be easier for those hunter killer drones, the predator missiles to be useful. And now right now here, Lowkings, after really struggling at that P4 rotation, with them adding one player with that Purifier inside his P5, it's going to give them the chance to pull away even more. And there you go, AJ. Lowkings looking to pick themselves up back after that P4.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. Purifier on for the play, and Lowkings still have got this on lockdown. Toshi alive and kicking, but just for a couple of seconds in there. And the players of Mamba Lowkings just so much more proficient in playing the open field engagement against their little brothers Corinthians, and nothing that the Corinthians can do now. Final 18 seconds. If they do not break this hill, it's going to be all over right here. Contest comes through. Sila, great play. Smack 10, but cannot stand alive for much longer. But he has managed to extend the timing, and this game will not end at Central Garden. The reset will come through Square Center, and Mamba Corinthians are already there for the early setup.
Yeah, Corinthians, this is going to be a really huge play for them going up this early rotation. But do get this, the last time we played P1, it was Lowkings who's able to get the best out of this hard point. So now's the time for Corinthians to continue and contest. Two players, number 5 and number 1, is gonna get shot down here for Corinthians, and now Lowkings, they're gonna have their hands inside his hard point, and they're looking to end this game right now. Look at the defense, evenly spread out. They get to intercept the players on the driveway. 2 more points for the win, and they will take it easily, 75 to 150 at the end.
Just yet another dominant performance by the side of Mamba. 420 Lowkings on a very, very favorite map for their side. Raid Hardpoint, they'll take it anytime, and they'll take you down anytime they meet you out there. And this has just been, I believe, the 3rd Raid Hardpoint in a row for the Lowkings, I believe.
Possibly, yeah, I think it's the 2nd. I don't know. Let me check my stats. But anyways, this is going to be another hardpoint raid that Lowkings add now to their bag. And they continuously been doing a really great job. So a lot of these teams right now, they have to watch out for Lowkings. If they do get to play Lowkings in a best of 3 or in a best of 5 series, take that raid hardpoint away from the hands of Lowkings right from the start, because they're gonna use that to prevail and defeat you. And just looking at the stats here, AJ, Lowkings, they got PJ with 27, Yopi with 20, Kalo with 16, Lupi with 15, Raf with 14, with the only guy having that negative KD for Lowkings. Then you take a look at the team on the left side. It was going to have what, 3 players with negative KDs, and you obviously know in hardpoint, losing gunfights is not going to win you games.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, losing gunfights not going to lose you games, but you know, it really depends on those engagements in the first place, right? Because you see the way the players of M420 Lowkings stack themselves up confidently at those hard points, locking down each and every single angle. And Mamba Corinthians, they just don't have the timing on that. They are in there for those early rotations, but they are not focusing on those right angles. They're not winning a majority of their gunfights, which puts them in a unfortunate predicament, even if they do manage to get those right angles on lockdown. I mean, once again, right, back-to-back of a victory it has been for the Lowkings at Raid Hardpoint. The first one, my apologies, it was at Summit against the players of Jeux. But, overall, it has been a outstanding performance nonetheless out of the Lowkings side throughout the whole of the group stage. And now, not allowing their little brothers to pass that halfway point at this Hardpoint match kind of shows us what sort of dominance we can expect out there on the battlefield. But here's the point where we reset the tempo. We slow things down for this SND at Summit. One-sided map, but in terms of being able to play this at SND, you do manage to bring some of that balance right back to your side, even when you're on the defense or offense.
Yeah, I have to agree. Now, it's just a matter of where exactly do you play efficiently the most? Is it going to be the defensive side if you're Mamba Lowkings, or is it going to be the attacking side? As they get to pick the map, you obviously know Mamba Corinthians, they will get to pick their side and they will choose that special force space. So they're looking to anticipate the initiations that Lowkings is going to put here at the first half of this very game mode itself at Search and Destroy Summit. So honestly, Corinthians, they've been underperforming when it comes to playing Search and Destroy, losing against Gaijin Rogue, and of course, losing the same thing as well against CHUX at day number 2. And now here, this time, they're going to play Mamba Lowkings at the Summit Search and Destroy. And the odds are in favor for Mamba Lowkings, but I do love Corinthians to prove me wrong here as we start this first half. This time, you are going to see it here. Mamba Corinthians is going to be the defenders, and Lupi now going to try and get the skills, but Query takes him out. Yopi with the nade, jumping K-Long, and now Silor going to get one himself as he swings into that second floor corner, but Yopi able to trade him. A pretty fast take here for both ends. They're going guns ablaze as PJ able to pick one of his own. We got this 2v3. The bomb is getting planted.
Yeah, Ref finds Squirty, leaving only one final player on the side of Corinthians. It is going to be Toxic. And Lexi QD, my apologies. And as he takes his shot, misses wildly. 3v1 bomb on the ground. 30 plus seconds to go. Doesn't seem like he can do much. Gets all tagged up. Goes in for the quick scope. Doesn't manage to hit it. And Lexi, with the positioning all showed up, manages to trade out Raf before PJ catches up with him. Mamba Lowkings picks up a dominant round number 1.
Yeah, that was a very, very aggressive play there for Mamba Lowkings. Not only did they try to go back and forth against Corinthians, but they were able to snag way behind the enemy lines and secure those kills. So that's going to be something that Corinthians have to take into consideration. You are the defending team. You can't afford one of the attackers to outflank you, especially here at Search and Destroy Summit. So now, here we go. Round number 2 looks like things are going to be calmer compared to that round number 1. But that bomb about to get picked towards B. Luffy and Lexi QD going at it as they get those trades.
Let's see exactly what else they can pull off here now. Mamba Corinthians as they equalize the numbers. Lexi with the timing does not manage to catch out Kalo. Instead, the exact reverse happens. Kalo with the amazing shot switches out to the Mac 10 as well to give himself some viability in these close range combat. Raf for the backup right behind. Sila takes the place of Lexi. Does not find anyone. Gets tagged up by Yopi and he's Mac 10 from far away. That's not how you snipe.
The timing was just impeccable there, and honestly, now we move to this 2v3 situation with Joshi now taking 1 kill on dropping Kalo, but Yopi gonna drop Joshi, and Rap is going to get the final delivery. Mamba Lowkings, what a sudden change of pace at the end after playing the rounds ever slow. We move into a sudden change of tempo where everybody was just trading, and so far Lowkings has been successful taking down the Little Brothers for the first 2 rounds, and Corinthians, they're able to get those first bloods. It's just they're having a rough time when it comes to ending rounds, and it's something that they need to work on, especially as a defending team. For the past 2 rounds, we've seen Mamba Lowkings initiate and plant that bomb. They better find a way to anticipate that.
Yeah, Mamba Corinthians just not locking down those bomb sites, waiting to play retake, but the retake's just not as confident and quite honestly just messy overall on the side of the Corinthians. Now Yopi, good takedown before going in for the plant. Kalo back! Stabbed by K-Long, but Kalo still lying in wait. Is he going to be able to find that player? He saw that thumper flying out from away, but gets tagged up. Joshi and Lexi goes down, leaving just K-Long all alone, just fully tagged up, very low on HP. Guy cannot do much against Kalo, who pulls out the Mac 10. 3 rounds in a row now. Corinthians continue to struggle.
The defense is just getting outlasted by the offense that Lowkings continues to show inside the game. And right now, there needs to be a sudden pace or a sudden change for Corinthians, because for the past 3 rounds, things have not been working. Maybe try to stack in only one area and try to play for those retakes. But then again, we'll never know. Let's see how will they be able to adjust here in mid-game situation as Lexi now trying to find a way to spot Luffy. Did he spot the Ed? I think so now. Oh, goodness gracious, Luffy. How is that even possible? Now we got a 4v5.
Lexi, I mean, he's just having a terrible day out there, man. Just getting taken down round after round. QWERTY, good trade right back, managing to equalize the numbers. Kalo, good engagement. Luffy finds QWERTY from the back. Kalo didn't need to do much after he got tagged up. And now PJ needs to turn this corner really sharp. Misses the first player. Second player will be missed right back too. Turns around, but a little too late as Sila shuts him down. 3v2 now. Corinthians have got the numbers advantage, but can they seal the deal? They've got the bomb on their side as well. And the Lowkings, they need to shut them down one after the other, pick it up, plant it, or take out the rest of the team members of Mamba Corinthians. As they wrap around now in the hands of Kalo, he finds Sila, making it a 2v2 with 48 seconds to go.
I love the resilience here for Lowkings, but at that point, Kalo just running around the middle is going to get that. Is going down. Joshi able to create a huge kill, but Luffy is the only player alive, and this guy's timing is impeccable as he spots the first dropping Joshi. 1v1 against K-Long. Now,
timing, bro.
Is that really able to check the corner as he gets tagged there, and finally we see Corinthians getting their first round win after 4 rounds. Now it's the time for them to use that win to help them switch the tide of the events that's been happening so far this Summit map. After dropping 3 maps, they have finally taken 1. Will they be able to make get another win here to make sure that we move into the second half pretty close, as we now see it through Lowkings slowly putting that pressure at mid-map, and they're trying to play this one slow, but just looking at their position, they're looking to play for A.
Oh, look at that slide. Who was that? PJ movement's just amazing. And Lexi just cannot hit anything right in front of him. You put an elephant in front of him, but you put on the t-shirt of Mamba Lowkings, the elephant becomes a fly, and you cannot hit Jack. K-Long shuts down PJ eventually, but the numbers are traded up as Luffy finds Lexi Cutie in his crosshairs once again. And Lexi, I mean, he was having a bad day, but it's just turning out to be the worst day of his life now.
Yeah, Lexi continues to really struggle when it comes to facing Luffy's scope. And they need to turn it up even more, but now Sealar getting one is going to be a huge gunfight as they now have the number advantage here at this current round, but the clock is ticking and Lowkings only needs to defend for 15 more seconds. We got a 1v1 in Joshi. Now, the timing needs to be surreal here. 8 seconds left. Josh is going to stick the plant. Here we go. Can it happen? Oh, goodness gracious. Kalo able to intercept. And Lowkings able to get another round before we switch to sides.
My, oh my, what a play by K-Long. I mean, anticipating that shutdown from the player right up top, managing to pump out that Thumper's thump before getting equalized out, and the Thumper finding its range, turning things into a 1v1, but of course, K-Lo, as usual, managing to deliver the final blow. Mamba Lowkings once again, this time PJ hits hard. Lexi will continue to cry as Sela gets taken down and out of the equation as well. A 3v3 as Joshi finds two, traded out by Refs KRM. This is just a back and forth between the two teams as Corinthians continue to struggle against their big brothers. Lowkings hitting high as K-Lo finds Squirty once again. A 3v1 leaving K-Long, the master, all alone this time round. But can he clutch it out? CBR4, good slide, and K-Lo finds him with the Mag 10.
Halo drops K-Long. Okay, I love that. But again, talk about how Lexi QT has been struggling continuously to try and help Corinthians get those first blood. Every time he decides to pick an angle, it's either going to be Luffy or Rap that will try to pick him down. And that's going to be a really, really bad play if you're Corinthians, as they've been always down by one man in the first 20 seconds. So right now, looks like Rap is going to take down Kalo on the mid-map, and he's going to take down Perry as well. And so a two-piece, very huge gunfight there for Lowkings, but Sealar, and he gets this. And there we go, he converts one, but he needs to convert more. 2v4 situation, and Sealar is going to turn one player down once again. We got this 2v2. All he has to do is help his rendezvous AJ. 2v2.
Oh, timing. Joshi turns around at the wrong time, but doesn't turn around full. Yopi shuts him down with the backstab. A 1v2 now in the hands of Sela. As he catches out Luffy, might be able to spot out his positioning, but a 2v1 is what is going to break down here. Sela needs to back away, and he does in the nick of time to just run away with his life. And now it's all about the timing as he is about to get pinched, tagged up, and Yopi finishes him off. 6-1. Lowkings dominate this S&D against Mamba Corinthians.
And Lowkings continues to show why they're one of the most tactical teams so far at this current event. When they play Search and Destroys, the way they handle and adjust mid-game is just truly impeccable. They've been always 1 step, 2 step, no, 5 steps ahead of their enemies. And now Corinthians only was able to take 1, and that was a slight miss-error for Lowkings. And now it's 2-0. Lowkings have been able to get that hard point. They've been always they got this Search and Destroy summit, and one thing that they really did great the most, AJ, one major factor was them shutting down Lexi QT with the scope.
Oh yeah, and no doubt about that at all, right? And Lexi was the biggest threat out there. Oh, should have been the biggest threat out there, but going up against the Lowkings, Lexi wasn't a threat, but pretty much was the prey as they continued to prey on him round after round. Poor guy couldn't really, squeeze out much of a performance in this particular game. And on that S&D, if you do not have your sniper on his best form, your team is going to struggle overall. Yes, Summit does have some of those shorter angles where you can force a close range combat. The CBR as well as Mac 10 can perform, but when you're on the defense, defense, you really want to keep your distance between yourself as well as your opponents, right? And here's the problem. The Lowkings just did not allow Corinthians to keep that gap. They kept closing down the distance between them over and over again, taking such aggressive rounds back to back. And Corinthians just could not hang with the best in this. And unfortunately, they will have to learn the hard way from the big brothers, as all younger brothers do.
Yeah, honestly, it's always the big brothers that will be a lot smarter and will be a lot better for now. Obviously,
smarter,
the
I don't know,
brother
man. I'm the youngest
brother
one.
at some point in time. And Corinthians, right now, all they just have to do is learn from the mistakes that they had at that raid Hardpoint, and of course at that Summit S&D. Now, here is the task. Going up against Mamba Lowkings at firing range, where Corinthians, this is going to be their map pick. This is going to be total challenge for them because of how we saw Lowkings controlled the map earlier at that raid Hardpoint. But we did see Corinthians had a little bit of that potential tap earlier at that raid Hardpoint, where eventually they stood their ground holding that basketball court at P4 rotation at raid. But then again, it's going to be a different map here this time. So having the chance to get this firing range, this is going to be their map pick. They have the chance to have themselves win with the map picks, AJ.
I mean, one would hope for that. I mean, one who picks the map would definitely hope and pray that they win their map pick. But here's the problem. You take a matchup against Mamba Lowkings. You take a matchup against a team that is worthy to stand toe-to-toe with the kings of Call of Duty Mobile, Blacklist International Ultimate themselves, and really not sweat all that too much. Yeah, it's just really asking for too much, right? Corinthians, they are going to be hopeful, but it is going to continue to be tough in this battle against Lowkings. The kings that rose up from the down under, right? They came out of nowhere. They took over the community first, and now they're storming the Garena front strong. Like you said, man, CGI getting the top 3 finish is no small feat for a team that has very, very recently gotten serious within the pro scene, Gally.
And yeah, they continue to build up that credit here as we continue to play this group stage of Garena CODM Masters Season 2. Right now, we're going to this map number 3 with Mamba Lowkings having the 2-0 map advantage here against Corinthians on this best of 3 series. Final game for this match number 4, and we need to see Corinthians perform well before they take an exit in today's schedule. Right now, that B flag is going to get captured slightly by Mamba Lowkings as they put a little bit of an influence, but Corinthians having this power position is going to give them a little bit of control. But then again, they're starting to drop their bodies, but Corinthians making sure they get that recovery.
Let's see exactly how the Corinthians will be able to pull this off. Mamba Lowkings now just focusing in here to hold on to their A flag, but they don't. Home flag ripped away by their little brothers. Mamba Corinthians on for the jugular attack this time round, and Lowkings finding it tough to keep up with their pace. Luffy and PJ finally start winning a bunch of gunfights on their own end, and then C flag gets ripped away. B flag now on for the T's as well, but QWERTY manages to undo that approach, and Mamba Corinthians, they still have an opportunity here to step onto that B flag. But look at the Lowkings. Look at the maneuvering around that C flag from that second floor of auto repair. They just do not want to hop onto the B flag just yet. They're waiting to see exactly what the Corinthians try for.
And yeah, they're just taking what Corinthians will try to give them. And obviously for Lowkings now, having this number 5 in RAF in that trailer, they're spawning Corinthians to the top side of the minimap. So that's going to be a lot easier for them to take and slay. And for QWERTY winning this huge gunfight is going to help them as they finally break their spawns. And now they get to be in the house, but they're isolated. And PJ, OP RAF, fading that Cupid in the lovely shade of red. And this is just turning for the worst for Corinthians as they start to drop their bodies once again. They're losing all these gunfights, and Yopi already 4 in a row to get the 3 players on the jungle. He's gonna get spotted, but he's already built up the score streak, AJ, and this is going great so far for Lowkings. Meanwhile, for Corinthians, needs to keep it going, needs to double down that effort.
What we saw out of Lowkings here was perfection in terms of that B flag capture on firing range. They were so patient. They took over the power position first, shut down the approach of Mamba Corinthians one after the other. And Mamba Corinthians, they were just running at Lowkings blind. They just wanted to win that B flag since they had their markers on it already. But the Lowkings not rushing for a victory. They are securing the victory for themselves. They shut down the approaches first and then very confidently pull that B flag away. Yes, the points are close, but the one ones who are so confident in this particular matchup is very, very clear. Lowkings have got that confidence to run all the way through, but it is all on the side of Corinthians now to prevent this triple cap and make a strong comeback against their big brothers.
Yeah, Josh losing this gunfight and number 4 in red, winning that against your boy Rav is going to give them the chance to get this alpha still in their hands. But that's not going to stop Mamba Lowkings from extending and even putting in the pressure, because right now, Corinthians, they've been scrambling all across the map. They've been spawning crazily, whether it will be the top floor controller or that showers spawn. And honestly, for Lowkings, though they played it really, really slow, they got the patience to play as a team and flood their opponents and to get that B flag and that Charlie in their hands. And that was just the major play that translated to Lowkings getting this lead, and thus they will be able to take this first half. 75-51 going to be the score of the game, and now we're moving in to the second half. We are going to switch the sides here this time. So Mamba Lowkings, they're going to have that Charlie flag. And of course, with that in play, they have the chance to get that auto repair shop defense instantaneously. And for Corinthians, they need to find a way to make sure that all our positions are covered quickly before they initiate the attack.
Basically, Lowkings are going to be able to play very easily the strategy that they executed earlier on a little bit faster compared to round number 1. Why this time around they start off on the preferred side? They went in there for that spawn flip very, very early on in the previous half. And this time around, oh, look at this. They're going for the jugular. They want to squeeze out their little brothers. Mamba Corinthians now have to deal with this triple cap. Spawn trap, spawn trap, spawn trap at backyard. Hunter killer drone, predator missile, everything looking for the Mamba Corinthian players. And Lowkings, this is the show that they want to set up for us. But look now, Mamba Corinthians, they are shoving in all of their players down passageway. They win their gunfight, and only one on defense there, which means A flag. Barracks Hut goes back to Mamba Corinthians. That's a good start. But Lowkings now just teasing their little brothers, man. They're not even going serious just yet, Callie.
Yeah, honestly, I love the play there for Lowkings. Very, very aggressive, moving into the A-bombs for the first minute of the second half. And that's really a ballsy move, and that really shows that they're confident and they're comfortable at controlling the map itself. 108-61 is going to be the score of the game here. 40 more points exactly for Lowkings to win inside this game. And not only that, they've been extending way behind enemy lines so far the second half, and they've been successful at it. And so they can do it this way. Kalo, with this huge gunfighter right here, is trying to get this A flag side opened up, but Brenton says no, not today. But Lowkings still in line to get this victory.
Yeah, but to put things into perspective, Corinthians are they're playing to prevent a triple cap. They're not playing to win, they're not playing to make a comeback. They're playing to prevent a triple cap, which is the point I stress because of how dominant Mamba Lowkings have been throughout this whole firing range domination map. I mean, first of all, they love firing range. They always dominate out here, regardless of map, regardless of game mode. And now this domination matchup against Mamba Corinthians just puts them on a whole other level, right? CNB flag once again in their tight hole. Corinthians cannot make a play. They cannot make a move. They cannot pull those flags away because those brothers are just not winning a majority of their gunfights. And Mamba Lowkings, man, 9 more points to wrap things up. I think we know who our winners are, Callie.
Yeah, Lowkings, 2 flags in play, 5 more points for the win there. Trying to whatever it takes to get this final bit of kills and this final bit of points, and they're looking to get this triple capture. No mercy from the big brother themselves. Mamba Lowkings, they will be taking this map number 3 as well, 150-81.
I love that. I love the tenacity. I love the aggression out of Lowkings. You may be my brother. You may be related to me by blood, but I will still slay you out there when it's a competition. No mercy shown by the big brothers, and that's exactly what we need in a competition of this level. I mean, if you go around showing mercy just because you know those guys out there personally, we're not going to have a great game to watch, man. And this one was most definitely hella fun to shoutcast for, because the Lowkings, they went all out annihilating Mamba Corinthians. But that being said, it does feel like the Corinthians, they kind of hang in there quite well as well. Yes, they were being pressured. Yes, they were being triple capped at points, but they didn't give up throughout that whole process. They kept trying for those flags, but the problem was they just couldn't get it done, Callie.
Yeah, it's because of Lowkings having that momentum swing earlier to them at that first half. And look at it this way. when Lowkings had the opportunity to get that Charlie flag in play, they run down, they mowed Mamba Corinthians to the ground from the start till the end when they get this Charlie and this Bravo flag. What we didn't see from Mamba Corinthians, though, is to try and flip those flags, because basically they were getting spawn trapped. So they didn't have any options at all but to keep at least their home flag defended. And that's one thing that really diverted the attention of Mamba Corinthians. Yes, they got this one flag, but not really able to get this B flag, hurted their chance to fight their big bros. And you know why? Because Lowkings is having a far better mechanical skills and a far better map control. And that was just the story of this domination and firing range right from the start till the end, AJ.
Oh, yeah, no doubt, man. I mean, if there's anything the players of Mamba Corinthians can most definitely learn from their big brothers, and the first thing that they can learn is you have to focus on the favorable side of the map. You have to focus on grabbing the Special Forces base, control that C flag, drop into auto repair, and annihilate at the B flag. And, in terms of defenses, I did not see the Corinthians step on up all that too much. In terms of a defense, if you want to prevent your enemies who take that sort of a stance, you want to throw yourself into the barracks hut. You want to throw yourselves onto the second floor of barracks hut, to be specific, as well as the white warehouse. But we really didn't see those power position takeover or gameplay out of the Mamba Corinthians all that too much. They continuously ran in headfirst into all of those Lowkings players, and all that was left for Lowking players to do was to shut them down one after the other. If at all more of a strategy was squeezed out by the players on the side of Mamba Corinthians, the game could have been slightly different. I don't think they could have still won it based on, just how dominant the Lowkings were out there on the battlefield. But, they might have stood a slightly better chance in this domination matchup, Callie.
Yeah, definitely. If only Corinthians could have put up a little bit more fighting for the favorable spawn and, of course, the favorable power positions at the map itself, they could have had a chance to at least score 100 point compared to the 8-1 that they had here at this firing range domination. But then again, you lose, so you find what things you need to improve on. And for Corinthians getting served another 0-3-0 here by Lowkings, it's time for them to call to action and find what's been missing so far for this past 2 days, because eventually, or at some point of the game, they have to bounce back. And if they do want to advance to the playoffs, they have to work arduously to find themselves at the top of that leaderboard. And having to get served another 3-0 here, they need to work it up. Double down that effort at the following days, because they've been underperforming, AJ.
I absolutely agree with you. And this also marks the final match of the first half of this double round robin that Mamba Corinthians have for them, because this is series number 3 that they have gone through, and they will rinse and repeat right after this. The only series that they have won out of the first 3 was against Gaijin Rogue. And in order to recover on this double round robin setup that we have for them in the second half, they need to make sure by hook or by crook they win over Gaijin Rogue again, which is seeming to be a little tough now, looking at how Gaijin Rogue have truly improved after suffering a loss at Mamba Corinthians' hands the first time around. And they also have to make a tremendous comeback against CHU, who took them down 3-0. Because if they don't do these two things, the hopes of making it through the playoffs might just not be alive for Mamba Corinthians. Because I'm just gonna write off taking a win against Mamba Lowkings in this particular grouping, because they really got shut down in this particular series. But the probability of going up against CHU and beating them, Callie, do you think Mamba Corinthians can pull that off?
They could possibly do it with the help of going back into the games that they lost and finding a way to correct their mistakes. And honestly, for Corinthians, they got their brothers in Lowkings that could help them tune up and, of course, get the best out of the CHU team itself, and of course the Gaijin Rogue squad here at their respective group. And obviously for Corinthians, what they just have to do is find a better mentality to come and bounce back after suffering back-to-back 3-0. against two mighty teams. But here you go, the soldier of the game for Mamba Lowkings. This time, it's going to be PJ with an average kills of 16.67 and an average hit of 10.0 that puts him to a 1.67 KDA. And this man was just involved in every sort of search and destroy, hardpoint and domination action. He's the guy that you can count on, and when it comes to intercepting lanes at this respawns, and of course, flanking the enemy at the search and destroy, AJ.
I absolutely agree with you, Callie. I mean, in the matchup against CHU, PJ, he delivered. In the matchup against Gaijin Rogue, PJ delivered. And against Mamba Corinthians, he is as consistent as ever, and he delivers once again. A truly well-deserved Soldier of the Game title picked up by PJ this time round. But I'm very sure Yopi as well as Luffy, they are waiting for their turns as well, right? Yopi a little bit more consistent, so I think that he's most definitely the next one in line to pick up the Soldier of the Game for himself, if he can continue slaying in the way that he has been out there on the battlefield. Overall, Mamba 420 Lowkings, they are having quite a great run in the group stage, don't you think, Callie?
Yeah, just looking at this way, 3-0 when it comes to wins in the series. And of course, what is it? I think it's a 8-1 map count, and it's ever untouchable, AJ. That's one impressive feat so far for Lowkings. And moving on to the second half of this group stage, they have to continue to be consistent, because we've seen Gaijin Rogue eventually step up earlier, AJ.
Yeah, but, you know, I don't think the Lowkings have that much to fear, because it's at the end of the day, yes, Gaijin Rogue and the uprising of Gaijin Rogue, but Lowkings, they hit a whole other, you know, level, right? They attack so smoothly. Their composition in terms of engagement every single time they hop into the battlefield, amazing. Their strategies that were executed. I mean, the domination matchup, yes, it was, we had our fun. We had those jokes being thrown around and all, but when you look at it seriously, Mamba 420 Lowkings, they had amazing strategies out there on the domination matchup, and there was no doubt at all as to why Mamba Corinthians was struggling against them, right? Because they weren't, number one, looking on whether or not you are brothers or not. Number two, they showed no mercy, and they just focused on their own game plan. Take over the favorable side and don't let go of that C flag, don't let go of that auto repair second floor, and they just dominated all the way through, and I'm sure they'll continue dominating. But if anybody in this group can make a difference against the Lowkings, I agree with you, it is Gaijin Rogue. But on that note, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, a quick short break. When we come back, it'll be Beef Mommy and Callie bringing you series number 5. I'll be back to close off the day.
Hello and welcome to Garena Mastery Season 2. Coming at you live at Garena Call of Duty Mobile. The past matches, really insane. But now we are on to the final 2 matches. Once again, I'm Kali Gaming, down here with the best of the best in Beef Mammy as we bring you this match number 5.
Oh, that was a really spicy match number 4. I mean, I was watching it in the download. I was eating my dinner and I was just like, you know what? Mamba, Corinthians, please get at least one map. But no, it didn't really happen. Mamba Lowkings really just looks like the stronger Mamba with the Mamba squared that we've seen here so far. And now it's going to be a different case here. Envy Doctors versus VI T2P, where we've seen VI T2P absolutely just become a really good team. Pretty solid team. Obviously, they've been getting some points, but they definitely want to get that 3-0 here.
And honestly, for VI T2P, this is going to be the chance for them to finally win a series. I mean, same goes for Envy Doctors, who struggled against CH United at day number 2. And honestly, now we're moving into our schedule here at day 3. We've seen 4 matches already set and down, and Envy Doctors and VI T2P is going to be right up next. But Beef Mammy, thoughts so far for these 4 matches that we've seen so far?
Oh my goodness. So we really just started the day with such a good matchup. Warlord versus Huntsmen, where we thought Warlords probably had a better shot because they had a really good run up against Gaijin, but no, it will not happen here as the Huntsmen do get that 2. That's going to be really good points for them. But obviously, taking a look at a top dog, Blacklist International really proves that 3-0 once more, and this is their second run. So far, so good for the Kings of Garena. And now for C8 versus Gaijin. Gaijin did such an amazing job. That was a really good comeback. And now, obviously, for another team that has been a really good start here, the Mambas, the Lowkings definitely have done it. But then we're moving on to the doctors writing the prescription to every single one of you where they want to go and win this thing. Gary, Kai, Pika, Esfer, Yelpo, and Zen really want to make a difference. And now they're going up against a team that has been struggling just like them. Both of these teams definitely need to get a lot of the points because they've been 3-0'd, and now they definitely don't want to get that into the bag as well. So I think one of the biggest players here so far will definitely be Kai. So I'm pretty sure the Doctors will try to go and play around him.
Yeah, Kai is going to be that glue guy overall for Envy Doctors. If he plays well, the team is going to reciprocate. If he underperforms, the team is going to have a slight differential when it comes to winning this game. And honestly, for Envy Doctors, not only will Kai be one of the better players here for them, I believe Gary and of course Sfer is going to be a huge team player here for Envy Doctors as they try to play a best of 3 series against their opponent and of course against VI T2P. And honestly, for Envy Doctors, every game that they played, it was very close. It was just the late game where they struggled out the most. And of course now, for team lineup for VI T2P, you got QI, you got Dave, Light, Mav, Toro, and Yulo, and no one see these guys coming. Playing against Almighty, though, they got dominated on those respawns. Beep Mammy, the way they played those search and destroy, Almighty had a rough time as they were 1 run away from winning against Almighty itself. Beef Mammy.
Exactly. And Almighty, you'd think that Search and Destroy would be their baby, but no, VI T2P proves them otherwise. And that's going to be very scary for the Doctors because they kind of struggled with their Search and Destroy. And now VI T2P, especially with Yator on their side really slaying out on the respawns, they will not play around. And now it's really nice to see a lot of the players try to go in there head-to-head. And I feel like for Envy Doctors and VI T2P, they're a little bit more evenly matched. And now we have these 2 teams that have been struggling try to get more points because so far they've had a donut. They've gotten a donut served to them, rightfully so, because the teams that they just saw, especially with the side of the Doctors, C8 United, it's a pretty close call for them. We did not expect C8 United to be this good, but then that begs the question: is the Doctors were a little bit too having a hard time when it comes to C8 United, but then you're going up against Almighty when you are VI T2P. So now that you're trying to get what kind of scoreline this is going to be, I feel like VI T2P might have just a little bit of an edge against Envy Doctors because they did almost pull a map away from the Mighty.
Yeah, I mean, I can agree with you, Beef Mammy. I mean, VI T2P, to those who are just wondering who this guy is, they came from MSP, Mugshot Esports, an organization that really came in a very organized in the early days of Call of Duty Mobile. But then again, VI T2P at the community events, they were able to beat WDC Free Slot and VBV Esports. So that's something that we really need to consider for VI T2P. But then again, the major competition is way a lot different. And now here is your head-to-head matchup, your Envy Doctors, and it's going to have a little bit more of the favored when it comes to statistically looking at his stats. He got Zen with the average kill of 21. 14.67 deaths, a 3.33 assists, and a score of 3,154.67 score, and a KD of 1.43. A lot compared to VI T2P Dave, Beep Mammy.
That is a really big difference. So you have Zen, and hopefully his teammates really revolve around him, because an average kills of 21, that is pretty impressive. And I mean, obviously they've only played once, so definitely that's going to be different. But for Dave, it's going to be really different. 12. That is more than half, almost more than half of the points that you get to see here from Zen. And the KDA speaks for itself. But it's still good that VI T2P, they did so well in the Search and Destroy. Maybe that's why they do so well there, because they try to go in different engagement. But then speaking of Search and Destroy, you get to have Raid for the SND. And now for the maps and modes, Envy Doctors just got a little bit of an edge here, winning the coin toss. Going in for standoff Hardpoint, Raid SND, firing range Domination.
And honestly, looking at the operator skill band, this is going to be eye-catching. Annihilator, Sparrow, Spanny combination going to get banned. So that leaves the Purifier open for use here at standoff, where it's going to be very effective. And obviously speaking, Envy Doctors, they will try to play on the map picks at where they are really comfortable at. But for VI T2P, this standoff right here could be 50-50. And honestly, for Envy Doctors, they really have to watch out. They can't afford to sleep against VI T2P because of what these guys can do at the response itself. But moving into the Raid Search and Destroy, we really have to talk about this map, because that's where VI T2P will be trying to take a win against Envy Doctors at that map number 2, where eventually they gave Almighty a really tough time as they force the round number 11. But that's going to be a topic that will be discussed later on, as we are about to see Hardpoint number 1 here be played by VI T2P and Envy Doctors, as now we are starting to see this game in line. Gary creates the first blood, and Envy getting involved early in the gunfight is going to be very, very useful.
Really big play from Spher, going in from the backside and eventually getting a lot of the kills here, getting 2 so far, and really just flushing out all the competition. But unfortunately for him, gets traded out. And now a 3-2. Looks like it's going to be really big for VI T2P, and even though, yes, the Doctors had a little bit of an advantage early on, it can't be sufficed, it can't be sustained. And now going in here, going to be the same situation. VI T2P, a really strong hold here so far. One by one, they do go down like flies, and that's a really good rotation going in from VI T2P. Envy Doctors, though, losing in the gunfight, that's going to be very unfortunate for them, as Dave has a really strong hold on the hardpoint.
Yo, Dave is just really outstanding, just winning all these gunfights. Got 6 in a row already, pulled it straight up, and this guy continues to add more. But Kai able to prevent one. Then again, VI T2P in their hardpoint is just untouchable when they are able to set up. And now, we're starting to see it light this time, defending this gas station. Gonna intercept one player, checks the corner. How is that even possible?
How
60 to get that
How
kill.
did that happen?
11 to 30 to start off this beta rotation, and there we go, Beep Mammy opening it up. It's going to be time to pound.
What the? Time to pound, already pounding with a 180. That was just an amazing run. He didn't even know. He didn't even check his corner, but still got the kill. And now that's a really good sign that this team has absolutely been on fire. Comfort not really getting a lot of the shots. We get to see Envy Doctors having a really good fight, and now it's really big kill by Pika. And now Yula goes down. That's one really big shot here, especially going in from VI T2P, where they had a solid hold. The early rotation in their favor, but for Envy Doctors, even though they lost some gunfights here in gas station, they're still able to go and get it. But just one man, Yatoro, speaking of the man himself, gets rid of 2 players, and they still get a hold of the hard point. The scrap point's already there, and now not only that, VI T2P is poised in position going into P3.
Yeah, VI T2P is gonna have number 3. That's going to be mapped early on rotation, so they're gonna have the anchor. So with Dave down here, if he dies, it's going to spawn right beside the next hard point. But Envy, they're about to take this hit with Spur leading the lead, and of course gets 1 kill, tries to get the second, and there you go, the anchor is down, so they get to flip the spawns, and this is going to be a huge opportunity for Envy Doctors. Now this time, Spur using the Purifier is going to be very huge when it comes to intercepting players inside. Same goes for Kai, who is going to ice one, but is getting down there. So here we go, Yulo is going to be entering inside his hard point. He's going to get one, but he's going to get traded. A pretty back and forth for both ends. But finally, we do see a solid hold down this time for NV Doctors as VI T2P is going to spawn away from the hard point.
Now the back alley push going in, but then a big two-piece by Huntsmen. He can finally get rid of 2 players from VI T2P. Rotation needs to come through. They need to go into contest 1 last time, but we do have 1 player in the name of Mav going in there for the early rotation in Bakery. The reason why you'd want to have that position is this is the money hill. It's going to be very easy to defend and hard to go and attack. And now going in there, obviously the fight in mid is going to be right there. Losing that one, that's going to be a really big kill. Mav goes down. And now for everyone else in VI T2P, they're still getting a lot of their kills. Not only that, they're also going in position. Not just that, the sentry gun into play. The defense is going to be a little bit heavy and a little bit harder as a 1-by-1 they flow in there. But then with the help of that, the Zen also gets a lot of the kills.
Wow. Zen hold down. 5 kills in a row is going to go down, but still, they were almost there to get the hard point broken, but VI T2P just having the favorite spawn is able to get the reinforcement much faster, but Pika trying to take that hit, getting that pincher maneuver, but it's not going to be successful at all. His light gets taken care of. Again, the defense inside his hard point is ever formidable with that sentry turret inside his hard point. 86 to 85. The game is close, but Yataro icing 3 players in a row, and that's going to cause Doctor spawn all the way to the bottom right side of the minimap. So this is going to be a lot easier now for VI T2P to get these skills. But take a look at this play from NV Doctors. They're not trying to barge their head inside his hard point. They're trying to slow it down, but still, it's currently not working. So they tried their best to move into new. But here comes the Predator missile spread out. You get one dropping Jeux, Trolley, Kai or Pika, and first hill set of the first set of a hard point going to favor VI T2P. Now we go to reset, and this is time for NV Doctors to step up, please, Mami.
I feel like for the side of VI T2P should have probably used that Predator missile a little bit later on, like right now, where they could have used it. But obviously they are winning their gunfights, but that could have been saved for later, where in this particular hardcore where it's so open. But again, the central kills happening in central time, so now we get to see a full stack coming in from Big. Oh, that's going to be really big. That's going to be really big. Yatoro with the 2-piece, especially with the Hunter Killer Drone. Dave with the kills as well. Now 121 and 88. The scores are a little bit far away now, but it's still very doable for NV Doctors to go and make a comeback. Now we have number 5 here, Esper, trying to go in there for the kill. Tries to get one, but obviously gets traded out. But then the rest of his teammates trying to go in there for the contest and not quite winning all the gunfights. But just as I said that, they finally get a hold of it. 11 points, the scrap point that they needed. Really is important. Not just that, they also get the rotation.
Yeah, this is it. This is the end. And when it comes to the late game, they step out the most. 97 to 136. This is going to be a lot of combat gameplays to do, but they can work on it if they have the heart to do. And of course, it's going to be a huge lead that they have to calm down. And now VI Dave goes down, and it looks like VI T2P is going to be here early, but Kai is going to try and enter. With his team now contending his hard point, they only have to worry about only 1 player. And this Purifier could get a lot of kills. And there goes the first. There goes the second, there goes the third, and we might be able to see more from this now, extending all the way to the stairs, and there we go. The break that NV Doctors need, they're able to put it to use, and now this time, it's time for Spur to put it to work. This time with the Purifier up his own, with the H2O, able to ice 2 players, and now they've been able to count down the 3, but we need to see more from them. VI T2P, final 18 seconds. They want to end it here. Pinch play maneuver. They're able to get the maneuver inside, and they will be able to get this game locked down in their bag. 150, 115. Valiant effort for NV Doctors, but it's VI T2P who's going to get this win.
What? We thought that we finally get to see the Doctors make a comeback, but VI T2P with a last effort push going into P2 really proved to them that they are still the winners in this hard point. That was really close. I thought there was going to be a comeback coming in from the Doctors. It's like, okay, we're going in there, Purifiers, especially with Kai just absolutely popping off with multi-kills after multi-kills. That is going to be very difficult loss for the side of Doctors because they were going to win it. They were so close into winning. And yes, the points are a little bit far off, 115 to 150. But if they held on just a little bit longer, they had the rotation going into P2 as well. And also the rotation going to P3 if it was going to go into P3. But the points do not lie. It's pretty evenly matched. You got Zen having that 24 and Dave having that 26. You can see that every single time. It's just a little bit of a 1 point differential between the two.
And yeah, exactly. That's the story so far for Envy and VI T2P when it comes to the gunfight in the kill department. But what really differentiates VI T2P against Envy here this time is the way they take control of those early rotation and, of course, picking up the points inside those hard points. And that was the major factor why VI T2P actually won the game. After all, it's not just all about the kills here. It's all about you balancing not only the kills, but of course the objective as well inside this game. And for now, this time at Hardpoint standoff, though it's a map pick for Envy Doctors, VI T2P is going to play it a lot better overall as they get to win this one. A pretty close game, Beef Mammy. And now, with this one concluding, 115 to 150 at standoff Hardpoint. Now, it's time for us to see this map number 2, which is going to be a map pick by VI T2P.
Yes, definitely. And now you have a Raid Search and Destroy where VI T2P, they're pretty comfortable in this map. They're pretty comfortable in this game mode. They were able to take almost a map off for ALMGHTY in the same map. So for them to choose this map is pretty smart because they know they are playing to their strengths. And now for the side of the Doctors, you need to find a way to stop them because you almost had the chance to stop them in standoff Hardpoint. And now you're playing up against a team that almost got a map off of ALMGHTY. That is ALMGHTY, probably one of the best teams in the world right now that almost got the championship down in the Eastern Championships and almost got the map down, the match, and also into Season 1. And now you get to see a lot of other plays here. And obviously for the Doctors, they need to do their homework. If they watched the matchup a while ago into the day number 2, they can still definitely go and try for a new play and try to go and counter every single move that VI T2P has given ALMGHTY.
And that we should find out here in a moment because right now Zen is going to be that sniper for Envy as he's going to have this SVD. So for now, VI T2P is going to try and initiate an attack at that A-bomb site with Dave already taking down Spur. Gary needs to win this gunfight. He gets it easily. One more to beat and here comes the pop-up by Dave. Gets that kill and now Pika all the way for that wraparound. Aren't really able to get the kill just yet, but then again, Beef Mammy 3v3 situation. And Envy Doctors, I loved how they responded as they were able to get those 2 kills traded.
And now bomb is gonna go down. Planting the bomb, easy. 3v3, still very doable for any of these teams to go and get the win, round win. And now we get to see a very quiet approach from Envy Doctors where they're still trying to figure it out. But then Mav finally gets one shot, takes down Kai. That's going to be different. That's going to be very difficult. But then Pika with a response. Still very doable for the Doctors to try and go and defuse the bomb. But with 20 seconds left on the clock, that's going to be the most difficult thing. And now Pika having a really good shot and the Doctors finally pushes through. That was a really good push. That double P crossfire coming in from Zen and also from Pika was really essential. And I think that was the wrong timing coming in from the side of VI T2P where you know there's going to be an engagement, you slide away, and then there you go. You keep your eyes off of the map, and there you go. You're going to be dead just like that. And now from Zen, you have a really amazing job to really just spearhead your way through the hard point and going into the bomb site as well. So now VI T2P has the bomb down. It's going to be very difficult coming in through Mav because he knows how to take his shots. So there needs to be a response going in from the sniper side of VI T2P.
Honestly, for Mav, he needs to win this gunfight because Zen completely terrorizes the feed right now with the way he handles that SVD. And to look at it this way, Envy Doctors, they're kind of putting VI T2P to plant that bomb at the bomb site. And right now, Zen continues to add a bit more kills to his statistics as he's going to drop Mav. Kai will drop Yulo, and VI T2P is slowly shambling in phases, and Pika picks to the right corner, gets 1 kill, and Yetoro is going to be the final player. We're seeing a 1v5 right now. Beautiful connection with the Thumper, but it's not enough to get him some kills. And obviously speaking for VI T2P, as you said earlier, Mav needs to find a way to trade against Zen with the snipers to create the opening picks that T2P needs to find a way and of course obscure this victory that they need. But now Spur getting that final delivery will increase the lead that Doctors have. So they got this 2-0 now in play. All they just have to do is continue with the sheer efforts they've been doing and let Zen continue to get involved in that gunfight.
And now Doctors currently writing a prescription, trying to get one more round off of VI T2P. Let's see if they're going to be able to sign it later. later on if they are going to win this search and destroy round, where we thought VI T2P was going to work it. But then Zen with a double kill. Like we keep saying, Zen with a triple kill with the SPD. He can't be stopped. Zen going in there for the attack. Kai goes in for the Nile for the ace, but that doesn't really matter. They just want to finish this early on. VI T2P, they don't know how to handle Zen, and that's what we keep saying. The man needs to be stopped.
Zen just continues to gradually improve every round he plays. Takes 1 kill in the first round, takes 2 at the second round, and takes 3 at this one. And finally, Mav able to shut him down as he picks towards the barrels, and Zen going down is going to be huge for VI T2P. See, the first blood is going to matter a lot, especially here at the search and destroy, where eventually it's going to give you the chance to put yourself into that man advantage and put the opposing team low in morale and of course low in confidence to get the skills and of course to win in a round that they're faced with. And obviously more numbers means you get to control more entries, and for VI T2P, they have planted that bomb, moving into this 3v4 situation. And the Doctors, they've been able to successfully clean one. I expected to see more here, Beat Mammy.
Now Spur goes in for the shot, and Mav, and just like that, Dave! 2v1 situation, still very doable for Pika to go and pick, and then there you go, he brings it down to a 1v1 situation. Who's gonna win it? Pika versus Yulo, but then he needs to go in there for the defuse. He still has a lot of time to do so. Pika going in there for the 1v1, but then loses it. Yulo finally takes a shot, and we get to see VI T2P finally getting that one round off, stopping the momentum of the Doctors, which still could have gone in their way. And now for Envy Doctors, that was a matchup that was really difficult to win. And they still took it to the bone. They still took it down to the teeth. And VI T2P are in a little bit of shambles. They could have perfected that because it was a lot of man advantage on their end. And for Envy Doctors, they played that so nicely. And now for Pika, really good shot. Unfortunately, he couldn't really go in for the clutch yet again. And now for Envy Doctors, for Zen, he needs to go and find a pick. Again, a slower push coming in for both of these teams. And now one person will be there. That will be Gary going in from that A side into the side of the Doctors. And now for VI T2P, they need to gather that information. Maybe even throw a stun check like what we saw a while ago.
And that's going to be very needed, especially when you try to make an attack to a respective bomb site itself. And for right now, for Mav, is going to get turned down by Spur with the kill of 1-for-1. He's looking to add a bit more, but Zen able to pick up another kill with a thumper. And the first blood in the hands of Envy Doctors. And we've seen this recent trend of whoever gets that first blood is going to have the victory snag against their opponent. And obviously speaking for right now, for Envy Doctors, Zen is gonna get turned down by Light with that CBR. So now, looks like Envy Doctors, they're going to defend A, but VI T2P, they're going to fake A, rotate to B, try to keep things unpredictable. And obviously for Envy Doctors, they're gonna be late on rotation, but YOLO needs to win this gunfight, but he's gonna wait to get double challenge here, and Spur gets the best out of him, but that bomb is going to get planted. Kai waiting for the opportunity, and he strikes with the accuracy. One more to beat, can he connect? All the way to the fence, he connects another. Goodness gracious, Kai cleaning it up, Beef Mammy.
It's the Kai, Zen, and Pika trio that is just so detrimental to VI T2P. They gave more of a fight to Almighty against the Doctors. This is just crazy to me. It's just really one team is a kryptonite of the other, and now it's really impressive to see this. And now a 3-2 split. We got 2 in A, so it's a 2-1-2 split. That's a really good deal for VI T2P. Maybe they're gonna have a little bit of an easier time going into the defense. And now Envy Doctors really looking to plant at the B bomb site. What are you doing, my dude? Yulo, why are you there, bro? You don't do that there, my dude. And that is the price that you pay. Spur having 7, and now that's gonna be really good. One more for Spur. Give him the ace, maybe. He's in a really good position to do so.
Yeah, as he continues to gradually extend way behind enemy lines, he's going to have to find one more here, close to proximity, number 5, in Yatoro. He's going to spot him, and that's going to be a free kill for him. Eaten like bread. And for Gary, finding this final player at this calories, like T2P is not really in a friendly situation, having to deal with 5 players, and of course, having to worry about that bomb getting planted. With 25 seconds to play, it's going to be have to be a very efficient play here for Light T2P, or him getting turned down, and it looks like it's going to be the latter. Spur able to get the best out of VI T2P at that last round. Match point. I didn't expect Doctors to actually play this one dominantly, Mammy.
this is so dominant. It's just like with VI T2P, they just have a hard time with the entry. And now, especially going from the attacker side, but now in the defense, they're having a hard time going there because they're at such wrong positions to be in. Really easy to just get taken care of, and especially with the Kai and Zen tandem where they have been sniping their heads off. A really good push coming in from Envy Doctors for almost getting that kill. Gives information that there's one in money. But then the rotation needs to come through. They know there's going to be a B plant. Again, they're not looking at the right position. They're not looking into mid.
Yeah, I mean, for VI T2P, being the defender, you got to at least put one player at this mid-map to intercept players going in for those rotations. And honestly, now they've been able to do that, and they're able to pick majority of the skills. And not only that, they're starting to build up that momentum that they need to get this round lined up to their side. But it's not going to be that easy. But with YOLO now making that kill happen, it's going to be a 1v4 situation. So VI T2P, they are in line to win this one. All they just have to do is finally find the final player. And yeah, Toro is gonna make that happen, as now VI T2P, they take another round in their hands. That's the second round win. But here's the thing, here's the catch. One error from them, and Envy Doctors is going to fin on that mistake and take this round away. So at this some point of time, VI T2P, they need to play at least little to no error. But as soon as I said that, YOLO takes himself out.
Speaking of an error that you shouldn't make, the guy just took himself out, didn't want to go and fight anymore, but it's a good thing that his teammate traded one out. You hate to see it, but it does happen sometimes. So you know what, it's just to give him a little bit of credit. Okay, now we're going into another B site, another Bravo plant. As Zen takes one more. Mav could not take the gunshots coming in from Zen and Kai. And now for them, they do have a man advantage. But then now a 2v1 situation. Gary takes the shots, but then they do have the numbers that can definitely go big. But then it's a good thing that Dave gets one. Gets a little bit of a push here. But it goes in for the reposition, but then obviously for Pika, takes him out. Zen tries to go in there, but Yatoro obviously with a really good response, a 2v1 situation. But we know that Kai can definitely go and clutch this out. But for VI T2P, they need to be really careful. They need to stick to each other, especially since the bomb is down. They need to go and play for time.
Yeah, play for time. Just have to milk it out. But for Kai, trying to get that kill, too risky as he backs away. He's getting tagged, so that's going to be a smart play for him. And yeah, as you can see, the bomb is getting kept by VI T2P at this point. They have one player that's circle, and of course, one player guarding that laundries. And I love this. Distributing the players to try and see where exactly Kai would decide to take that hit. But for now, Kai is going to be at the mid pillars, trying to find a way to actually create an ingress here at this bomb site itself. But Yatoro spots him, and there you go. 19 seconds left. Clock is ticking. And for Envy Doctors, Kai, it's either going to have to be a quick plant at B or take these two players out. But the clock is against him now. And VI T2P just waiting for him to pounce and light. Getting that through. And VI T2P now winning 2 in a row. So this is going to be a very interesting thing. If they take one more, we could see that momentum turn to the hands of VI T2P, and we might see a crazy comeback. But then again, Doctors only needs one more, Beef Mammy.
Yeah, one more, and then that can be the fire of VI T2P to finally go and blaze things up. And now Mav takes one shot, doesn't really quite get it. Pays the price as Pika goes in there for the mid-map control. And Envy Doctors, you already know that they have such a solid hold through mid, which VI T2P just had such a big struggle with. Now Gary spots one, doesn't quite get it. Light brings him down. That is the light at the end of the tunnel as they even things out. Yatoro spots one, doesn't quite get the shots down. Pays the price for finally gets it, and Light as well. So still getting the trades out one by one.
Okay. The kills are getting cashed here at the moment. Envy Kai able to get the most out of Dave. And now here comes the push from Zen with the SPD trying to attack the player at the basketball court. But then again, that will work as his team gets the trade, but we get a 1v1. A lot at stake here for both these ends. Envy Doctor, they take this round, they will be winning. But for VI T2P, they win this. They force another round on this 1v1 situation. It's all going down to Spur in line. And obviously speaking, that bomb is going to be handed in the hands of Spur, so he gets to dictate the game here. And it's all about that timing. What's it going to be? Just looking at the stats here, Spur's got 12 kills, Stats got 7. And stats really don't matter at all when you try to play a 1v1 situation, but having to consider the bomb now, 30 seconds is left, and Envy Spur looking to move in at this A-bomb site. It's going to be timely here for this guy to force and bait out Light to go here and try to get that kill. Here comes a dumper play from D. Oh, it won't connect just yet. But you obviously know that Spur is going to have his hands handy here. Is going to get the bomb plant. And there you go, Beep Mammy. Right in time. We got 45 seconds. The A side is where we go.
Light didn't get that info. He didn't check A if it was going to be there. The thumper, though, the information did come from Spur, knowing very well that he might still be on top of stairs, but looking at the wrong direction. There you go, he goes out. Really has a little bit of a peek. Let's see who gets to have the timing here. Light finally gets the shots, but then playing for time, 24 seconds left. It's still very doable for him. Thumper out, doesn't really quite get it as well. Needs to go in for the reload, and now for the bomb. Smokes go down, and then finally he gets to have that heady. Light gets the clutch. Finally goes in there for the defusal. 10 seconds, still a lot of time left, and they still live another day. Light at the end of the tunnel, what do I tell you? They still have one more to bring it into a round 11 here, Callie.
Oh my goodness, what a round there for both ends. But talk about how Light used that tactical, uses that smoke grenade to close it out and get the chance to have that head glitch advantage at that bomb site. Little things like that is gonna win you those games. And honestly, VI T2P won that round. And here we go, moving on to another round we go. Envy trying to take a hit here at this B bomb site. Zen, he's got 8 kills already. He's gonna spot one more player. He takes the first blood, and that's going to be very, very important.
But then mid-map control still not in the sides of VI T2P, which was their weakest link to begin with, and Zen has yet to be stopped, and you get to see the doctors have the advantage of having more men. Yulo gets spotted, Pika takes him down, and it seems like the more men that go down, the lesser of the chance they can actually go and win this round. But then with the backstab coming in here from Yatoro, it's going to be very big, not just that with Mab as well, so it's still very doable. Now they took down one, but then the information does go down that they might be in gallery, so Yatoro needs to be very careful, especially with the CBR4. Not quite sure if that's going to be the smartest gun to use in the long-range engagement as well. There you go, Mav goes down, Gary takes down Light, and now it's a 1v4 situation where Yatoro is going to be the only person left here. They needs to pick up a sniper if he wants to go and make it out. Probably should have brought out the thumper. Too late. That probably should have been the difference, but Yatoro finally still gets one, but Zen spots him out, and it's all the Zen show here. The doctors finally win one, and where we thought that VI T2P might have faltered, might have had a lot of the wins here, Search and Destroy seems like it's the doctor's prescription, signed, sealed, and delivered.
Yeah, Zen was just the bane overall for VI T2P at that late game, with him scoring 3 kills itself at that round number 10. Paved the way for Envy Doctors to win. And for VI T2P, the intention was there at the end. They could have done that earlier, but then again, they really had it rough when it comes to adjusting to the playstyle and, of course, the defense that Envy put up earlier at the first half. But this game officially set and done. Spur and Zen with Pika and Kai Gary really getting involved in that gunfight and, of course, helping each other to propel themselves against VI T2P. That would be more than enough for them to get this victory. But talk about how Zen continues to deliver that long-range beep mammy, and Spur always gets the best out of his opponent when he comes with that CBR4.
Definitely. And it really was Zen trying to go in for the first picks. Not just that, just really ending the rounds. It really was the chance of VI T2P to stop them, but they just didn't have a sniper to do so. And especially with the SVD and the fire rate, he was just crazy. At some point, he was going in there as if he had the MAC-10 really, really aggressively going into A-bomb side. I'm sure you remember that. But
yeah,
Zen was just so good at the sniper. He couldn't be stopped. And not just that, their presence in mid really was the biggest falter for the side of VI T2P, where they couldn't engage there.
Yeah, honestly, for VI T2P, as a defender at that first half, one major mistake they did is not allocate any player at all to guard that mid-map. And obviously, Envy took advantage of it. And what's the major factor for getting that mid-map? Basically, an access point to rotate at A and rotate at B. And that's something that we didn't see from VI T2P when they were the ones defending. So now, of course, VI T2P They take map number 1, winning 115 to 150. Now this time at Raid, it's going to be Envy Doctors is getting this win done through 6-4. They had to win it arduously and it was tough, but now we're moving into a map pick by Envy Doctors, and this time it's going to be firing range domination. I love to know your thoughts here, Beef Mammy.
Well, it looks like every time they choose a map, they don't win that. You can see that standoff hardpoint. It was the Envy Doctors pick, but then obviously they lost that in a pretty convincing fashion. I feel like it was a pretty close game at some point, but again, it's still a pretty far game. And then going into Search and Destroy, obviously Doctors just handed them the L, served in a very nice platter where obviously they didn't really choose that map, but then it's a good thing that Raid for them turns out it's a really good map. But then going into Domination firing range, it's anyone's ball game. You know that VI T2P can definitely go and win with a lot of this. Oh, and then everyone left. There you go. Thank you for watching our Domination game where the score line is 0-0. Wow. Hi, welcome. That was a beautiful matchup. Game number 5. Thank you for watching. But then, for real, while we're waiting for the Domination game to repeat and start again, Callie, who do you think is going to win this? Knowing very well that the win from Search and Destroy was very impressive going side for the Doctors, without a doubt. But going in for the side of VI T2P, they're really good for Hardpoint. And now we are going into another respawn game mode where the rhythm is going to be important.
Honestly, for me, it's going to be one of the two things here. And it's going to be the winning condition for both ends. Now, if we do see the boys of Envy Doctors play it great, it has to be Zen getting involved in the gunfight once again, with Spur helping him out. That was the winning formula at that Search and Destroy. If they do that here, they will have the chance to win it. But then again, we move in and check out VI T2P, who actually won that first map. I feel like if Yatoro and Yolo continue to step up, they will be able to get this victory. But then again, I feel like for me, it's going to be VI T2P. What are your thoughts? How about you?
I mean, I think same sentiments is because of how well they were playing a while ago. So that's going to be really good. But obviously with the alignment of what happened in Raid, Search and Destroy, that was very impressive for me to see. So with the momentum, hopefully they can go and play it into the Domination matchup. I think this time it's going to be a closer game that we had in standoff. So again, VI T2P, they really want to get another point here. Obviously the respawns will be very big, but for Raid, Search and Destroy, obviously we have to slow things down a bit, and that's where we saw the Doctors shine. But obviously this is a different game mode, and hopefully they get to pull through.
Yeah, I can't wait to see Zen actually I can't wait to see Zen play here with an SBD once again. If he doesn't ever pull it up, especially when he gets the first blood. But VI T2P, early B flag capture, and Envy Doctors did not see that one coming, and that's something that will continue to be the annoyance for Envy Doctors as they play this firing range domination. VI T2P, they're good at keeping their flags very, very active. And obviously, speaking for Map, now he's got this control all the way to that auto repair shop, but he's going to get taken down. I love the recovery that we're seeing from Envy Doctors. Pika trying to win this gun, but very, very huge. There you go. They've been able to open up, and they've been able to escape their spawns, but they have to continue to do that here because VI T2P, not only they do have that Charlie flag control, they got the 4 positions locked down, Beef Mammy.
And now the lockdown finally does ensue, and it's a bad thing for Doctors because they don't have any kind of hold, they don't have any kind of map control here, no power positions whatsoever. And they already know, VI T2P know where everyone is placed, and that's why they do have a solid BNC hold. Still just spawning through off of pickup, trying to go in there for the American. Doesn't really quite get the shots down, and Doctors gets almost a lot of the kills. Finally gets one. The trailer control definitely going to be there, but unfortunately Gary and Esper lose their shots.
Yeah, and now we're just starting to see that kill feed getting a lovely shade of red, but obviously for Envy Doctors, they're just trying to barge their way towards the B flag, and obviously for Yatoro, trying to make the most out of it. Here comes the swing. He's gonna take down Spur. Number 2 around the back. If he does so win that, is going to lose my mind. But then again, I love how VI T2P is not only getting this Charlie and this B flag in control, but they're also trying to pressure and get that A flag involved as well. And for Envy Doctors, here is the catch. They're trying to not get triple cap, and that's going to be the main load so far for them. Have to break this spawns. That's where they've been struggling at most of this first hardpoint and this first half. Obviously, is VI T2P just gets 2 things locked down perfectly. First is that gunfight. Second is that map control. And honestly, that's the winning play if you want to win this domination, then VI T2P making full use of that.
there was some reluctance going in from NV Doctors, especially when they're trying to go in Cap C. One person was there. They were just kind of going around, and yes, maybe you have to go into their side. Yulo, though, with the spicy 3, we get to see. But, oh well, it doesn't really matter at this point because when it comes to the respawns, every single one of the matches, every single one of the kills will definitely matter here. So here we go. Now we get to see NV Doctors kind of struggle a little bit, which we kind of saw coming because VI T2P are just a little bit better in the respawns. But we thought coming in from the SND game, coming in from the momentum, they could have probably had it, but it looks like they're just struggling just a little bit into our firing range domination, and we are switching sides, so it's a good thing that NV Doctors finally get to have stronger side next. So 36 and 75, still very doable for the Doctors to try and hold, but the problem with their first half is that they weren't able to get a lot of the power positions that we really like to see, especially going into the weaker half. So the double elimination here when it comes to getting the hardpoint.
Now you are gonna see it through here. This B flag getting influenced early by Envy. Everybody is gathered around the mid map, and now for Mab, able to get the most out of it with that death machine. 38 to 77, going to this the game here without a doubt. VI T2P able to respond and able to cancel out the push that Envy did it at first set of attack. But your Toro from the top though is going to pick one, and for Envy, there we go. They get the B flag that they need, so they got these 2 flags in play. Now the next step is trying to sustain this situation until the very end of the game. And of course, for number 2 in Vegas, getting that trailer control is going to spawn the enemy all the way to the top side of the minimap, and with Zen able to solo cap this A flag. They still got these 2 flags in play, but they have a lot of catching up to do. And now here comes Gary with the Fury Fire. Gonna ice one. He's gonna have to go for more here. Intercepts another. Be able to get that turret as well. And this guy's just going on a tear, building up that score. It's going to be very, very huge. But for NV Doctors, now all they just have to do is continue up this rally and keep up with the consistency.
Oh, that was very unfortunate. They could have gotten Bravo, but they only had one person going push from themselves and not really getting a lot of engagements. But then A and C gonna be that split coming in from VI T2P, but just like that, Charlie's gonna be taken by the Doctors just like that. The Predator miss out, really big kill, and now really just stopping the push, but it seems like they weren't able to go in Cap C. Doctors had the Monumentum job, but he didn't quite get it, and now for Bravo, it's going to be a triple cap just like that. Envy Doctors having no home flag are going to be in shambles as one by one they just drop like flies with Dave going in there for the Sentry Gun kill. Not only that, the Purifier also in his bag, and also going in there for the Friend Missile. That is a really big kill, and just not, there's no flag whatsoever coming from the Doctors. It's been so long already.
It's been so long, and Doctors needs to get another prescription because right now though, they need a painkiller to stop that bleeding and not feel hurt about it as they now get this Charlie flag. No! They get completely stopped at the last absolute second there by VI T2P, and this is where things turn out worse for them. There's going to be investments that's going to be added in by VI T2P, and I mean, this is the end. NV Doctors, if you don't see them actually step up, it's going to be them losing this game. And with that, XS1 Goliath patrolling at that mid-map, having the point of access to the Bravo and the Charlie flag. This is pretty much it. The A flag about to get captured here with number 2 and number 5 teaming up to get that final kill. It's going to be a triple capture, a dominant end here at this match number 3. VI-T2P just pounded NV Doctors.
NV Doctors just got handed back their prescription that they signed a while ago in Search and Destroy. VI T2P doing a really great job at the respawns like we keep seeing. And even though that they struggled in the hardpoint up against the Almighty gang, it doesn't seem to be the case here. And where we thought they were also going to be really good into Search and Destroy, they struggled. So it looks like the Doctors are really good at the non-respawns where they could take a step back and think a little bit. They just can't seem to handle the gunfights and the rotations coming in from the respawn modes, especially with VI T2P. They can smell blood in the water. They will definitely go and pound all of their competitors when they see a sign of weakness. And now for Pika, being the MVP for the side of the Doctors, having that 16. But then take a look at the other side. Dave reaches the 30. Get that 30, bro. And that's a really good sign for him. A really good ratio for his kills so far.
And not only that, 31 to 14. That KD right there is absolutely dominant. At 2.21, I mean, what this guy can do in the field is basically impossible for him to just get taken down that easily. But then again, everybody was getting involved for VI T2P. I mean, you got David 31, you got Matt with 24, you got Taro with 17, and the only player that has a negative KD is going to be Yulo with 13 and 14 on the statistics sheet. And while you look at it this way, VI T2P, they did a great job just getting involved, of course, with Dave carrying the load of the team. For Envy here this time, we did not see Kai actually step up. He's got that 6 and 18. It's going to be a 2.5 negative for him, and honestly needs to find a way for him to step up at the following days that we still have at this current event that we have. And honestly, we did not see that winning condition met by Envy. We did not see Spher. We didn't see Kai actually step up. We only did see Zen with that SVD dominate. But then again, that's not really enough when you try to play a response where it's going to be a total team effort.
Exactly, the total team effort, which is going to be present for all game modes, but a different kind of team effort definitely for the respawn game modes. And now taking a look at the points yet again, standoff hardpoint 150 and 115 into the favor of VI T2P, and Raid will be a different story, a dominant matchup coming in from Search and Destroy here. Envy Doctors really doing a good job at really handing them the win. And now firing range domination obviously doesn't even come very close. 150 and 77 is going to be very hard for them to see because they had such a good matchup in Search, but obviously when things get a little bit fast, they can't handle the aggressiveness that VI T2P really just served them. And let's talk about all of the players that have been really, really good. And now that we're going to be having the highlights, you get to see every single play that we have here, especially going into our standoff hardpoint, where it was pretty close at some point, but it really was that P2 into that reset was the biggest difference for them, where we thought that the Doctors had it locked down. It doesn't really matter. VI T2P still tried to retaliate.
And one thing that I really commend for VIP T2P the most here at this hard point is how well they tried to break the spawns. At some point of the game, we did see them go for early rotation most of the time, and they've been able to win and score majority of the loads in the game. And Envy Doctors did a lot of the reaching, meanwhile VI T2P keeps on the one pulling away. And obviously, the first set of hard points, we did say that it's really, really early. And then again, it was a 97 to 137 lead, a 50-point lead to be exact here for VI T2P. And this is where things suddenly turned the better for Envy Doctors. They started to win their gunfights with the proper investment that they had. This was the winning play for them. But unfortunately, with them having to meet VI T2P's consistent and persistent retake, and of course, pressure at the hard point, they crumbled under the pressure and they shambled and they got taken care of when the flank was initiated at the end of the game. And honestly, for Spur, this was one hell of a big play to keep the team alive. But then again, they had it really, really rough. And we're moving on to this Search and Destroy where we expected VI T2P to actually win it dominantly, but it turns out it was the other way around. Now we were Envy Doctors kind of get the pull away early.
You know, one word that can really describe the Doctors, especially from trying to go for that comeback into hardpoint, especially with Spher going in there just solo capping, and then especially here in Search and Destroy where they eventually won, the word is persistence. And no, we don't like that word, especially in Call of Duty Mobile with that perk. We don't like persistence there, but we like persistence, the values, the morals. Yes, you want to be persistent. You don't want to give up when things go wrong, when things go bad. But they really tried to show it here. And with VI T2P, even though, yes, they were finally getting a lot of the points down, they were finally getting a lot of the rounds, but it wasn't enough going in from the side of VI T2P, where the Doctors were just a little bit too much for them to handle. 4-1. I didn't even expect that it would be this bad for the side of VI T2P for Search and Destroy.
Yeah, they were the ones trailing really, really bad. And the moment they wanted to catch up is a moment that's been really, really late because Envy Doctors only needs one more error from them in every round they try to play. And it was just GG for Envy Doctors. They're winning against VI T2P at map number 2. And honestly, one player that I really have to shout out, Zen, with that scope, with that SVD, was just so formidable. At some point of the game, I saw him trying to attack that A-bombs like he has an SMG, but it But it seems like he's got that SVT. But then VI T2P moving into this domination game mode, this is where they just showcase the basic fundamentals of how to win domination as they take down envy doctors in a very, very convincing manner. And of course, your soldier of the game, VI T2P Dave, with an average kill of 20.33 and an average hit of 13.67, giving him that 1.49 KDA, is going to be the player to watch out to this succeeding day, Beef Mammy.
Dave has been really good at the response, and maybe yes, he probably had a little bit of a low KDA into the first match, and obviously it's because he only had one game, and now they finally get to see the light of day. Soldier of the game, he really deserves that. And you know, a while ago when we saw the head-to-head, it didn't really look that close. We saw such a big difference in terms of the points, in terms of the kills, the KDA, but you know, it doesn't matter because at the end of the day, it is a team effort. And now the team that had been a really good one was going to be VI T2P at the very end. So again, the doctors had a really good fight. I feel like, especially going to that hardpoint, going into search and destroy, most especially, we will give them credit. They did such an amazing job in that SND. They had so many good plays. Zen absolutely just popped off for me. Honestly, he is the MVP of the game. He's the soldier of the day because his shots definitely led his team to success in winning at least that 1 point. But obviously, we do give credit when credit is due. VI T2P, congratulations. But obviously, we have one more match for today. We're not going to end it yet. You know, AJ still has to cast, and he's been wanting to cast. He's been itching. He's been messaging us. Come on, let's go. We need to cast one more game. But obviously, the Almighty versus C8 United will be up next. We'll see you for a little bit. And welcome back, COD fam. And we are at the Call of Duty Mobile Garena Masters Season 2 with your casters, Beef Mommy and AJ Mustachio. It has been a crazy day. We've had 5 games down, one more to go. And obviously, it is last but not least. We do have Almighty versus C8 United, the top dogs in their particular bracket. And I know that Mustachio, we're looking forward to this matchup because we did not see C8 United from a mile away. We didn't think they'd be doing this good.
You see, it all depends on exactly who they go up against, right? Against Envy Doctors, I expected them to do good, but at the same time, I expected Envy Doctors to be able to take at the very least 1 map away. But that was the greatest shocker for me, that C8 United went all through that particular series 3-0 untouched. Envy Doctors couldn't, get a single map off of them. In fact, a lot of those situations, especially in the domination matchup, it just seemed like C8 United finally found their momentum in that series. But now they go up against Almighty, and Almighty, they really have stacked up their achievements in this year, right? 4th in the CGI 2022, 2nd in Masters Season 1, and number 1 always within Singapore. C8 United, on the other hand, even at Garena Masters Season 1, they couldn't really get past the 7th to 8th ranking. And now this time round, they go up against a top dog of the competition. The chances of getting this win over them ain't that too big, but we surely do see the capability within them to get to that level. But of course, this is a quick recap. You guys know exactly what has happened. And like Beef Mommy said, this will be the final series of the day. Almighty going up against C8 United to wrap the day of play up.
And let's see what C8 United is really made of, because I feel like this is the matchup that will definitely show how good they are as a team. And now we're moving on into the next few stages of the day where we're finally ending things. And I know I'm pretty sad it's going to end, but you know what? We have a lot more days for you guys. We got you covered. We're only here in day number 3. We have so much to show for. But speaking of a lot to show for, Almighty definitely has made a name for themselves here in the community. Heaven, Incendio, Irfan, Jay, Shut Up, and Jeff Pro, especially with the addition of Jeff Pro. I feel like they've had such a solid run here so far.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. Almighty currently untouchable, especially after the addition of Jeff Pro. He really fills in to, some of those objectives really well, allowing Heaven to be an almighty slayer out there on the battlefield. And you don't just see Heaven sticking by his snipers anymore. No, this guy is a full-on flex player, just like how Whoopi, on behalf of Smart Omega, backed away from that sniper role, made sure he became a supreme objective player as well as slayer. Heaven has adopted a similar style, but one biggest difference is he seems to be outperforming Whoopi when it comes to that transition. He has gotten super comfortable in terms of picking up the SMG, annihilating his opponents, dropping into an SND, picking that sniper right back up, and still being one of the best snipers. In fact, the best sniper out of Singapore. This guy, not only is he untouchable, he has been on an absolute streak. In fact, when they went up against VI T2P the last time round, Heaven was your MVP on that Hardpoint, Search and Destroy, as well as Domination. That guy's on another level right now, Beef.
And now, speaking of another level where C8 United needs to be at the moment, especially going up against the Almighty gang, Oro, Joshua, Fluffy, Icy Pie, Ron, and Toy need to go and step things up just a little bit, because everyone is looking at this team where they have bagged a 3-0. And the other C8 teams, they haven't gotten that so far. But obviously, yes, maybe it's because they went up against Envy Doctors, which at the certain point in day number 1, they kind of had a little bit of a bad start. And they finally got a lot of points. But now C8 United, this is their biggest competition here so far. If they really want to go and represent themselves going into playoffs, then they can definitely do so. And now what we've seen here so far, Toy and Ron looks like they are the ones that can spearhead their team going into more wins.
Oh, no doubt about that at all. I'm also looking at Oro on the side of C8 United. I expect him to pick up a couple of MVP titles for himself along these matches that we see them go head-to-head against Almighty at. But here's the biggest thing that I'm looking out for in here, whether or not it's going to be a slow-paced gameplay from C8 United, because when they took the fight up against Envy Doctors, they made a comeback at that hard point. Yes, they did win it, but it was a little bit too late, and that Search and Destroy was just way too close for my liking, right? 6-5, they almost lost it, but managed to scrape through. They cannot have that sort of a performance against Almighty, who will eat them up alive. But speaking of eating someone up alive, look at Heaven, and I talked a little bit about his performance just moments moments ago. Now continuing on, the guy is on a tear in the competition. 23.67 average kills, 10.33 average deaths, bringing him a KD average of 2.29. In comparison to Joshua, who has been performing all right for his side of C8 United, he pales in comparison to the almighty Heaven Beef.
But taking a look at the average scores that he has 3,660, so he can definitely go in for the OBJ plays as well.
Yep.
And like what you said, Heaven can definitely be that flex player. It's so impressive, the growth of this guy coming in from the main sniper of Almighty, but also being able to just handle any kind of gun that he's given.
Yeah.
But you mentioned a while ago, like what C8 United went through in that round number 11 in Search and Destroy. Almighty also went through the same thing against VI T2P. So I guess now that C8 United actually won this round, the coin toss, they have the upper hand when it comes to picking a lot of these maps, and they seem like they wanted standoff for Hardpoint, and for Slum Search and Destroy, Almighty picked Slums. Oh my goodness, this is this map we haven't seen it yet in Search and Destroy, and I'm really excited to play in here.
Yeah, this is just going to be a little tricky for C8 United to overcome. Slums is going to be quite the tough map. We all know exactly how Almighty performs at new maps. Usually, you look at the Singaporeans' IQ gameplay. That is exactly what they're known for. Strategy, that's exactly what Almighty is known for. And mechanical skills came right after, right? They really hyper-focused on getting all of their strats perfected first before focusing on all of their gunfights out there on the battlefield. And they really have managed to just carry on all the way through with that sort of a setup in competitions of those early days all the way up till now, right? One of the most dominant teams out there, the one and only Almighty. But of course, as we start things off on standoff here, Hardpoint, it's going to be 0-0 on both sides with C8 United opening up the Hardpoint early. One final player for the defense, but Jeff Bro makes quick work of him.
Unfortunate for C8, Ron seems to be like he's not connected right now, so it's only going to be a 4-man push going in from C8 United. So for Almighty, they have an easier time going in for the defense, and now on 5 and 12, they're still trying to go and fight on, even though with the loss of Ron right now going into that P1. But then it's going to be very difficult because you can see here, they're just losing in the numbers, and one by one, they finally step in one hard point just for 1 second, but they just keep faltering. Shut up getting that 3 already. Kilo 141 already in his presence, but the rotation coming in, there's no rotation whatsoever. This is so unfortunate to see here, AJ.
I mean, even if C8 United pushes with all of their might, with a 5-man push and stuff, with a 4-man push, things just got close to impossible for C8 United right now. But if they are able to survive this onslaught, if they are able to walk on through, it will truly be a monumental win. But it doesn't seem to be a miracle play in here today by the C8 United players. In fact, it's just quite flat, being outnumbered, outgunned out there on the battlefield. Heaven almost fully streaking himself up already. Should be able to get another couple of kills before he activates his Predator missile as well. Gets one. Can he get another? 51-7 now. Almighty truly running away from C8 United.
And now, speaking of running away, they're just running away from all of the score streaks that Almighty's already putting out. The contestation is already coming through, but doesn't really quite get close. 65-7. They're having such a hard time, and they're going in there one by one. If you are C8 United and you know that you are one person down, you have to stick together, but then they're doing engagements one by one, and that's the reason why they just can't even go and touch the hardpoint in for the contestation. And now see, they're still doing the same thing. They're in scrambles, and this is where you get to see professionalism from a team that probably has a little bit of experience over you. Almighty definitely has been in the scene for so long, and now for C8 United, just in scrambles.
I mean, Almighty, they've gone in there for the super early rotation in towards P3, and that was like before they even hit that 50% timer at P2, in confidence that the players of C8 United will not be able to catch up with them, being one man down, being a little softer in terms of the gun skills out there on the battlefield. Almighty are just running circles around C8 United now. 99-7. Will they give them that exclusive invitation to the 10-point club at Hardpoint? Let's see.
10-point club. I like what you did there. I like that. Okay, now going into C8 United, they need to go and push as a team, because like what we keep saying so far, they keep going in there one by one. Dragonfire obviously going to give a little bit of help, and that will definitely be a really good information. We finally get to see the really solid push, but unfortunately does go down. Heaven though with the Pred missile takes down Toy, and especially with the XS1 Goliath in their presence, it's going to be even harder. Airfin J has 7, and even though yes, he only has 7, it doesn't really matter. XS1 Goliath doing such an amazing job at stopping the push coming in from C8 United, where only one person trying to go in there for the contention. Just wait for your finish. Try to go in there for a 4-man push going inside.
It should be more than enough now. 3 hard points to close off a game. Unthought of. This has never happened before, I believe, ladies, German boys and girls, within the pro scene. 150-7, not going past P3, not going past Grannies. Almighty just annihilated C8 United. But of course, we understand exactly why that happened, because Ron wasn't connected. It was a 5v4. But even if it was a 5v5, what are the chances, you think, Beef, for C8 United taking this fight up to Almighty?
I feel like, especially in this game mode, Hardpoint is the most difficult when you are down one person. Search and destroy, yes, you can probably go and pull it off.
Yeah.
But for Hardpoint, it's really difficult. They not only have only one person down, but they were going into the Hardpoint one by one, engaging one by one, where they should have just stuck as a pack and really just waited for each other to go in for the push. But obviously with a team like Almighty, even if you are a 5 stack, they will give you a very difficult time. But you know what? We're not even looking at the points here, because I feel like it's not an even matchup from the beginning. And now we're moving finally into slums, and hopefully Ron does get to connect, because we really want to see that fight from C8 United, because this was supposed to be their, I don't know, this is their biggest boss that they have to go through now.
And on that point, ladies, German boys and girls, welcome to the 10-point club, C8 United. Exclusive invitation by the one and only Almighty, served up on a silver platter. And Incendio hitting the 12.0 KD on the hardpoint matchup. Guy only goes down once, gets 12 kills out there on the battlefield. Nothing to shout about 12 kills, but, you know, 1 death to combine with the 12 kills on a hardpoint matchup is quite impressive.
Very impressive indeed. But how impressive can C8 United come back from that very devastating loss coming in from stand-up Hardpoint, where, you know, Almighty, this is probably a game that they can go and pull up, because VI T2P did give Almighty a little bit of a hard time, where everything took down into round number 11. But obviously slums being the map, I am not very confident in this map, because it is the pick of Almighty, where they obviously played this map to the T with every game mode that they have. Knowing them, they want to play the difficult maps, because they know that a lot of the teams would want to ban this.
And here's the problem, right? And here's the curveball, I have to say, that the players of Almighty, they don't drag slums in to be played at Domination or Hardpoint. Number 1, because they didn't win the coin toss. Number 2, dragging it in for an SND. It's not always that you see an occurrence like this. And in a map where you've got those long-range access on the left and right-hand side, you can expect Heaven to step it up. You can expect Incendio to go through all of these players quickly as well. And I'm pretty sure Shut Up will try to bring in his double snipe setup alongside Heaven. Shut Up hits 2, Heaven takes 1, double snipe setup on Slums S&D. Welcome.
Double sniper setup, something that you probably didn't even expect here, but Oro goes in for the response, gets a 2-piece from himself, but then a 1v3 situation with Oro, but then he just couldn't get that really fast kills here. And like what you said, the timing was perfect when you mentioned Shut Up and Sniper, and Heaven rather, with the snipers. They definitely went in there. The information didn't even come through. They just took the shots, and now, even with Ron in the picture, they're still going to have a very difficult time going up against Almighty.
Yeah, it's mainly because of the way this map is just designed. Long angles, those snipers are going to be absolutely popping off. Shut Up hits Icy Pie once again, this time straight through the skull. That headshot's going to hurt. 4v5 now. C8 United, they've got their work cut out for them. Heaven holding onto an angle, will be presented with one player in a couple of seconds if he does step on out, but backs away as Shut Up finds Oro. Heaven shuts down Toy, and the onslaught will continue with this double snipe setup out of the Singaporeans' back pocket.
And now let's see if they do get a team ace, as Ron is the only person left, and he did disconnect. But now let's see if he connects his shots. But no, Jeff Pro finally going in there, getting that team ace. And it looks like Almighty really loves this map. They know the angles to look at. And with Heaven, that was really good information. That is patience at its finest, where he saw the lasers come through, knowing very well that one person is there, just waited, and there you go. He does not miss the shot.
Rarely misses those shots. Heaven, one of the best snipers out there within the game. And the consistency out of Almighty over the months and years, regardless of their achievements, is something to truly respect. Because some players, some teams, they reach the top, they reach the echelons of Call of Duty Mobile, and they stumble because they feel like they don't have to grind as hard as they needed to in the past. But Almighty, they've never skipped a beat. They've always stayed focused, and they've always stayed at the top as far as Singapore has been concerned. And out here in Garena, their dominance still shines through. But Icy ALMGHTY as well as Troy. This time they strike back, but Clutch King Irfan J quickly equalizes the numbers, but in fact keeps them in front. Troy takes Incendio out of the equation. Jeff Pro still on the sleigh, and Clutch King finishes it off, an almighty 3rd point in a row.
3rd point in a row, and Almighty is just dominating. When you thought C8 United might actually go and make a comeback, can't slow things down to try and reposition themselves. I'm trying to look at the different rotations that C8 United did, but everything just happened so fast where I feel like it's a little bit sporadic on their end, and Almighty just knows the angles very well.
Nice icy pie. He's starting to hit, and he's starting to hit hard. Jeff Pro taken out of the equation, but Incendio trades back. Fluffy shuts down Clutch King Irfan J. No more clutches for him, but Incendio still alive and kicking, and if there's one thing we know, Almighty, each and every single player they can slay. Incendio and Heaven, they strike back to back. One final player in the name of Icy Pie. He opened up the frags for the side of C8 United. Can he now take on this 1v3 challenge? He needs to circle around, catch Incendio out first. He is at broken, but Incendio catches him instead, tags him up. Icy Pie with the slay. Good snipe, gets the headshot. 2v1. Information has been given away. They know exactly where he is now, Beef.
And now the rotation coming through. He needs to go and get it, but then Heaven. The timing was just so good. I mean, not just the timing, actually the comms coming in from Almighty. You just said that they know where he is, and that rotation going into the back end, that was the difference for them. And now broken, it was just broken down because CA United going in from 0 now. Almighty just speeding things through. And if you're CA United, what can you do? The moment that you try to slow down, you just give Almighty the time to go reposition themselves very well. And now this is what's happening. They're slowing things down, so maybe that's a good sign. They need to go in for the information yet. But then number 5 taking a look at that. But Jeff Pro opening things up with a nade. See, they know this map to the T.
And also because Jeff Pro had already been punished earlier on, and this time around it was just a game of revenge. He needed to take Icy Pie out of the equation. Icy Pie was just doing way too much of damage. And the problem here is Icy Pie just kept playing the exact same location over and over again. Jeff Pro's not going to allow you to walk away with a childish mistake like that. If you continuously hold the exact same position, this guy, he adjusts himself to your gameplay. And now, final player on the side of C8 United. Oro, quick scope by Heaven, shuts him down. And Almighty now, match point. C8 United has managed to do nothing against them in this SND.
And this is the reason why Almighty chose slumps in the first place, because you barely even see this map. Every time you go play ranked, you don't really see this map too often in Search and Destroy. And now, C8 United going in there for the defense, and finally the switcheroo has happened. And now let's see how Almighty goes in there for the response when they are doing the attacking. And now obviously for Bricks, they do have a bit of a hold of that. You do have one person, Fluffy, one more chance for them to go in for the push. Fluffy finally gets the bomb. Almighty goes in there very quietly. So far, defending side Almighty, let's see what happens.
Running way through the smoke. Ron catches Incendio. Jeff Pro taken out as well. Roy traded out by Irfan J. But Fluffy and Ron still alive and kicking. One final player on the side of Almighty. Shut up. Quick scope will not be able to find anything as Oro takes that CBR for the challenge. And C8 United pull one round back.
Now, it's a good thing that C8 United may be a little bit more comfortable in the attacker side and Almighty. Even though, yes, they probably did a little bit of a, I don't know, a slower push going into the site. That's a good thing for them. They finally learned what not to do. And now, knowing Almighty, they know how to readjust in every situation that they put. And for C8 United, they didn't want to give that donut going into Almighty. So it's a good thing they know how to go and attack the site.
Yeah, I mean, on the attack, Almighty was aggressive. On the defense, Almighty's aggressive. Almighty has already swarmed all over these two bomb sites. And now, overextension. Incendio finds the backstab. Heaven finds Troy with a headshot. Fluffy manages to trade out Incendio. Good one on them. But Almighty, with that overextension, has already managed to push back the line of C8 United away from those bomb sites. And that is plan well executed. And now, the self-doubting side of C8 United, ever so slowly moving towards that B bomb side, only to find two players on defense there. Irfan J, the Clutch King alongside Heaven. It's not going to be easy. Doubling back towards that A bomb site might be able to give them something. But the problem is Oro has got zero information to play with here. He hasn't spotted a single player because of the position held on by Jeff Pro, not overextending himself.
That is a really good push. And now Oro, it's a good thing he didn't become a little bit aggressive here as a reposition. And you can see here from Jeff Pro. Definitely goes in for the shot, but shut up. Shuts him up just a little bit. Oro goes down, and now it's a 2v4 situation where they had a little bit more of a chance going in there for the plant. It's just a little bit too hard for them. Irfan J gets one, spots another, gets him from the back, and there you go. We're finally going in there with a win from Almighty. 6-1. C8 United tried to pull one map in, 1 point in, but ALMGHTY definitely shut it down really quickly.
This was not a, battle between ALMGHTY as well as C8 United. This is a speed run between ALMGHTY and C8 United. And ALMGHTY is thumping out C8 United in the craziest way possible. Nothing that they could do within those rounds to respawn. A single one taken back, but it is nowhere close to good enough in terms of quality compared to the gameplay that ALMGHTY is showing us out there on that S&D slums. Irfanjay, Clutch King picks up the MVP, 8 of those kills, but Shutup had 8 as well. Both of these players were on fire. Another one that was on fire was Heaven. He's the one who started things off with the double snipe setup alongside Shutup, and the guys basically just had this map on lockdown. Nothing C8 United did went their way, Beef.
Absolutely, and Jeff Pro with the angles really being patient there, not allowing C8 to even cross Broken. That was a really good play from him, and obviously Incendio always with the backstab. A really solid run here for ALMGHTY where they can have a lot of bright spots, but then obviously for C8 United, they're not prepared for slums, and that is absolutely the reason why ALMGHTY wanted to choose it. And now for C8 United, it's a question of, are they not prepared for this map? Or if it was any kind of map, would they even be prepared for ALMGHTY's reign of doom?
Yeah, I mean, dominance in match number 1, dominance in match number 2. They gave them the welcome ticket to the 10-point club in that Hardpoint, and now at S&D Slum 6-1, not allowing the players of C8 United to do much. The question is, how dominant will they be at firing range to close this particular series off, or will we see a unsuspecting comeback out of C8 United, who has truly been struggling to take on ALMGHTY and dictate their own pace in these matches? In fact, they've just been following the pace set by ALMGHTY from the get-go. They haven't had a say at all out there.
And now we're going into firing range domination, where we know ALMGHTY very well. They love this map. And domination, C8 United in the response, where we saw a while ago into the matchup of Dockers and VI T2P. We already knew that VI T2P had a really good run in the response, but now I can't say the same for C8 United, but hopefully I will be wrong. I want to be proven wrong for C8 United, but obviously with a really aggressive push coming in from ALMGHTY, they are ready to get that 2-cap.
Yeah, BC all in their hands. The question is, will they go in for the overextension, or will they just be playing a passive game to hold on to 2 flags all the way round? Heaven just holding on to the second floor of auto repair, slaying left and right, making sure no players step on forth to pick up that B flag, and he's a little bit late to the spot, but Irfanjay is there for the backup to make sure Heaven does not need to overextend himself. Now the B flag with a little bit of markers on from the side of C8 United. Heaven on the defense, and once again, before he can get there, the rest of his team members getting the job done. And that is what ALMGHTY is for you, and why they are so dominant out there on the battlefield. Even their power position holders don't need to do much as they continuously look out for each other out there.
And also, they can all engage individually because they're just winning all of their gunfights. So unlike what we've seen in other teams where they have to be in a little bit of a buddy system, it doesn't really matter here. But then finally, push going in from C8 United gets stopped, and that's just so unfortunate. Jeff Pro just gets that double, and then just like that, they are going in for that Bravo flag. And yes, it's very possible, knowing very well that ALMGHTY, they're not in a position right now to go defend. They don't have control to steal it, but it doesn't matter still. See, ALMGHTY doesn't even need to be in a power position to go and get a lot of these shots, and Shutup with a really big double to prove that. No, make that a triple.
Yeah, that was the biggest bait in the history of firing range domination, allowing the players of C8 United to think that they can cap that B flag, suckering them in, and Shutup making sure they shut up for good. And now with a grenade into the mouth of Ron as well, you know they're gonna seal that deal. And it is the triple cap held on for so long that's gonna be just enough for the side of ALMGHTY to get to that 75-point mark without any problems whatsoever. C8 United, they continue to struggle.
The struggle is very real as they try to go in there for the power position, and now taking a look at what's happening in trailer, it still doesn't win it. Jeff Bro keeps getting the doubles, keeps getting the triples, and now it's not even the matter of the power positions anymore. You need to win those gunfights, C8, and now finally Ron gets a hold of him, but then obviously Shutup with the Kilo 141 being in the power position here in 74 Steel House. That's going to be very difficult, and right now 69-28 is the scoreline, and with just a little bit more points left, we are going into our next half. But Ron with a really big triple goes in there for the push and beat, but then still gets stopped. One more push! No!
My goodness me. Almighty, you guys are dirty out there on the battlefield, just continuously teasing C8 United to pick up that B flag, and towards the very end, breaking their hearts, breaking their spirit. And this is the kind of squad that Singapore promises the whole of the community. C flag now on the quick capture by C8 United. They want to make quick work of the B flag as well into the white warehouse. Joshua picks it up. Irfan J shut down. He trades it up with another one with the assist out of Fluffy. Joshua misaim, and Incendio will punish him for that with the Annihilator. But the B flag has been capped by C8 United. Let's move number 1. Can they now defend?
They probably can't, because Charlie is going to be captured by Almighty. They just left a little bit too open, not really winning any of the gunfights. And just like that, it's going to be very difficult, especially going in from that alpha push. They should probably go in there for another flip, because Charlie and Bravo, that is what you need. But then with the presence of the XS1 Goliath, that's going to be very difficult at the hands of someone like Incendio.
Yeah, 46 to 82 now. 2 flags are still in their hands, but XS1 Goliath came by to say, hello, how are you guys doing today? Incendio gonna be toasting up a couple of players, but nobody's moving on for the objective of that B flag. The rest of the players of Almighty just kind of hanging back, not really over-exerting out there on the battlefield. Not so sure why they've slowed down the pace, but it doesn't really matter, because overall, here comes the flag cap by the one and only XS1 Goliath. Can this XS1 pull things off? Incendio being forced to back away. Solo cap, XS1 Goliath, can it do it? Yes, it can! Incendio! These guys are just having fun, beef.
Oh my goodness, and we're having fun with them as well. But then Ron is still trying to hold his team together, where you can see Arthur's completely in shambles. One by one, they're approaching. And this is the problem, I guess, with C8 United, is that they fall under pressure, where they should probably go in as a team. But taking a look at what now? Charlie flag, one person's there. And then again, you can see number 3, he's probably going to be approaching it one-on-one as well. So now a really solid hold coming in from Almighty, where the points are definitely go in 108. 72. It's not going to be close. You need to have a triple cap if you were CA United, but with the things that are going right now, they can't even touch it. Jeff Pro again with a double.
Oh my lord, I would be so salty if I was going up against a team like Almighty out there on a ranked match, man. There's nothing that C8 United can do out there that Almighty does not have an answer for. They want to take the backstep through warehouse number 4, they get shut down in those long-range engagements. They want to take that B flag, they get shut down from the auto repair. There's no approach at all for C8 United to go in with that they can actually take this game right back. And the main reason is because Almighty is just absolutely slaying them wherever they find them on that battlefield. Fluffy winning that gunfight. B and A flag in their hands right now. But Almighty, if they want to be a tease, they can win this game with a single flag. But they don't want to do that. It's the Almighty. They want to go out in style, beef.
And now, speaking of style, you have Shut Up here with 26 kills and just Annihilator in hand. He can definitely get a lot of these kills. And speaking of, gets rid of Fluffy and Ron as well. Jeff Pro with a really big Fred tries to go in there, gets rid of Ron, and now 138 and 92. It's a really big difference here in terms of points. You need to have a triple cap if you are C8 United, but the way the things are going here, that's not going to be possible, because B and C still a very strong hold. And like that, one by one, yet again, they go in and funnel in 145 and 96. Almighty just slowly but surely going in there. This is probably the fastest series that we've had here so far, and I'm so glad we're finally ending things now with a really dominant start and a dominant end. Almighty 150 and 99. Woo! I'm so hyped for that.
Yeah, they were cheeky. They wanted to go in for the triple cap finisher, but you know, that's about it, man. They couldn't grab that. I mean, that's the only problem that I have with Almighty in this particular matchup, that they could not grab the triple cap when they finished off the match. That was my only qualm. After going out there with such a dominant performance against C8 United, they have truly just solidified themselves within this group, because they only have to go up against C8 United, VI T2P, as well as NV Doctors, and I really do not see the other two teams holding a candle to Almighty. In fact, T2P has already tried, and they got thumped out 3-0. The exact same has happened to C8 United. The next one on the list is the brothers from Singapore themselves, NV Doctors.
NV Doctors. These guys definitely surprised me in their game a while ago, but you know what? there's only two teams that have a really solid slate here so far. That's Almighty and Blacklist International. Not even Mamba Lowkings could even get at least one map from them. So they did have one loss, but obviously the teams that we thought that would get a perfect score did get that, maybe with the exception of the Mambas, where Lowkings definitely had a hard time. But Almighty really proving to everyone what their name is. That's what they are. 27 for Jeff Pro. He was getting double kill after double kill.
Oh, yeah, absolutely right. And the guy was just a menace out there on the battlefield. Not surprised at all that he picked up the MVP title for himself. His KD was stellar, but Setup was impressive out there on the battlefield as well. And, you know, what was more shocking than their gunfight and their performance was how quickly they changed between each and every single position that they were holding on to, locking down the backstab that could have potentially gave away those flags to the side of C8. You did not see C8 make any of those plays from that backyard. And that was mainly because of Jeff Pro as well as Setup continuously just pressuring that B flag area, watching Branch Road, shutting down any of the approach from backyard. And it was just a unapproachable situation. Yes, we did have a little bit of an advantage for the side of C8 United when we flipped sides at the halfway point, but that was quickly lost as Almighty immediately picked back up their favorable side and continued to run away with this matchup, man. I mean, this has just been an all-out dominant victory by Almighty. Slightly less dominant at the Domination matchup, but we won't take it away from them, man. 150-7, who can forget that performance? 6-1, they continue to dominate. And of course, to wrap up the series, 150-99, C8 United could not touch Almighty.
Most definitely. I mean, we keep saying, especially in that Hardpoint matchup, can't touch the 10-point club, and now for Domination, can't 1 point away from the 100-point club, where obviously Almighty didn't give them any kind of chances. And especially from Slums S&D, I feel like it's just so hard to see that, because Slums, definitely Almighty, they have mastered it for every game mode. We've seen it so far. And I feel like Omega as well, definitely one of the teams. I think it's also Blacklist International that really likes to play here. So you already know the teams that kind of struggle. And obviously for C8 United, they need to ban this map once they go up against other teams as well. If not, they should probably a little bit better here, do their homework, because that point system a while ago, and yes, it was a little bit more favorable for them to win that S&D, but I mean, at a certain point, it was just not gonna happen. For standoff Hardpoint, we realized, okay, yes, one person down, maybe that is the scoreline, but they were a full stack going into Slums.
Yeah, but overall, C8 United doesn't really need to stress that, all that too much, because as long as they can maintain their performance in the competition over teams like NV Doctors and, try to match up against VI T2P over in the second half of the round robin as well, maintain their dominance over those two teams, they should be able to just saw right through, because they did perform superbly well against NV Doctors the first time round, and I have no doubt that they will be able to pull that off. Top two teams, once again, within each and every single group, moves on to the playoffs. So I don't really see C8 United breaking all that too much of a sweat. But NV Doctors as well as VI T2P, on the other hand, might I say, their name is a mouthful.
I know, right? VI T2P.
No, VIC T2P.
VIC T2P. VIC2. This is going to be a tongue twister for us casters, but you know what? We love you for making your names very complicated. But anyway, so I feel like the point that you made is very important for C8 United. Don't worry about Almighty; they're for sure gonna go into the playoffs, right? But it's all up to VI T2P going up against C8 United, because so far these two teams, it's just 1 point in between them. So NV Doctors, they still need to pick it up. We've seen it already. They can win those SNDs. VI T2P wins those respawns. But for C8 United, they still haven't seen VI T2P yet. So maybe that's a more even matchup that we'd like to see some other day.
Yeah, maybe, right? Because against Almighty, there really wasn't any, point of us breaking down the match to see exactly where they can improve, because a majority of the gunfights, they were losing out there on the battlefield. It will be quite unfair to say that, they have to go back to the drawing board and start practicing their gunfights once again, because, it's Almighty that we're talking about at the end of the day. One of the most mechanically capable squads out there. And with the addition of Jeff Pro, that just solidifies that point all the more, right? C8 United, on the other hand, pretty much a brand new team overall in comparison to ALMGHTY. They still have a lot of time within the ecosystem to continue to grow together as a squad and to dominate in the future games. The best that they can do for now is continue to learn from all of these defeats and rise up at the end of the day. But your soldier of the game, who has risen a long time ago and who has stayed at the top of gameplay for Call of Duty Mobile, average kills 16.0, average deaths 4.67 with a KDA of 3.43. I give you your Hokage shut up from ALMGHTY.
3.43 for a KDA, the highest that we've seen in the tournament so far. And obviously, Shut Up will be the one to give it to you. If it's not Shut Up, it's probably going to be Heaven. If it's not Heaven, it's probably Jeff Pro. But obviously, for Jeff Pro, he likes to go and slay out the competition. He may have a lot more kills, but the KDA with Shut Up, that is definitely going to be not a joke. Average score of 2,076. What is the scores that I'm seeing right now? Obviously, this guy, we've been seeing him play for more than a year now, and every time he just surprises us.
I don't know. I don't know if he surprises me anymore. I'm very used to Shut Up just being, and I mean, he's one of those players who has given himself one of the best IGNs out there, right? Short and simple, shut up, let's play. When you play, you'll understand exactly why they call me Shut Up, because I always shut you up. This guy has been a tyrant from day number one, and he continues to dominate out there on the battlefield. Once again, on that SND, he took a 12.0 KD, okay? Doesn't get better than that. And ALMGHTY, they are on the absolute perfect streak right now to match themselves up to the one and only Blacklist International Ultimate that they fell short against in the Call of Duty Mobile Masters Season 1. But I'm pretty sure this time around, they are looking for a little bit of revenge, Beef.
Oh, yeah, most definitely. And I can't wait to see that. Blacklist International, they have a perfect scoreline now, ALMGHTY as well. So these two teams, they're on a really good run. But then taking a look at everyone else, Smart Omega, CA Legacy, they are the top two. Mamba, Lowkings, and Gaijin Rogue, they are the top two teams in Group B. So I'm really excited to see Smart Omega finally make that comeback, because having that one loss, okay, they had it in Slumps Domination. Maybe they just have a little bit of a difficult time there, but they're finally making a comeback that we really like to see. Mamba, Lowkings, on the other hand, dropping one flag up against one team, which is going to be Gaijin Rogue, is definitely a really impressive feat as well. For a really good ecosystem that is Group B, I think I'm really excited for that particular group. But now we are going up against a lot of other teams here. Obviously, day number 4 is up in our midst. That's going to be on the 13th of May, where we finally get to see VI T2P go up against C8 United. But now, before we look forward, we need to look back. You can see the stage 4, like what I said, 13th of May 2022, the year that we can see esports and also Call of Duty Mobile absolutely just pop off.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. Do not forget, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, 2022 is the year of Garena Call of Duty Mobile Esports. And if you want to stay up to date with all of our information as well as announcements, make sure you follow our new Facebook page. All right, on Facebook, all you need to do is search Garena CODM Esports. No hyphen in between them, just Garena CODM Esports. Make sure you hit that follow. Make sure you get all of your timely updates. And if you're one of the aspiring players out there that wants to be a professional, that wants to join all of these other players, stop looking at players like Crush, stop looking at teams like Smart Omega, Huntsmen, you know, looking for organization, Blacklist, Ultimate, and just thinking that, you know, they are on another league which you can never touch, because all of them came from exactly where you are right now. They all had a simple wish, a simple dream to be a part of this esports ecosystem, and they got together a team. They went in, they practiced for hours and hours, and they got the job done. We've seen some of them truly struggle, like the Huntsmen, but even the Huntsmen have had their time up in the competition, and I'm pretty sure we cannot wait to see you guys out here battling it out as well and showing us exactly how far you can push the limits of Call of Duty Mobile Esports. Isn't that right, Beef?
Oh yeah, I mean honestly, I wish this page was made when I was still a starting out shoutcaster where I have all the information down for me already. But you guys are in a very prime position. If you are an aspiring pro player, or aspiring shoutcaster, or if you want to just be an observer, if you want to be part of the Garena team, this is the place where you can find all of the stats, all of everything that is Call of Duty Mobile Garena for you, handed in a silver platter. So again, so many exciting things to see, especially after day number 3. We still have so many more matches upcoming for you. And like what we said, 2022 is the year for Garena. We have so many tournaments here so far, and it's only Q2. It's crazy. Garena Masters 2. We just had Garena Masters 1.
I know, right? And I guess the only thing that, you know, all of you guys are waiting to see is how much bigger is the whole esports ecosystem going to grow into within the year. Well, that is the right question, because we know there are some beautiful, brilliant minds behind Garena working on this. And you guys have already seen, right? Not just in terms of the prize pool, but in terms of the format of the competition as well. The double round robin has brought in so much of impact, and you guys haven't seen it within season 2 just yet, but we have seen it function in season 1, where you get to go up against a certain team, and going up against them one time is not going to decide your fate overall. You do get your second chance, you do get to adjust, you do get to correct some of your wrongs, and that is the exact opportunity some of these teams will be able to get when we get to the second half of our group stages. But we still have one more day of play before that happens, babe.
Oh yeah, that's going to be very exciting, and eventually we are going into the playoffs where you get to see 8 teams absolutely just battle things out for the crown. And there's so many new things. I think per quarter there's something new happening all the time, especially with the integration of 2 more maps, and eventually maybe even a new game mode control, which I'm so excited to go and cast, Mustachio.
Absolutely. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, before we lose control of our voice boxes, we're going to bring an end to day number 3 of the Call of Duty Mobile Garena Masters season number 2. Make sure you catch us on the 13th of May as we kick off day number 4. Y'all take care, good night, and goodbye.